Okay, y'all. Yep. So I wanted to get together today. I do want to lay out some disclaimers. We are gathering to share, like Kimry said, our testimonies, not so much to tell y'all what to do. I do want to make that clear. This is more of a learning space for all of us, uh, not a step-by-step guide to, you know, free ourselves place. It's more of what's worked for some people. They're going to share it. And, ultimately, us as non belligerent, non combative, age of majority men and women will make our own decisions ultimately. Just had to throw that out there. I know there's a lot of people wanting specific step by steps, or, even when it comes to the ES and the V, there's a lot of confusion. I hope uh, everybody's had, the chance to learn what worked for Kim Marie in the ES and V area. We are looking to kind of focus on learning this whole claim your credits guide more so now. But before we go down that road, is there anything that we can maybe help clear up for anybody regarding the ES and V? Because I kind of want to leave that in the past. I feel like all of us should have a pretty well-rounded idea as to how that all works. It is a very simple process. I don't want anybody overcomplicating it. So if you do have a question about that, please feel free to type question in the welcome chat and I can call on you. If there's any concerns or maybe anything we can talk through together, I'd be happy to do that now. And then if not, we can get started on the other stuff. Looks like we are okay there. If you do have a question, go ahead and type it in the chat. We can get to it in a little bit. But today we want Melody. Yes, Melody. You can unmute.
The question was, if you got started your trust this year, can you do the ESs and the Vs on the trust as well? Or is it just like a business?
I want you.
So I'll just answer for myself what I've done in the past, because I have so many different trusts that I've filed for. I have done ESs and Vs at the 1041 level. Because my trusts are what we call residing. My trusts are residing in California at a private mailbox since 2009. So where that trust or estate or ledger is located is in Cali. So when I did the ESs and the Vs, I needed to follow through with a California fiduciary state level 541 and a 543V. So there's, it takes reading the instructions and actually knowing what your intention is. What is it you're trying to do? In my case, I was collecting back wages as a volunteer that didn't know that I could pay myself out of the trust or the estate for lost wages, lost compensation, lost, out-of-pocket expenses. All these years we've been paying for the private mailbox for 12 trusts, and no one's ever given us a dime because it was never, it was based on if the RV happened and if the dinar happened. And then if we actually got, because we had pooled all of our investments together and we were going to be a pooled investment humanitarian fund, and we were all going to work together to raise all of our vessels up while people were being illegally kicked out of their houses. Second mortgages, you're late one time, boom. Now all of a sudden you're in a expedited process of eviction. So there was a whole lot of really crappy stuff that was going on after 2008 when we, as a community at large, bailed out the banks that had actually been stealing from all of our grandparents and their grandparents. So it's been a really long, hard road here. Many of us have been researching for decades and mostly just being a fence, trying to keep the wolves out. So when I got garnished, they were garnishing my Lyft wages here in Texas. And because Texas doesn't have a state tax, they did not have a duty or an obligation to send any of this taxpayer who's working in Texas. They didn't have an obligation to send any of that garnishment, that legal order, cross-border back to California. They didn't have any reason to do that. So guess what happened? I got caught in a loop. They were going to keep garnishing me until this bill or charge from a California tax office got paid. Think of it like a standoff back in the day with the cowboys and Indians and two different states, which are considered, two different governing agencies. And Texas was saying, you can't make me. California was saying, we're going to use the courts and we're going to go garnish her Lyft wages because we know she's working because we can see all of her stuff. She's a taxpayer. And so through a lot of trial and error, I was able to finally take care of the charges to have my garnishment released. And I did that using 1099-A, collapsing the accounting, and the 540 ESs, because now I'm a non-resident, right? I moved here in 2020. So I had a lot of stuff to clean up in Cali. But that's why I have experience and testimony to share with you all. And I really try to only share from my experiences, which helps a lot of people when they go back to their desk and they're looking and they're in a state that happens to have the state tax and the federal tax combined. And I know all that's getting ready to go away here very soon. So it's really going to start getting easier. But I started answering your question because there's just so much knowledge there. And I figure if I at least share with you all, I'll just drop the data, okay, like a bedtime story and share my success so that you understand that I'm sharing with you successes to have a garnishment lifted and to have a lien lifted is a monumental success that nobody talks about. Imagine moving here from because all of California was shut down. I went from Lyft driving 500 a week to 0 in a day. And I got the opportunity to move to a state where they were not shut down. So I'm coming from a position of, I was forced to learn how to administrate for my Social Security Blue Card person. So I was able to pay off my vehicle that was registered in California and I got behind on the registration. I was able to get the credit line taken off my credit report for almost 2 full years. They came a calling after 2 years though, but clearly I could have done a 1099 miscellaneous and collected that on my tax return, but I didn't know to do all that back then. All I knew how to do was pay off debts and bills that were coming at me like a machine gun. My ship was literally sinking and there was nobody, I mean, nobody around sharing how to get rid of a garnishment, out of state garnishment at that. So I was forced to hit the books and the instruction manuals. I was forced to learn what it is to be an employer over my Social Security blue card person who can't sign anything. I was forced to learn how to put a power of attorney together. I was forced to learn, actually, for the first time, I had always been administering for other people pro bono. I had been being a trustee for other people. If they got a court situation or they got an eviction notice on their, I knew how to send those letters out, send them certified mail. Many people don't even know how to send certified or registered mail because they haven't been in this research game long enough, right? So they're still brand new. They're green. And I have so much compassion for that. And that's why I'm sharing my experiences so that you have hope and you are left with a hope and energized that you get to rescue your ship and your vessel. You get to do that now. And it's safe to do it now. And we have enforcement now, and we have recourse now. And we have people who've had experiences that can guide you to, here's the instructions and here's how I learned how to put my endorsement on the back of a 1099A and paid my car off. I was able to transfer that. The payments supposed to go to the trustees. So I was able to retitle that account. The trustee now is supposed to get the bills. Well, guess what? They took it off my credit report because that's connected to my SOCH. So, and I was operating out of a trust bank account. Of course, that got closed because I was messing around with negotiable instruments because my ship was sinking. And I have every right to exhaust my administrative remedy and do the best I can to bail my ship out. Water overboard, send this out, send that out, send this, And the thing that worked the fastest, every time I got a bill from the IRS or Franchise Tax Board in Cali, was sending the ESs and the Vs. And lo and behold, this whole time I've been the trustee for my Social Security blue card person and not been paid a dime, to all these years. So that's why I was so excited to share with everybody. Well, I went on the call with Marduk. I just wanted to ask if anyone had any experiences with doing ESs and Vs. It was innocent on my part. I hadn't even connected all the dots with oh my gosh, reclaim your credits on a 1099B. I get to actually, the bank that just recently swiped 1.8 and sent it back to the Treasury after they got paid and I got nothing but a blocked online account. So, and then I realized because I've been being of service and being on these calls with everybody, it's helping me connect dots. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I'm willing to wait till January to do a 1099B for 2024 for 1.8 times 10. In the meantime, I have all these other trusts that I can go ahead and do that for 2023 that I haven't even filed a trust return for yet. I've already got all 4 of my last tax year 1040 X's. Those are all in and they're all working on the accounting because talking to Marduk, actually, when I talk things out, it really helps me. But I realized that when I did all my X's, 1040 X's, 2 of them, I had to add a California return to it because I wasn't a non-resident yet. And then, the other 2, what have you, I took all of the withholdings off because I had paid myself from my trusts, took all the withholdings off and exchanged that for all ESs and then didn't attach a miscellaneous to it. And also realized that I didn't make the ESs for enough, which is why I started saying Whenever you see an assessment, they're just giving us the accounting of what they're seeing on their screen on their side as a trustee, fiduciary at the ready. And when you see that accounting, I didn't have to pay for those accountants to do that assessment for me. They sent it to me. That's grace. And so what I do now, when I see those kind of assessments and I see what you owe and what you need to do now, and there's a payment coupon attached to it, is I just return that to sender with ESs and Vs, and I just double it to make my life easy. And the overpayments will not show up in a letter from the IRS. Only in response to a tax return will they send you a letter of adjustment. You all saw in the files the letter that I got from the IRS that said your refund, you have a refund due of 1.7. That was after responding to a bunch of bills. Eventually, I was able to create an overpayment. That's why it shows on my transcript negative 1.7 in credits. So now my ship is lopsided the other way. Now I had to figure out how to actually collect and recoup on those credits. And then only in 2022, late 2022, did I learn how to start doing 1041s. So it's been a long journey getting here. And I really just wanted to share with everybody that now that we know how to answer an assessment or a charge through the mail, I've done it where I've sent it back for the same amount. I've done it where I've doubled it. The problem with the IRS in the last year or two, in my experience, is they're backed up. So by the time they even get to your accounting, they've already assessed it, late fees this, or dishonored check, because it was an instrument that I sent in. Or another thing that I was doing was going online and e-paying with some of my closed bank accounts, because closed bank accounts are for set off, as far as I can tell. And I've had experiences and successes with that. But I paid through the online EPS. Okay. And those at the state level, I was seeing the credits show up in that in that portal, which is why I've been having everybody, go into your portals, check them often. We're the accountant. We're the overseer, until our parties are made whole, we have to oversee this process and keep the pressure on, So I don't even remember the question, but thanks for letting me share all that. When you all ask questions, I'm just going to basically share only from my experience. And if you can garner some navigation from that experience, great. But I cannot, unless I'm your trustee or your power of attorney and I'm looking at your documents in front of me, it's impossible for anybody to try to navigate for another person, because everything is so, think of yourself as a diamond, and there's so many facets to your receipts, to your bank statements, to the letters you've gotten. How often have you gotten them? When was the last time you filed? What does your transcript look like? I mean, it's just so faceted. So we have to just take one bite at a time, 1 year at a time, one mess at a time to clean up, so that you don't get into over processing to where it causes a accounting nightmare for them. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah.
The original question was, if my trust is new, can I go back previous years and pay? If you weren't working as a trustee for those previous years, this is how we just think about it. If you were not working as a trustee for those previous years, would you be able to pay yourself for being a trustee for those previous years, Melody?
No, what I was asking, this new one I just set up, should I go ahead and file the ESs for this year so that when I do file my 1041, I guess those will already be in place?
Great idea. Can't hurt.
Well, I'm going to try it.
Yep, can't
Yeah, I
hurt.
mean,
Yep, it can't hurt to pay to the 1041 and the ESs. Sorry, ES and the V is as long as it's on an OMB number and they receive it, it's a billable event. They're on payroll because we're sending them our reporting. Does that make sense? So they have there. It's a fiduciary duty to do the accounting for us. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
and no worries at all. Yeah. Nina, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi, Kimmery. Thank you so much for being here. For your mother for birthing you. Thank you. Question. I did a 1099B already prior to even knowing about this, and I have not started the second portion. So, do you suggest for me to do the E, S, and the V, or just do my 1042S that I was supposed to do with my W8 then?
I love this question. I'm so glad you asked it and the way that you asked it. Okay, let me ask you a couple questions real quick. When you did the 1099B process, did you add the barter box times 10?
$1 under the Billy Bill.
Say it again.
I did $1 under the bill, the Billy.
$1 under $1 billion. So
Yeah, I didn't.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so and what account was that on?
It was when you say account, are you talking about the transcript account? It's on custom basis, or are you asking me the account under recipient?
So when you did the B, who's the payer and who's the recipient?
Me, myself, and I. Dashes,
So
no dashes.
So you bartered. Okay, is it based on your birth certificate serial number? What's the basis of the claim?
Social insurance, Social Security insurance, or what's it called? Insurance, something, social insurance.
Well, I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how that's, I don't know how they're going to be able to go and audit someone who fractionally,
You're familiar with AJ,
hypothecated.
right? You know, I'm sorry that you are friends with AJ. You follow AJ. D Smart.
Oh, from Canada?
Yeah.
I had been on his calls. Yeah. Okay, so he's teaching the bees that way then.
Yes.
Okay, so have people had results with that?
So far, I've only seen one person show a gross income of $1 billion, and his transcript said on his custom basis was over 2 billion. I'm sorry, excuse me, over 2 billion.
And how are those taxable? How is that taxable income being reported? Is that on a 1041?
Well, it's 1041, 1042, 1042S. Either one.
Okay.
I just want to mention, like, the B for, like, what we're doing is there's an existing contract out there or a security exchange that we're reporting, so if you're just doing it between.
No. I have a whole bunch of securities that I'm very aware of. My DMV, my AT&T, my PayPal. I've got a lot of securities out there that I'm confirming that I can confirm with. I received, basically. So that's the only reason why I'm doing that process.
Okay, so your 1041, you're going to file it the way that process taught you. Okay,
right, but I'm saying
I would reserve the ESs for your 1040 person.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Because that that whole process that you're doing, you're collecting on the estate or the Mortmain account.
Actually, not the estate.
Meanwhile,
It wasn't.
what's that?
It's not under the estate. I didn't. Do
I
it.
know,
Yeah,
but I know, but
my,
but
Okay.
a Mortmain, a social with no dashes is the Mortmain account.
right.
Okay. So what the lady at Chase told me when I told her I've been being a trustee as a volunteer, I've been not paid as a trustee all these years. And she said, you need to sue the estate. That's exactly what you're doing when you do a 1099B from your double dash to your no dashes. You're suing the estate for lost compensation. The whole system has injured and torted. We all have a claim. They all should be honored. No doubt about it. Absolutely. Everyone has a right to exhaust their administrative remedy for sure. But I prefer we not complicate this process. The 1040 person is 2 dashes. The Mortmain is no dashes, right? The CAF person, the CAF number that we are issued is the designee who gets to be the recoupment agent for the Social Security blue card person, because it can't sign, it can't brush its teeth, it can't do anything. It needs a competent person to even go to the mailbox outside and open the mail up. So the ESs, if you were going to do ESs short of $1 billion, I would do them. I would send them into your 1041 for credit to your 1041 EIN. It can't hurt to put in 2, double it. So that when you go to file your tax return for your 1041, you'll be able to input. The thing is, for Tax Act, I don't know if many people have actually done it yet. Y'all have to know there's a limit of 10 million per filing. If you go over, you will have to mail it in, which is fine, but you'll have to, follow the instructions to do that. Yeah. All right. Does that make sense? Does that make it clear?
Somewhat. I'll figure it out. I do appreciate it. And also, I did have my own business converted my INC, LLC, or SMS without my knowledge.
So you can there's a form to reclassify any of your EINs into the estate, which is a way of saying we're retiring a prior taxpayer and we're retiring it into the private, and it's going to be our worker. Think of it like as a private worker in your estate, right? So your LLC now is going to be one of the how do I call it? Let's see.
It's actually an INC. The CPA created 2.
Is that the 8832, Kimmery? The entity classification?
Yes, thank you for that. Yep, that's the form. And and so you can send that in with a final payment for your EIN LLC. What's a final payment? Well, depending on where that LLC was registered, you are more than welcome to look up the state V and ES payment. Because before any trust or person, entity, estate, what have you, retires or gets terminated, you get to do a final accounting, assessing, and a paying to create the recoupment for down the road, right? You get to recoup. You're the creditor that created the obligation for this apparatus. We're recouping. They've been profiting. It's called usufruct. No full disclosure. They've been acting. You know how that we've heard about fake news? It's way worse than fake news. It's fake executors making decisions like you just said without your consent and using one of your named parties of interest without your consent. That's called identity theft, by the way. So you get to go and terminate it, assess it, bankrupt it, and now sue it. And then you get to recoup. Holla.
Thank you.
It looks like we have Leon, brother. Do you have a question?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you, my man?
I'm all right.
You sound
Kimmy,
really quiet, my man. Actually, I could turn your volume up. Go ahead.
Kimmy, can you just verify? Because I was it's kind of vague to me when you was talking about the assessment and you times two it and send it back to the sender. Are we endorsing the back, or how are we doing that for the ESVs that we send it back?
Okay. So, give me an example of what came in the mail to you. Give me
Well,
your
just saying
testimony.
just saying something like I owed IRS like $2,500 some dollars.
Okay. And it came in the form of you owe this, or we're going to
Wasn't they were just saying
levy your tax return, or what's
well,
the threat?
there is no threat. They were just saying I owe for tax year 2019.
And for your
Okay.
social security person, right? Your social security
Correct.
account.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I would imagine Kim Marie, just like she said, in her instance, she doubled the value of that assessment and endorse the ESs it's for credit to your social security number, right? So if that's where the debt lies, no matter what, when you send them ESs, it's going to balance or deduct whatever you owe them. And then what's left over is what you can claim on a return. Does that make sense?
So what I'm saying is that we don't put the pay to the U.S. Treasury. We put the pay to who, to the IRS for us to
No,
endorse
you
it on the back.
always, no matter what it is, even if you read that assessment and they tell you to pay them, in the instructions, it'll tell you to pay to the order of the U.S. Treasury. You always pay to the order of the U.S. Treasury.
Got it.
Unless it's a state tax
Correct.
assessor, then you would pay it. Then you would pay it to the order of the state, like Franchise Tax Board for California.
But they'll
Okay,
tell,
I
like,
got it.
if you read the instructions it'll always be under the section where it says pay by check or money order. They'll tell you exactly how it needs to be endorsed. So for the IRS, it's always pay to the order of the U.S. Treasury. But like she said, for California, like we have our own tax, IRS for the state basically, and it's called the Franchise Tax Board. So typically that would be paid to the order of the FTB or Franchise Tax Board. But this is IRS you're talking about?
Yeah, is yours
Correct.
federal?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
federal. I live in Florida.
Okay. Did it come with a payment coupon at the bottom?
No, it didn't. Yes, it did.
And it probably has the tax year 2019 up just above where the date is, right?
Correct.
Okay. So making a copy of the full page. Okay, the full page. Make a dry copy. I call it a dry copy, meaning you need to always have a dry copy and of course a scanned copy of what you sent, but always create a dry copy first. And then you're going to write your accounting on the top. That's, the top of it's kind of, there's a lot of space on there, right?
Yes.
So you're just going to put, the date, all right. So the copy that you're going to return back to them, go ahead and just do accept the date that it is, your signature, and then on the bottom, the payment coupon. You're just going to put right on the payment coupon as if it was a check, paid to the United States Treasury for credit to Social Security number, da, 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 da. If you have room to write it out in cursive, write it. If you don't worry about it. And then you're going to put, the amount in the box of the payment coupon. If there's already amount in there, you're welcome to create your own amount double underneath it. You're the boss. You're the underwriter. You're sending them back a directive. Not only pay this bill, but let's overpay it, right? And then on the back side of that coupon, because it does ask you to cut it, in your final presentment, I like to wrap my coupons after I cut them into one of the one of the full pages of the paper on top. So the one that you accepted on top, their assessment, their billing, I just fold and I just kind of tuck my coupons that I cut. I put what I need to put on the front, then I put what I need to put on the back, and then I tuck them in a half a page and I put a paper clip on there. And then I don't, I do thank you for your service all the time, just because I know that it wouldn't be happening without the particular process available for us. Make sense? Does that help you a little bit? Give you a little guide as to what I do whenever I get a bill?
Yes, that helped out a whole lot.
Awesome.
Okay,
And this
good.
is recorded too, so if you need to go back, I'll have it in the vault after we finish up today. Okay. And I do want to preface, this isn't just regard to you, Leon, but if we're going to ask questions right now, I really want it to be on topic. I don't want to talk about any other sorts of processes really today. We want to get through the Bs, and if there's ES questions involved or something along the lines with that, that would be great. But with that being said, Sterling, it looks like you have a question. Sterling?
There we go. Can you hear me? Hello?
Barely.
Okay, let me take my headset off. Hold on. What about now? Is that better?
It is, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I thank y'all for finally getting me in this group. I appreciate everything that y'all doing because y'all giving out some valuable information. But let me get to my question. My number one question would be, again, I haven't filed any taxes for at least 5 years, and I own 3 or 4 businesses, and I've never filed taxes on any of them either, because I had wrote a letter to the IRS, made myself exempt, and they sent me a letter back stating that I have no tax obligation. So they've never asked me about my businesses. And now that I came across Miss Kim Marie's videos or audios, I realized that was a foolish thing to do, because now I've left literally billions of dollars in credits out there for somebody else to claim. So my question would be, when I go back, or should I go back, which I'm pretty sure I should, but when I go back to do these, I did 1099Bs and As on most of all my accounts. I got on 1099 online. I got like 8 or 9 pages worth of accepted 1099 A's and B's. But the person we were following a while back did not teach us the other side of actually pulling down the funds or the proceeds or whatever. So when I came across y'all and I'm hearing about the 1040 and the 1040 V's and ES's, we went and we did the 1040 ES's and the V's according to what the instructions given in the audio on the call that y'all had. But then I continued to listen and realize when y'all started talking about the B's, like, okay, well, we did the B's 10 times the amount because that's how, we learned it also. But as far as the 1040, I guess that's the actual filing. That's where I get kind of hazy at, is the 1040, the actual filing that triggers the ES and the V to be pulled down and sent to you.
Keep them separate. Keep them separate for now, because you're at a graduated level where you've been an employer and you've had 3 businesses. You have been operating as a trustee and likely never paying yourself because we didn't know we could, right?
Right.
So I would, unless and until your Social Security person gets a love letter from the IRS, why not just file 1041s and operate as a trustee like you're already doing, but just now you're learning how to pay yourself follow through with
Okay.
the 1041 filings. It's about $124 per. Let's see. If you've got a sole prop, I think the sole prop is only $65 to file. Trusts and estates are $124 to file. C corps and S corps and, you know, all those are, I can't remember what those cost, but Tax Act allows you to even file personal on there. Tax Act is a great, easy to navigate, user-friendly apparatus. So I would stick with the 1041 side of everything.
Okay. And
And you recouping all of your sign of nature barter amounts should be enough to make you whole as the one who originated all the energy in the first place.
right. So do I use the EIN of the businesses or do I stick to using the social?
No. So you need to look at the version 2 of the 1099 step-by-step process that they're teaching everybody.
Okay.
And you need to make sure that you create a living trust, your
Gotcha.
initial living trust. You get that. What's happening is our allegiance has been, to the pimp, which is why we all decided it was time to come out of the whorehouse and everybody started operating through their businesses. You feel me?
Right.
But there's a whole bunch of people out there that are still filing with just their social or as a married couple, 2 socials, right?
Right.
So if you look at the version 2, and that's why we're going to get on to the next part of this call is going to be, we're actually going to read each line slowly so that people will start to hear the dots connecting. Because I don't want us to be someone who's trying to teach Kias. All we want to do is be bird on a wire. Marduk read a paragraph. You read a paragraph. Someone else read a paragraph. No commentary, no questions. Just let the information sink in. And that's how you're expediting your level of training right now because you've been listening. You see what I'm saying? Your aha moment is gold. We over here on our side can't even see the value that you're getting, but we're going to see it in the results that you produce. You feel me? That's why we'll know you by your fruit.
Right.
You feel me? So you're right
Yeah.
there. You're right there. And they actually teach you exactly how to go into Tax Act, exactly how to do the B's. Okay. And some of us are just now getting hip to this portion of it. So, I've done a lot of 1041 filings. I've done a lot. I know Tax Act really pretty good. And so, we're preparing everybody really to get ready to become a fiduciary, the one that's wearing 2 or 3 or 4 hats. The one that can actually contract with themselves via another EIN, and nobody can impede our ability to contract with even our own EINs.
Right.
It's private, bro.
Right.
Your EIN and your other EIN, and then your withholding agent, and then your trust, and then your private banker, your sole prop, and your social, all separate entities that get to private contract all day long. Can I get a holla?
Right. Amen.
Right? So that's where we're heading next. So you're in the right spot. Perfect.
Which version? Now, what was the name of the document you said to go look at?
Go into Come Out of Her, My People, and tap the very top bar, and you'll see files. And you'll see that we posted it about 10 times just today. That's in the Recoupers group.
I could forward it to the welcome chat again. Just look out for it in there, bro.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yep. Okay, and then one last question. That sole proprietor, I backdated mine 25 years when I set it up, because although I wasn't fully aware that
Perfect.
I was still operating, but I didn't have the knowledge. And like you said in your other audio, due to the document of discovery, hey, I'm realizing that
Yep. It's doctrine for those listening to the recording. It's doctrine of necessity is creating for us the benefit of discovery.
Right. Okay. So when would I use that actually? When would I start using the sole proprietor, or do I stick to the trust? Social.
All right, perfect. All right, so perfect. So picture your castle right now, your star fort, your really large building where maybe your large family lives. Maybe you have 2 or 3 families that live in this large castle together, right? It's an estate. Right. Okay. When your Social Security person is done laboring in the public and has built up its credit score, it's gotten a little bit of experience out in the world, and it now wants to come back home and work for the family business. The social needs to hire a EIN that's separate and unique from the social, so that you have 2 vessels in commerce now that can pay each other, send bills to each other, invoices to each other, and privately contract with each other. So think of your sole proprietor as your chief of staff for the estate. And the first one it has a duty to hire is your Social Security person in the home, in the estate, as a private, federally privileged worker, now working at home instead of out in the marketplace. Making sense?
Right. Gotcha.
So the sole proprietor now is appointed or gets the Benny in the trust, navigates and governs the trust. The trust wouldn't exist if there wasn't a blue card dependent person known as a social in existence. There is no trust without the social. Make sense?
Right. Gotcha.
All right. So the social gets old enough and starts sending invoices. I want a car. I want to go to this college. I want to go do this, right? So we have to hire someone who's going to be a chief of staff. Someone's going to hire the accountant. Someone's going to hire the cleaning person. Someone's going to hire the private nurse because your disabled person needs certain medications every day, whatever. So the sole prop is the hirer and firer at your Social Security person's benefit. So now the sole prop goes and gets a private banker's EIN, goes and gets a trust EIN, goes and gets a C Corp, goes and gets an LLC, goes and gets a whatever it needs. The sole prop is the king or the queen. Everything goes through the king or the queen, the boss of the estate, for finalization, final checkoff. You feel me? Even though it's the chief of staff, the president has to have given the directive to hire a new staff. Okay, so the sole proprietor works for the estate at the benefit and at the behest of the dependent one, or the minor, or the Benny. So think of your sole prop as the one whose job it is to handle all the HR, the hiring and the firing and the tax returns and the billing and the 1099ing and the miscellaneous and all that, you know? Now, you maybe have one of your LLCs be your tax business inside your estate. Maybe have your private banker's EIN be the invoice. Maybe it's the one that does all the bill paying and negotiable instruments, and that way, you know, the private bank and the sole prop are sending invoices back and forth to each other. But someone's got to get paid for each one of those unique EINs. The TINs, the taxpayer identification number, someone's navigating that ship, so someone's got to get a day wage. Someone. The paper doesn't move itself. And out here in the marketplace, if you go to hire somebody and you don't pay them at least minimum wage, they can sue your ass. How come we haven't been told that we need to pay ourselves at least minimum wage for every EIN we have? We have to sue our own estate because we're the only ones with credit. There is no money. There's only debt, and they're always looking for the golden pen, and that's us.
Gotcha. So that's why you had so many EINs in business. I was wondering that. So each one of them, you delegated a particular task to do. Somebody buys property. Somebody handles the taxes. Somebody. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for that. I get it. Okay. Now I know what I need to do.
I'm so glad
Appreciate
the light
you.
bulb went off for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Nathan, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good. Wonderful. We're all together today. So first question, does having a Social Security named estate make anything different for the non-decedent letter? Would that mean the estate shouldn't exist or function after we send in the letter that says we are alive?
So the way I look at it is all the non-decedent letter is doing is rebutting the presumption that you are the decedent. It's not getting rid of the decedent. It's rebutting the presumption that you and the decedent are one. At least that's the way I look at it. Maybe Kim Marie has a different opinion on that, but that's sort of, it's more of the separation of the two, because we are presumed to be this dead entity all our lives, which is why we, get treated as a surety, because we're taking the position and claiming to be the surety, whereas when you send that non-decedent letter, you're creating a separation. But I mean, Kim Marie, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, what he asked was, does he have any use for the estate after he sends the non-decedent in? Remember, everybody, remember, every EIN is a separate vessel in commerce. And you have unlimited right to contract that can never be hindered, impeded, or it's a violation of your right, your constitutional right, your Bill of Rights, the Magna Carta, everything that was laid down for this place to even get started with a compact and a contract. And because they decided to overreach and misuse their delegated power and start operating like a the corporation started acting like it was a living the corporation, as much as it tried to be a living person in commerce, an individual, I should say. And so that's why they all lawyered up. That's why they all have a compliance office. That's why they all have a stack of CPAs. They have a stack of lawyers in their back offices, which effectively makes them have a private contract with a foreign enemy. I don't know about you all, but I don't know. Do you all have $500, a day that you're able to have a attorney in your back office? Have you been contracting with a foreign agent in your estate or your business or your back office? Anybody been trading with an enemy?
No.
But guess who has been? Guess who has been? And for how long? Now you see why we get 10 times the amount back? They all get a free audit and we get paid. They've been trading with the enemy all along. Private contracting, shell company here, shell company there, shell company. They've been hiding behind the fiction. That's why we have to send in a non-decedent letter, because the assumption and presumption that Marduk spoke about, they've been pretending so that we would never figure it out.
It's like the white flag. We got to wave the white flag.
Yeah. Yeah. Armistice and accord. You got to go to peace with yourself and your own books and your own ledgers and your own bookkeeping. I had to forgive myself for not knowing that I could have paid myself, pulled down my private offset bond, 7% per annum. I could have pulled that down. You bet your bottom dollar I'm going back to collect that 7% on $300 million set-off bond since 2009. You better believe that's accumulated charitable amounts. It's a thing in trust law. Accumulated charitable amounts. What is that? What could that be? The 7% that I never collected off of. I'll even lowball it. I'll even say, okay, the set-off bond was $300 million. It's ledgered at the Treasury. $150 million of it was on the Treasury got paid, just like a V. When we do a V and an ES, the IRS gets, one side gets paid, the other side is an overpayment. So, okay, I'll go ahead and cut it in half, the face value of it, which is for $300 million back in 2009. I'll just only collect 7% on $150 million back to 2009. Actually, it was 2008, and the bond matured in 2018. And guess what? It was earning interest and being fractional reserved all that time. And my registered receipt was the account number. And my social had turned into, from 2 dashes to no dash. It turned into an actual bona fide pass-through account, a bank. But they didn't teach us all that back then. I was just happy to have a $10,000 tax debt paid. All that work for that. So now the doctrine of necessity, I get to benefit from discovery. All their contracts are void ab initio because they were all based on fraud and not full disclosure. We get to go back and collect. We're the creditors. In any bankruptcy, the creditors are the first ones to get paid. We already, by the law of nature and by the way the system was set up, we already get to go and claw it back like Robin Hood, like a boss. So we don't need to surrender unless we're actually surrendering for a cause, okay? If we're going to re-inhabit our residential county where I can supply up with what I need to protect my family and my neighbors in case of a certain emergency that might happen, right? I get to protect my persons, papers, and effects, right? So if you're sending it in to the Secretary of State in your state, you're putting them on notice to update their records. You're no longer dead, and you will no longer consider your estate a dead person. Your estate is now worth billions and billions and billions of unlimited credits for your use. Private contract. You're in a covenant. No one can interfere with that contract. So we're occupying our estates. We're coming back on the land. No longer dead at sea. No longer lost at sea. No longer a minor. We're now a major, and we're competent to contract. And we get to private contract all day long between each other, between our family members, and between all of our EINs and our TINs. whatever they may be. Could be a naturalized, naturalization. It could be a CUSIP. Those are all records of account. So we've been told we're going to get tired of winning. What we're actually going to get tired of is making claims, because all of our claims are bona fide, in good faith, clean hands, good faith. Every claim is bona fide, which means in good faith. It's all you have all the evidence that you would need to assemble a jury of your peers to state that, yes, this bank account I opened and I closed it, or I had it and I closed it, or I have it and it's still open. And yes, I did the B. And yes, I signed that. That was me. Not someone didn't steal my signature. Someone didn't steal my identity. I'm not aiding and abetting the enemy. I'm not, helping all these immigrant paperless people come in and using their whatever. I'm not trafficking in persons. Okay. There's actual trafficking in persons, and then there's commercial trafficking in persons. That's what they've been doing, folks, not us. We've just been working without a proper godly wage. The only thing we got to forgive ourselves for is not knowing that we could private contract all day long, and we could put ourselves on payroll, and we can pay ourselves. It doesn't all have to be business expenses. It could be, actually, I get a $250,000 a year salary just to do all this paperwork.
So when we go to set up,
by the way, for every EIN, someone's got to get paid.
and so for doing the Bs, we need the revocable living trust set up. And are we allowed? Would it be acceptable to use our individual banker EIN as a trustee on that revocable living trust?
Your banker's EIN has a particular classification. You would do well with grabbing a living trust EIN.
Okay.
And having that be the filer. You're more than welcome, though, to add any one of your EINs as a Benny in the K1 distribution in the future of cookies. Much you bet. That's how you can fund your private bank EIN. You can fund your old LLC that you terminated years ago that you never took any credit for, or drew down any credits for it. That's your property. And there's credits in all those EINs. Since all of these states have been found to be complicit in racketeering and injury and harm and theft of property of everybody on this planet by now, just the debasing of our dollar and all of these oil contracts that happened over the last 50 years injured us and our property. Why? Because our ability to pursue happiness went out the door when they started turning the stock market into a casino and giving licenses to all these pirates to be bank officers. Notice they're not on payroll. Notice they get retained and they get commission checks. Because they're exempt. They can't even have a payroll account. They're exempt from owning or holding property or even taking taxes out of a foreign bar card allegiance to a foreign adversary. Is it enemy or adversary? I don't know. What does adversary mean? That just came through for some reason. Adversaries are enemy?
Correct.
Yes, adversaries are enemies.
Okay,
A great
thank
adversary.
Competition.
Okay, there you go. Competition. Okay, may the best, smartest, brightest, well-taught, well-informed competitor on the field win. Okay? Imagine we were born into this game and no one even told us how it's played. Do you know that they will actually chop off someone's hand from has their goods at a marketplace in the Middle East, specifically Iran, where my brother spent a lot of time helping them put their hydroelectric documents into multiple languages. Do you know what they do when they catch someone in the marketplace stealing from someone, anybody? They're so anti-usury and theft that you literally have one of your hands chopped off so that it is a billboard for everyone to know this person has lost merit in the marketplace. Be careful. You've been warned. He cannot be trusted. That person with one hand would do well to go forward and never sin again, don't you think? At least they have a hand they can wipe themselves and eat. But my point is, when you steal from another vendor, another neighbor, another family member, there's consequences. And we've had none here. So, hallelujah. We're waking up. We're dusting off those dusty dogmas, and our lighthouses are going on. We're back home. We're back home. And we get to do this. And then we get to turn around and help another in our family or our neighborhood. Welcome to the builders of the new era. This is what it looks like. Courageous people who are willing to put their pen to paper and comprehend what they're reading before they put their pen to paper, and know in your heart of hearts that nothing you do from this day forward will not be assessed for a value of an hour of your time.
Nathan, you did mention that you had a success that you wanted to share.
Yeah, with a closed account. I've paid for $4,900 with the medical bills from a closed loan account.
Oh, awesome, man.
Did you say closed loan account?
Yeah, it's I had a loan about 8 years ago. It's been closed for about 6 years, and that was the routing number that I used was for that bank, and then 3 zeros and my social security number for the account number.
Congratulations. You just described what they knew how to do all along. Closed accounts are for setup. Oh, someone died in the community and they left a bunch of tax bills and a bunch of property tax and a bunch of unpaid loans. Oh, the trustee has to be pulled in. The power of attorney has to be pulled in, and everybody has to go to work paying all the debts off for the person who passed away.
They sure love their probate, don't they?
They sure do. So congratulations, because closed accounts are for set off. Good for you for trying that and succeeding. Good for you, Nathan.
It does not work for purchases. Well, it did work for one
Well, do you know why that won't work for purchases?
Well, because it's not for purchases.
It's for settlement and set off, correct?
Yeah.
Settlement and set off of existing debts are what closed accounts are for. Just like if, God forbid, you pass away, what they do with your estate is it's there to settle or set off any existing obligations that you had, at that time. So it's the same instance for all of these accounts, or even any account that anybody has. When they close it, it's only closed on the public side, but it still exists on the other side of the ledger, per se, for settlement, discharge, set off, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, nice, man.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Please, we got a few people who have their hands up, brother. If you want to type question in the chat, I want to be fair to everybody else. I'm probably going to take a few more, and then we'll go into the B's, and then we can open it up for questions later, because if I don't cut it off, we're going to be just doing this all day. So, which is fine, but, we have some other stuff that we want to get to. Sean Stidex, do you have a question?
Peace. How y'all doing tonight?
Good. How are you, brother? I'm
doing all right. Can't complain. I just had a quick question because K. Marie's song keeps playing in my fucking head. apply. My question is, how do you go about assessing the value of the denied application if there wasn't a value applied for? Like, for example, like you apply for an auto loan, you're usually applying for a specific amount. But if you apply for something like, let's say, a Care credit card, that is made on your score. So they don't tell you, like, there's no knowing what the value would have been when they denied you.
Oh, well, typically, yeah, you're right. It goes for, like, if you're applying for a credit card and it's like a $3,000 limit, the general rule of thumb, at least what Laura and I talked about, is that it would be 10 times the value of the limit of the card, if that makes sense. So if it was like a $5,000 loan, then like on the B's or whatever, you're doing $50,000. But as for something where you don't know, I don't know, Kim Marie.
I have a question real quick for the group. Do we know if credit agency, are they FDIC insured? Or are they escrow accounts?
That's a good question. Actually.
Say that one more time. Was unclear?
Mine didn't say anything about being FDIC insured on some of the accounts, and I think the other accounts didn't specify. I had 9 at one point in time before I canceled them.
I think it depends on if you're getting it through a major bank, like if it's Capital One, or like if it's just a small credit, like a smaller credit card, like a store department, they're not FDIC insured. But if it's a bigger bank, they are.
Credit card accounts are not FDIC insured because they do not hold deposits. FDIC insurance insures deposit accounts such as checking, savings, money market, but not lines of credit or loans.
So like everybody put what he just said. Pretend like you're a business owner. Put what he just said into the pocket of accounts payable, accounts receivable. So if we say our credit is worth an FDIC insured credit bank, like Laura just said, and we know that $250,000 a quarter is the annuity that they take out to protect their asses, it's $1 million a year. So why couldn't we just put a base on there to make it easy? If you want to assess it, you can add a certified mail receipt, an invoice, PO invoice, or a registered receipt. Turn that assessment into to your own ledgerable event, and have the basis for your assessment be the FDIC insurance at $250,000. Okay. Then you can take that and you can assess them on a B for 250,000 times 10. Easy peasy.
Okay. That's interesting because I actually I have a fee schedule and I did an invoice against Synchrony Bank for their credit card denial on my application. And I had them in default. They sent me a letter recently saying, thanks for your request to pay this invoice, but we politely declined. And I'm just like, okay, I'm coming after you one way or another.
Of course, deny, because they're not supposed to be an entitlement holder. You are. You're the assessor. You're the, let me make it real easy for everyone to kind of picture yourselves. Picture all of us being a pawn shop owner, okay? And what's in our pawn shop is the registered receipts, the certified mail receipts, even the tracking number identifiers, and even the green card receipts are all accessible. So picture us like a pawn shop, and all we're doing is bartering our credit to these banks who don't have the ability to create credit. They've only had the ability to steal because they're all foreign agents. They all have a law firm in their back office. Have you ever applied for a credit card and seen the 22 pages you have to read of the terms and conditions?
Never.
That's their liability. Okay. You're giving us permission to turn your credit line into a trade bond called accounts receivable or accounts payable. So when we do the B's, they get a free audit and we get paid. So apply. Apply, get denied all day long. That's our job. We're a pawn shop and we are simply bartering our credit.
Yeah, I think the mistake that I made, because I actually did file a bunch of B's on some of these denials. I think the instructions that I had weren't exactly clear. So I was putting the acquisition date in the year that I was trying to do it. So it should have been for 2023, but I was putting 2024 on the form. So.
Correct. Well, you created it to future money. You can convey that interest into a future date when you file your tax returns, easy peasy, all that stuff. But what I did to make my life easier is I went ahead and did a power of attorney, a Form 56, right? And a 2848 for all my vessel and commerce. I have about 7 of them that I wanted to play with. And so the IRS is fully aware of who the entitlement holder is of all those securities and debt instruments that I'm about to create. I have the priority lien on all of it, right? So you get to what the easiest thing to do is the instructions on the B was you can go back to 2021 because we all get a 3-year look back. If you are the Treasury now, which is what you are, we get to go look back at all of our receipts back to 2021. And we get to turn all of those into an assessed value. And that I love the B because not only are we putting the proceeds that we circulated in the marketplace, in the public, we're getting back the private credits that they took and profited from, usufruct and usury, no different than someone stealing in Iran from another person, neighbor, or family member. So they've been off from being a bona fide, in good faith merchant. That's why I love that we're getting them all audited now, because they're not just going to get audited, folks. They're going to get acquisitioned. We, the creditors of the new republics, will be the holders in due course of reversionary interest or barter. Like-kind exchange. No usury. We didn't go and not disclose to each other that we were taking, whatever, send me a bunch of applications for a credit line, so I can sit up here like a fat cat and laugh at all of you poor people. We didn't do that to each other. We have to really remember who's the real foreign adversary here. And it's the ones that gate kept under what's called Banking Privacy Act. You Masons better not ever tell any of those goyim out there or those peasants how we play this game, because if they ever find out, we're screwed. Well, they're screwed already. They're screwed already. It's done. Everybody that reports a B now, it's done. And they don't just get audited for 2024. They get audited all the way back to the first time they got a charter or a license to collect debt, and they've been found wanting. They've been found in violation of 18 USC, and there's about 30 of them. And it's called RICO and racketeering, when two people come together and
Identity
conspire
theft.
against another. That's right.
No more.
I appreciate the response. That's the reason I asked was because in the book it does say don't just make up any numbers to put on the B, and I'm like, well, how do you assess that if they never, if you didn't actually apply for a specific value? It's kind of hard to determine what that is.
I mean, my best advice, even if I was in your situation, bro, is just go after the stuff right now that you know. Actually, now that I think about it, Kim Marie, you're saying, is it FDIC insured? Wouldn't the deposit account we're paying into for the quote unquote bill be FDIC insured?
Yep.
Yeah. So the credit account would be technically an escrow account. No. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. That's a good question, bro.
Ask them for the entire account balance statement with the FOIA.
Ask them for a full accounting. Yeah.
For the denied application.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And how they came to their conclusion. But as far as the B's, maybe that's something we do need to kind of like get together and talk about a little bit, try to figure out, because that's a good point.
Yeah,
But
I'm
as the
down. I've been doing this for a minute. I'm not new at it, so I do have some experience. You definitely chop it up on that.
Yeah.
But as the trustee and the executor of any account, who can tell us how much our credit or how much something that belongs to the living person is worth other than the living person? How can somebody else come to my house and tell me, a house that I built with my own blood, sweat, and labor, tell me how much my house is worth? I set the value of that house. So shouldn't that still apply in situations like this? Like you come in, you're tapping my estate, you're tapping my credit. I'm going to tell you, for you to tap my credit and use my credit, it's going to cost you $100 million or 50,000 or 20,000, whatever number. But that right should be reserved. And to me, with my logic of looking at everything, that right should be reserved for the living person whose account that they're using in usury and without our knowledge 9 times out of 10. And you set that value.
You know what I am thinking too, actually? Well, that's true, brother, but they do pull our credit for a specific amount. So we don't want to come out here and act, throw out numbers that, we aren't basing off of anything. We're supposed to
Right.
be. But
Everyone's
Kim Marie, what I
sovereign,
was
though.
thinking,
He has every right. He has every right to assess his value, and he's right. No one can tell us what we're worth. We
I mean,
don't
it's our
know.
credit we're extending in the first
We,
place.
we, I'm just saying, everybody just, just everybody realize that we're responsible for our ancestors and them building this country and all the loss that they incurred. So if we're going to take that stand of being accountable, then we get to help our family, our friends, and our neighbors remember that they're the assessor. What value, what do you need to live on next year that's going to make your life shine? Everybody's amount might be a little different. So I'm just saying,
Right. No, I didn't mean it in
yeah.
that sense. I meant like with the original question, the credit, like denied credit line. He's trying to just get like a specific value that he would, but now what I'm thinking is there's a lot of people doing the Bs that, are just filling out the name of the company and the
And
name of
leaving
the
the
payer
proceeds blank.
and leaving it blank. Yeah. And letting the IRS do the accounting and the auditing.
See,
And
I
they're
thought
getting
about that as well. I ran it by a couple of other people, and I just wasn't getting a clear brainstorm on that. You know what I mean?
I haven't done this personally either, though, brother, at least with the blank forms, but I have heard a lot of people doing that and getting back the a B with numbers on it that they
Right.
went and accounted. So that may be something we want to try. At least you're putting that business and that transaction between you and the business on notice with the IRS to do some digging, you know?
Right.
So that could be a way to go about it with still acting honorably, even though, most of these companies don't ever act honorably. We want to try to.
And that was my original take on it. What you just said, that was my
Yeah.
answer, was to leave the proceeds blank and let them assess it.
Yeah, that may be a way to go about it, but we won't really know until we try, So, I mean, I'm willing to try that out. I know that I probably won't get approved for anything right now, so I could definitely give that a
Well,
try.
I got a bunch of denials from last 2020, this time last year, matter of fact. So I didn't know how to follow through after I put them in default. So
Right.
now I see that'll be the good way to go about it.
Starts an audit. That's what it does,
I left mine blank one time, and that's the only time I got denied a 1099B or an A. I left the proceed box blank.
Did you do it in by paper or online?
I did it online.
So I'm thinking if we do it by paper and put a letter of intent, because what these people are doing is they're going to the tax office or to the tax advocate centers and they're writing a letter of intent and they're bringing in the forms filled out with just the name of the parties and asking them to help them since they're unsure. And that's how they're getting those successes. But
can I
could be
speak on
true as
that?
well.
Because
Yeah.
not all TACs will take your stuff. I'm in Rhode Island, and there's only 2 TACs out here, and they turned me away. They only wanted to take my negotiable instrument. They wouldn't take any of the Bs, my letter, my package, nothing.
If I'm remembering correctly, the tax advocate services is a branch of the IRS, whereas TAC is a private organization. So it may be better to do TAS from what I'm remembering.
Okay.
I'm just going off my memory though, but yeah, we all we can do is try at this point. They're not giving us clear instruction besides, this packet, which is just from a brilliant lady. They themselves are not giving us a step by step. So it is on us to kind of try and, get together in groups like this and let each other know what's working, what isn't,
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate the answer. I'll yield. Thank you.
Of course, brother. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Dee, how you doing,
there.
girl?
Oh, wonderful. How are you doing?
Good. Dee had a cool win this past week, guys.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you did there, and then you can ask your question?
Sure, yeah. Because it pertains to that. So I'm sitting here with this treasury check, and and because it was for my 2023 rents and receipts for meals under the same rental property EIN, And so I'm looking at putting it on a B and getting 10 times. And I'm wondering if I should use the EIN as the QSIP, or, should I leave parts blank and, just put
And for some background too, Kim Marie, what she did, she got her rent for her home for the year, and she totaled it up, all her receipts as well as her food costs. She put it on an A and then a C as well, and she ended up getting a treasury check for the full value on when she filed the return. So she got all those credits back. But now that we're talking about the B, when it comes to things like this, since she already kind of settled that account and canceled it, is it still possible to, do you think, do a B for the 10 times the amount?
Was it a 1040 that all those, the A, the B?
No. No. So Marduk and I are going to make a call tomorrow to that. What is it, Marduk? The name of that? Go Direct.
Go Direct. Yeah.
Yes. And see if they're able to, if I'm able to deposit this in a new account. But I was trying to avoid doing anything that was a Treasury Direct Express account. And I'm thinking that's what's going to end up happening. And even though it's an EIN, I don't know if we're supposed to put the EIN number where it says SSN, or if we can't even do this. But we'll find out tomorrow.
She did this with her estate. She did the return with her estate EIN, doing a 1041. But
on a 1041,
I guess you would still be able to just do this on a trust as well, would she not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you mean by?
If you do a revocable living trust, you should be able to do a B still for the times 10 on your rent, with the rental corporation as the, like your SSN person as the payer, and then the rental corporation as the payee on a B, and still do the times 10. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, my estate as payer.
Yeah. And then you can name so when you did your estate 1041 filing, who was the Benny, or did you even do a K1 for your 1041 to name a Benny?
No, hadn't yet.
You're kind of the first person, Kim Marie, to bring up the K1. I've been working with DB in our private banking groups for the past year, and we never. You were the first person to bring the K1 to my attention, even.
All right, so all three of my tax returns came via a K1, and I had a Benny or two listed there. But instead of doing the rent and the food like she did with an A and a C, I actually used the OID. And because I had so many receipts that went so far back, I had so many lost wages or lost instruments, you could call it, or dishonored instruments. It's all the same. What I chose to do was pay a percentage of a drawdown, basically by paying 22% or more, created the withholding amount. And then the check that came was the amount in the withholding box, while the other amount is called interest income. So it's not taxable unless I choose to pay a tax on it on an OID, which is what I chose to do on all three. So, think of the withholding as a safekeeping deposit box. And I'm turning in my 1041, and they're sending me the withholding portion. So for distribution, by design, a simple trust filing, $125, just filing the OID, paying the tax on it is what got me the treasury check for the withholding amount. So I still, based on the K1 comes from the office of the trust or the estate. There's even a nice little template that they print out for you once you actually create a distribution event, which is what a K1 is. And that is how I was able to quash and pay the commercial loan in Chicago. Minor. It was one of the counties outside of Chicago where there was a farm that I'm a trustee for. And when they wouldn't honor the 1099-C that we sent in 2022, and I see now why they couldn't, because they're exempt. So it would have created an income when we cancel the debt on their books and they're exempt. We're basically putting the amount that we're setting off, we're putting it on the public side, and they don't have to contract or accept that liability because they're an exempt private trust. All banks are exempt. Make sense?
Yeah.
So when I started realizing the power of filing as a trustee, and I was looking through my file folders, and there's my 1099-C for 300,000 plus whatever. And I saw that the trust was actually sending the C to the bank. Then I thought, well, since I'm the trustee on this, I have a duty to get her out of court or out of Babylon. Her and her husband signed for the commercial loan, and it was a HELOC against their farm's equity. And so the trust filed the K1, which printed out a statement of account of credits that I had just conveyed from my exempt trust to their exempt bank. They were the Benny named on the K1, and that letter attaching to the K1 is what got sent certified mail to the clerk, to the prosecuting attorneys, and to the state bank. So what did I do? I foreclosed on a loan. Close the account. Now it's only able to be used for set off. Well, what did I just do? I paid their bill ×2 in the private, right? Guess what happened? They motioned the court if they could, the plaintiffs could do a name change. Can you probate? They were denied a name change. They said, you must find the trust. You must find the interested party and serve them properly. And if you can't find the trust, or if you can't find the party to serve them properly, you have to start all over, is what the judge said to them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's powerful, but I did have to pay $124. Now here's the thing. Here's the kicker. After I did that, I waited until I got the green cards back. The only envelope that came back returned to sender unopened with the green card taken off. No, sorry. It's still attached. Sorry. They literally gave it to the mailman and said, send it back. They didn't want a contract. It came back from the bank itself, is the one I have that's still sealed. Well, that's an assessable event, isn't it? So I'm keeping that in my records, and I went ahead and filed to notice the IRS. I filed a 1099 miscellaneous to let the IRS know that State Bank over here in Illinois has a $600,000 taxable event. And I have proof that I paid them. Therefore, the clerk, which is a bank, the judge, who's a ranking military, maritime, salvage law, black robe priest, that's only able to deal with the dead. Remember, dead bury the dead, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So now they're dealing with a living administrator fiduciary who has the ability and had the $124 to file the tax return, naming them as the single and only Benny on the K-1. It's a legal document of title showing they got credit from my CP 575, it's a trust, CP 575. It has credits in it. I can privately convey or transfer credits to anybody that I want. And I did it lawfully. So now, because that was going to cause a taxable event for them, they had to fold up shop, change their name, and come back out swinging. And the judge denied it. Why do you think he denied it? Because we sent the judge and the clerk a copy of the K-1.
Ah.
The bank got noticed that we paid the debt. And we overpaid it. So now I have a 1099 miscellaneous that I get to put on my next tax return, or I can be it. Now that I know how to be, I can be the whole taxable event, the miscellaneous that I filed, 600,000 times 10 on a B.
Nice.
I mean, is this not, so this is just like, it's supreme justice is what it feels like. It's every receipt is accessible. Every receipt we can find a way to create a B.
Interesting.
I mean, you can just deposit that check in your bank account and then be that too,
Well, I have only the SSN bank accounts, but I was going to open up an account at a private bank once we figure out how that call is going to turn out tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah. So when it comes to filling out this B, because I have the B right in front of me, would I put the EIN in the CUSIP space?
So I would, if you're gonna file for 10 times the amount, then it's going to be probably an amended return unless you have another trust or estate EIN to use to be the filer.
Well, I've got the private banker one and the foreign grantor one.
Okay. So then I would make your EIN one of the beneficiaries and your Social Security person who funded the whole thing, one of the beneficiaries, and I would just file a brand new 2023 1041 tax return and just move those credits around, move those credits back to the EIN. Do you have a bank account with that EIN attached to it?
No, that's what we're going to handle tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So, there's so many different options that you can do, but I just want you to kind of think about it like you're conveying you have every right to privately gift or credit yourself the same way I did to the bank. If you want to move the award to the social person, then you can just report it on a 1099 miscellaneous or an NEC. And then the Social Security person can file an amended 1040 for 1040X for 2023. And you can scoop up the credits on your Social Security person's side if you want. You get to do whatever you want with that B.
Wow.
And you can do a B on a 1040X. You can.
Can I ask a question please, real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to you.
I have a dear friend of mine that she's in her 70s and her son was locked up in prison unlawfully, and they used I don't know if it was Trinsley versus Pagliari. I can't remember the specific case they used, but they used the case where somebody was locked up and they charged them for every minute, right? So her judgment was $1.6 million per day for every day that her son was in prison unlawfully. and she has a judgment, a very large judgment, and she's struggling right now just to get by and just to pay for groceries. But she has this $1 trillion judgment on the other side. How does she collect that? What would be the best way to do it? Would she endorse it and give it to the Treasury, or like what would be the best way for her to go about that judgment?
And Onyx, I just want to remind you, if anybody has questions, just so we can be fair to everybody, just type question in the welcome chat, and then I'll get to you when it's your turn. I've been telling other people the same thing, so it's just the best way for us to keep orderly here. And there were a few people waiting for their questions as well. But I mean, we can go ahead and Kim Marie, I don't know if you have any advice for that.
I apologize if I went out of turn. I was just trying to help, help somebody, and I just jumped in. So please forgive me.
Yeah, you don't need to ask for forgiveness. It's fine. I just want to be fair to everybody. You know, I appreciate you understanding.
Sure, that's fair.
Well, the first thing I always look to is what is the person's immediate needs. If she's an elderly woman, is she on benefits? Has she looked at getting support from her state? She needs shelter and food.
Yeah, and right now she's staying with friends who can't take care of her. She's an elderly woman who needs showers, who needs basic care, and she's in an environment where she can't get that. But on the other hand, she has this $1 trillion judgment that she can collect on, but she doesn't know how to.
I understand that, but her basic daily needs are what are it's about her getting taken care of. Any and all this accounting and game that we've been put into, it a lot of it takes time. So, and honestly, there's a couple people in my group right now that are looking into their judgments that they have. They've default judgmented courts. They've reported the courts. They've got a really big deposit, and they're looking at going through the EPS system, the postal trust that Starseed's been talking about, because large amounts of money like that just cannot be put into our system, and they certainly can't be put in the hands of a bank. So everyone's kind of trying to figure out how to get paid on things like that. But I think once everyone realizes that, she can file a 2023 1040 SR senior, and she can get a tax return because she didn't know that she could pay herself. She can, people around her can do this process first. And then we're all going to end up this time next year, we're all going to have enough to gift people and build villages and townships and, help people who are in need like she is. But right now there's basic services for seniors. And I feel very strongly that there are people available to help seniors right now get their basic needs met with her SSI.
Okay. If you can message me or help me figure out how we can extend those services to her. She's by herself. She hasn't had a shower in like a week and a half. And my heart goes out to her, and she needs help, and she doesn't get it.
I'll lend what I can for sure. I'll lend what I can. Just starting to solve the puzzle right now. So let's move on. And thank you for, bringing that up and being willing to help, the elderly. It's a big soft spot for me, the elderly, the veterans, the disabled, until we actually are able to help others. I feel like the best thing that we can do is just be in these groups like we are and really get help from each other. So I appreciate you being here and helping her.
Even if we can do the ESs, for them and get that tax return going for them, that's something we all have available to us, and it's such a simple process that it's not too much of a burden for any of us to do that for somebody else, so that can at least be a way. Once you have or see that you have success for yourself in doing that, trying to help others do that as well, But Clarence, I know you've been waiting, brother. Did you have a question? Clarence.
Yes, yeah, I did. I wanted to ask Kim Marie. She just mentioned about the veterans and helping the veterans, and the 1099-B, because I read the version 2, claim your credits guide today, and I was kind of like confused because I hear y'all talking about the 1040 and the 1040V or 1040X. And in the Claim Your Credits guide, it talks about the 1041
Yeah,
and
let me
using.
stop you right there. So we're talking about two different processes now. Are you aware of
Oh,
that?
see, that's why I'm asking you, because I was confused, right?
Yes. So
That's
how long have you been in the group, brother?
this is my second time on the call.
Okay, have you listened to like the original video that Kim Marie did? It's like an hour YouTube video.
The September. I haven't been able to listen to that whole thing, is because YouTube has been blocking me, from, they're doing this algorithm thing. And so when I try to play it on YouTube, and I even tried to download it, it says restricted video, and it comes up with that because I'm being watched.
So
So
if you go in the vault, there are multiple videos that go over the ES process, but we're going to go over the B process today, which is completely separate than the 1040 ES and the 1040V. The B is for everything that you've done on this. The ES and the V is paying yourself wages that you
Clarence,
should have been getting.
Clarence, can Clarence mute when he's not talking? It's very echoey. We can't hear you, Marduk.
Yeah, I muted him. But yeah, you're mixing two different processes, Clarence. I encourage you to go into the vault and listen to the first couple videos in the vault under step 1. Or you can go into the meeting recordings from the first week of our gathering, where we only talked about basically the 1040 ES and V, and it'll make more sense to you. But the Claim Your Credits is our step 2. It's a completely separate process than the ES and V. I hope that clears things up a bit.
I have another question. Also, I understand that the claim your claim your guides credit more than I do the other processes. But I'm gonna go back in there and listen to them. But this is I'm on, like, because I was homeless, and then I'm a VA vet. So the vet is paying my rent from, like, the HUD VASH, right? And when I read the claim your credits using the EIN and 1041 and that process, I wonder if I can still claim. I know it's because I know it's coming from my social. I wonder if I can still claim that. On the B's for do the times the times 12 and then do the times 10.
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
It sounds like he wants to work on the B's first, because on the B's you can claim your food stamps, your benefits, your Social Security, and all of that. So, and there's just paperwork that needs to get in. I mean, I really wish we had a help center where we could sit down at some big ping pong tables and just get all this paperwork done for folks. I mean, it's just so hard to hear where everybody's at right now, you guys. It's just heavy on my heart. So, I mean, there's no reason to go back and listen to videos if you're really vibing with the 1099B reclaim your credits process, Clarence. What question that you might have about it, we're going to cover it right now. We're going to read through it for everybody so everybody can have their little bells and whistles and light bulbs go off. Okay. So we're going to move into that next. Make sense?
Okay. Yes, I have one more question, then I yield. A friend asked me to ask this today because he was reading out of that, and it said, it said, you have to have like your bank statements and stuff like that. And he just came out of incarceration, but he doesn't have bank statements. So, what could he use for that?
You probably need to do you probably should do the B process, and he probably needs to do the ES process because he needs to fill his cookie jar. He needs to pay himself for all that time he's been spent in jail. We didn't know we could pay ourselves. We thought we had to put judgments and sue the CRIS system and do all this heavy duty, all this stuff that people have been having to learn how to do. And I just, if he just does the ES and the V for 2023 and then does it for 2022 and then does it for 2021 and then does it for 2024, like if we can just pre-fill the cookie jars for all those years that he's going to file a tax return now, I mean, it would be so great because then he would be able to turn around and teach people that are actually even incarcerated right now, teach their families how they can come out of debt and file the ESs for themselves, file an amended return, and then they'll have something to teach someone, right? In the meantime, again, someone who's out of work or who's been incarcerated should be able to qualify for some kind of food stamps and shelter. It breaks my heart, but there's services at the state level that we need to qualify for. If you have no income, it's what Social Security was designed for, is to help people who are in an emergency situation. So hopefully that helps clear it up a little bit for everybody. Wants to know how this will benefit them or how this relates to them or pertain to them. And the most important thing I think we're getting across with everybody right now is we're the one with the pen. We're the one that gets to give ourselves the value, and we get to report to headquarters for the first time in years for being lost at sea. And we're now coming home, and everybody gets an equal opportunity to give themselves value. I wish it could be easier. I wish it could just be an application. I think in the future it's going to get easier. But in the meantime, since we're the front runners, we're kind of here to help each other. And that's really the best we can do at this point is, as soon as I get my tax return done, as soon as I get my cookies in my cookie jar, I'm going to set up a help center here in Texas. We're going to be able to do Zoom calls and have whiteboards and do overhead projectors. And we're going to be able to actually, allow people to remotely participate in reading the instructions, like we're getting ready to do for the B right now. Read the, people will get insights as we're bringing the old ways back of how we can parlay information to each other through testimony or through our experiences. And we get to fix this. We get to fix our communities by working together like this. there's not enough trustworthy people to come and do it for us. There's just not. It's us. I don't know how else to say it. My heart breaks. I'm so sorry for everybody's situation. I mean, my heart breaks. I get it. And there's nothing I can do at this moment. But we're getting there one day at a time.
I dropped in a company that it's an online company that you can go on to access your old bank accounts or whatever, or all of your old bank statements. I just wanted to throw that in there since we're on the subject. And it's
Hallelujah. Thank you for that gift, sis.
Yes, Early Warning Services LLC. So I dropped it in there. You guys can check it out.
So much. Yep. Early warning services and LexisNexis have way more information about you than you would expect anyone to ever. So definitely check that out. Okay. We'll take one more and then we will start reading because we've been on for 2 hours. Alyssa, you had a question? No? Lisa? Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to pull up the 1099B. We'll get to questions later too, guys. If you have something come up, type the word question in the welcome page and we'll still go in order after the fact. But we are moving on to the claim the credits. And actually, Kimberly, you know what we were talking about earlier? It actually says do not gatekeep at the top of the first page. So it does say.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Let me share my screen here. Okay. All right. So
For those of you on your phones, if you turn your phone sideways, you'll be able to see it a little bit bigger.
yes, or I did forward it in the welcome chat, so you can like download it to your phone and you can open it up and zoom in wherever you'd like. But we have paid ourselves, right? We're gonna get that going soon, but now we need to go after all these contracts and securities that we handed out everywhere, and we want to get all of our credit back. And this is a way we can do it. At least this is a way I'm going to do it. This guide is pretty, this is the version 2 of the guide, which is pretty in-depth. It goes a lot more in-depth as opposed to the original. Has all the templates in there as well for what you need, like the 56, the 2848, the new and improved trust, which I did a couple corrections to it myself, but all in all, it's a lot of really good information. I encourage all of you guys to read this a few times yourselves to try to get an understanding of what we're doing. But is there somebody that would care to read for us? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll read for you.
All right.
See it on the screen. Where is?
You don't see anything on the screen?
Oh, where are you showing this?
No, I can't see. We can see claim credits guide.
You should, I don't know, maybe it's a glitch on your end, but I'm sharing my screen. I could even see
It's there.
share.
Or do have to see if you want me to read.
Sure. Yeah, whoever cares to read. Alyssa, I asked if you had a question earlier still. You didn't respond. Did you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. And we had a bunch of company here, people visiting my sister. I apologize.
No, you're okay.
But no, the question I have put it in the chat, but we'll discuss it later. It's no biggie.
Okay.
But yeah, did you want to
Okay.
read?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Claim Credits Guide, year 2021 and onward. These steps are designed to guide you in claiming your credits for all accounts that you have utilized your Social Security number with and those you did not. Monthly subscriptions. Each step must be completed before moving onward, or the process will not work. This is time consuming and will need your dedicated attention to detail and simple math to calculate totals and bartering. Do not make up any kind of numbers when filing or filling out the 1099-Bs. Happy success to you. Do not gatekeep this information. Pass it on. Do not charge for this information by conducting electronic media classes for people to receive this information. Each one teach one. Prepare. As you complete each step, place a check mark for completion. 1. Make 3 copies of your birth certificate, Social Security card, ID driver's license. Step 1. Create a revocable living trust template provided, or go to lawdepot.com. Create your own using any abbreviation of your name and include the EIN within the document of the trust. Common law government EIN. Use the trust templates to tailor the trust how you want. There is no wrong or right way within the Schedule A trust property. Make sure to include your all caps name and spell it out, all capital letters in different variations, and Social Security number, as this will become property of the trust. Make yourself the trustee of the trust. If you have someone else be the trustee, add additional trustees, you all must go before the notary to have the trust to be notarized. You will need to have an EIN for the trust and can obtain one with the IRS on their website for free. Make sure to print out the page and have a hard copy mailed to you. 1. Get the trust notarized by a notary when you live, where you live. Your bank may notarize for free. Sign in purple ink. 2. Make 1 color copy of the entire notarized trust for your records. 3. Make 3 colored copies of the certificate of trust page and notary page. 4. Go to your county clerk office and record the original notarized trust and ask for a certified copy. There may be a fee. Not all states require trusts to be recorded. Do an online search for your state requirements. Step 2. 1. Do an online search for IRS Form 2848 PDF and IRS Form 56 PDF. 2. Fill out IRS Form 2848 and Form 56. Print it out so that you can wet signature, sign the documents, examples provided, sign with purple ink. Fill out the non-decedent letter and get it notarized and make 3 copies. Example provided before notarizing your trust. Take this letter with you so it can be notarized as well. 4. Once you have filled out both the tax form 2848 and 56, fax to the IRS with the following: 1 copy of your birth certificate, 1 copy of your Social Security card, 1 copy of ID driver's license, Form 2848, Form 56, non-decedent notarized letter, notarized trust page only, notarized certificate of trust page only. You will have a total of 10 pages that are faxed, and send a cover sheet as well. Find your state on the instruction form of 2848 online search to know which office to fax it to. 5. Certify return receipt mailed to the Attorney General of your state. Attorney General letter provided: 1 copy of birth certificate, 1 copy of your Social Security card, 1 copy of the notarized trust page only, 1 copy of the notarized certificate trust page only, 1 copy of your ID license, 1 colored copy of the non-decedent notarized letter. 6, certified return receipt mailed to the Secretary of your state. State Secretary letter provided. 1 copy of birth certificate, 1 copy of your Social Security card, 1 copy of the notarized trust page only, 1 copy of the notarized certificate of the trust page only, 1 copy of your ID license, 1 colored copy of your non-decedent notarized letter. 7, open a trust account with a bank or credit union. Credit unions are nonprofit member owned. Take the notarized copy of the trust with you. Company bank account resolution document provided. IRS EIN paper 8, or open a trust account with Fidelity at fidelity.com. You will need to input the information from the trust name, EIN, common law EIN. And I can't see the rest because my screen, if you could scroll, there you go. You are the trustee and grantor, names and birthday of your beneficiaries. And anybody else want it? I don't want to hog it. Did you want me to continue?
I'll read.
Sorry, I was muted. I can read this part, and then we can switch to someone else. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Give all that burden to one person. All right, prepare. As you complete each step, place a check mark for completion. Gather all bank statements for the 12 months of the year. Actually, hold on. Let's digest what we just went over. Okay. Does everybody have any issues here, or does this seem pretty straightforward the way this is laid out? Because I want to show you everything that it's saying right here, the 2848, the Form 56, they have templates for each form right here, if you keep scrolling down. Okay. It says, when I say this is the most, I don't even know the word I'm looking for, complete guide to do this, is the most complete guide, period. It literally even tells you, hey, whoever that is, please mute. That's really loud noises. Thank you. Just leave it muted because that's making me cringe. It even goes as far to tell you with everything, how to sign. Everything highlighted is what you need to change. It even tells you right here, like, oh, if you're signing if you have a middle name, do this. If you don't have a middle name, it's very, very, very detailed. The only thing you have to do is read, which I know it seems like a lot of pages, but instructions wise, it's only 9 pages, 6 pages long. The rest are templates. Very, very, very nice of her to go through and do all this and do this for free. I greatly admire that. I do want to actually clarify a couple things, Kim Marie, from what we just read. I've already had people reaching out to me that, have a social, but they don't have a birth certificate. So I was saying, regardless of the fact they have a social, if they don't have naturalization, if they do have a naturalization paper, I would imagine you can use that. But if you don't have any of that, I would feel like just doing this with the Social Security and giving your trust all rights, title, and interest to everything that is connected to your name would be good enough. Am I mistaken to think that way, or what do you think? Kim Marie?
Well, what did she say at the very beginning?
You need your birth certificate, Social Security, and ID.
And before that, though, if you don't do it, it won't work.
Right, but what if it doesn't exist?
Well, naturalization paper or a birth certificate, if someone's not able to go and order their birth certificate, to me, that is the land title. And that's what gives us entitlement. The Social Security card is our ability to work in the marketplace. Our ID is verifiable that we are that Social Security person. The birth certificate is, in fact, or the naturalization papers is, in fact, the trust. So
if you don't have a birth certificate for the United States, and if you don't have a naturalization document, either or, then you shouldn't be doing this.
this is only for the United States right now. That's right.
Okay. So,
May
but
I remind you? May I about the BC?
yeah, who's speaking? I'm so sorry. Dee Dee?
DD. Yeah.
Yeah, of
So
course.
if it's someone that hasn't looked into a delayed birth certificate, then they could possibly do that with their mother and father. Look into a delayed birth certificate to be issued to them.
Okay. Okay, there we go. So I want to make sure, because I've already had people ask me this question. One of the gentlemen in our group, he only has a social. He does not have a U.S. birth certificate or naturalization papers. Or if I'm not mistaken, he didn't have either. It's not that he doesn't have copies. He just doesn't. They don't exist. Period. So
Mardu, can you just please explain what you're showing? Where is that for those who cannot see it? Where can we find it so that we can read along?
it is in the welcome chat. I forwarded it at 5:53 Pacific Standard Time. It's just
Okay, thanks.
if you scroll
Okay,
up
I'll
a
look it
little
up.
bit, yeah, it's
Okay.
called the Claim the Credits or Claim Your Credits guide. If you just search Claim Your Credits in the group, let me just forward it again so it's at the forefront.
I want to speak to that again and reiterate again. I think it's important. Someone who just has a social security card can file 1040s all day long.
Right.
ES and V.
Right.
All day long. Even if they're, what do you call it? An agricultural worker or a seasonal worker. They still get to file 1042s. They get to file 1040Xs. They get to file Xs even. So not everybody is necessarily prepared or set up to start being a trustee, right? So nobody needs to feel like they're being left out, right? Especially since I just wanted to make that delineation.
Sure. So,
Mardu, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just to clarify for other people, because I know that everybody might be somewhat at a different level. When you say that we are providing a copy of the birth certificate, are we copying the certified copy or are we giving a certified copy?
You are copying.
Okay, thank you.
It says, if you look, it says make 3 copies of your birth certificate, social security card, and driver's license. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
I just wanted to just clarify and make sure because, you have to procure a certified copy for yourself if you don't already have one, and just to make clear in case there's any confusion.
We don't send the original birth certificate to anybody, period. We should not. That's for you. So the whole idea of the copy is to show that we're the holder. At least for this purpose, we're using it as an identification per se, or proof of our trust, as Kim Marie would call it. So the idea of making 3 copies, you're going to have a copy of your birth certificate, social security, and driver's license to go along with that non-decedent letter or Attorney General, Secretary of State package stating like, this is me, these are mine, I'm not dead, I have everything in trust now. You're not going to send them the actual social or birth certificate. It's just going to be copies. Yeah, a good question. Pick this apart, guys, when you read it. She's fairly clear about what she's asking of us. And was nice enough to do templates for everything. The original packet didn't have all this stuff, all these different templates and trust. I mean, she did have some examples separately, but this is very inclusive. One thing I didn't like about the trust, and I'll mention it because it just jumped at me, especially since I've been studying equity and what state citizenship is and state citizen. This says sovereign state citizen / principal. If you owe your allegiance to a state, I owe my allegiance to no one but my creator, period. So when it came to this, I changed this to sovereign American under all of the signatories or all the signature areas. I did not like the state citizen stuff. And after reading Institutes of American Law by Bouvier, it goes into what a state versus a federal citizen is, and it's not something I want to be. I'm of the.
Let me pose something. So I like what you're bringing up, and there's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge about all of these statuses and everything. But let me add something here that might be of value to all of us. If I want to build a library in my mom's name, okay? My mom's name is on my birth certificate. Even though she's my adopted mom, her name is on my birth certificate and her maiden name. So her name is in upper lowercase, okay? But her name is also in all caps because they were both adopted me, okay? So if I wanted to build a library in my mom's name, I could go and order a death certificate for my mom, right? Okay.
Sure.
I could actually go online and grab an estate EIN because that library is going to be the statue, the ink, the books, and all the things of value inside that library that I'm going to build in her name. I have the ability to go get the death certificate, and I wouldn't be doing a non-decedent or a living trust for my mom, right? So this is just I have my trustee hat on right now. For those of you that have a family or are the oldest in the family or are moving toward being a trustee for others and other families, right? So think about this not just from the I perspective, or I don't like being called a citizen, or I don't want to call myself that. That is awesome. And that is perfectly, Marduk has every right to bring forward his perspective. So I just wanted to add to his perspective now. Okay. The we perspective that I'm looking at it from, because I'm going to adjudicate and I'm going to provide drawdown credits to build a library in my mom's name, let's say. Okay. So I wouldn't be doing a living trust for my mom. I would be doing an estate. And I would call that estate on a power of attorney, whatever. I mean, I don't see myself needing to call myself a citizen. This is pertaining to a living status correction. We're deleting the assumption and the presumption that we're lost at sea and that we're dead and we don't hold any titles or deeds or reversionary interest in our family lineage's value, assets, and interest, right? So think of this in terms of you changing the status of how you've been operating. We've been thinking other people tell us what to do when we're actually the government. Self-governing estates, self-governing officer of our trust and estate, self-governing of our value, right? Which gives me the authority to use my CAF number. I'm the designee. I get to use it on any taxpayer's paperwork. I get to file a tax return. I get to file a trust or estate return. I get to draw down an NEC or a non-employee compensation or a miscellaneous, just a collectible, all the time my mom spent in that retirement community and her losing her life from having to be jabbed to stay in that retirement community, right? So I get to do all of that as the designee and the CAF holder. Okay. So think about that when you're going through this. Think further than your own living trust, because you're basically learning how to be a trustee, not just for you, but for anyone in the future that may need your trusteeship and your stewardship or your guardianship or your advocacy, right? So I just wanted to make sure while we're going through this, and everyone's been reading really well and it's very beautiful, but I wanted to keep expanding our thinking so that we're not just looking through the bird's eye view. I want us to all be looking at the eagle view. Okay.
I agree. And she even says herself in the instructions, make the trust your own, not just to like utilize these templates, but to make it your own, you know? I mean, some of us aren't going to have as much proficiency in this area when it comes to like scribing, you know, or drafting your own legal documents, but the basis is there. So I do encourage y'all to read through everything, not just fill out your stuff. Cause there was some stuff in terms of jurisdiction that I changed in my trust. So those are things you want to pay attention to. Not to freak anyone out or anything. I think it's fine if you do this exactly how it is. But just for my personal preference, yeah, that's what I did. But let's read. So preparing. For those of you following along who can't see, we are on the top of the third page. It says prepare. It says prepare. As you complete each step, place a check mark for completion. Gather all bank statements for the 12 months of the year you're claiming credit for. Do a spreadsheet with Excel or handwritten outline all bills, services that the account was opened with your social security number and the people you paid. So that's 2 things right there. Do not include payments that you received back or gifted, only what you were owed back. Leave community businesses out of this. Make sure you have for the business / company their full name, email address, phone number, address, and your account number from the places you did business with. Add the total amount of each account separately, and then take the total and multiply it by 10. An example would be your Spectrum account for $30 a month is $30 times 12 months, which equals 360. That's where you get the 360 for your proceeds, which is box, I think 1C, 1B. It would help to have a 1099B in front of you guys too. If you just Google search 1099B, you can kind of see what we're talking about here. I think it would be a good idea to maybe go through, like run through an example of what it looks like too at the end. But, so that's your proceeds. Your proceeds is how much you spent for, like, say, a monthly bill. Since there's 12 months in a year, we're multiplying the monthly bill total by 12. So for the whole year, that's the proceeds for one 1099B for one company. Okay. And then 360 times 10 is 3,600. 3,600 is what you will barter. Make note of this so you can easily go back to these numbers within the steps. The barter box is box 13. I'm going off the top of my head, but that is where we're talking about the times 10 Federal Reserve, fractional reserve lending, securitizing your assets and selling it over and over. That's where that number is coming from. Example, when you receive the car loan, a car, house, etc., you make the entire loan amount and only multiply it by 10 to barter. Example, your mortgage is $120,000. $120,000 would go in the proceeds box. 120,000 times 10, that fractional reserve banking method, equals $1.2 million. $1.2 million is what goes into the barter box. Examples of things that you can do this for is your social security accounts, employment, food stamps, mortgage, rent, cell phone, cash assistance, insurance premiums, cable, internet, bank accounts, etc. Example payments made to individuals or businesses with no social security number involved would be Zelle, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. So these are the types of instances that you can report on 1099-Bs where you made a payment to an individual business without causing an audit for that other individual, because the audit would be this company who facilitated that transaction. Do not make up any transactions. You should follow what is along on your statements, what you have receipts for, as everything needs to have a paper trail. If you paid by cash, you should have receipts of the transaction. Preparation must be done for each year you're claiming credits, or you may end up leaving credits behind and the company can claim the credit on your behalf. It's your money. Why not claim it? Does anyone want to read step 3?
Marty,
Step 3. I'll read it.
I had a comment before you moved on.
Yeah.
Okay, going back up into number 4, for the examples of like the car loan and the mortgage, it was explained that those are like if you took out that loan within that past 3 years, because you can only do it on like starting in 21 and up. So say you took a car loan out in 2022, that you could do the entire loan amount.
Correct. You could do the entire loan amount. That's my understanding too. You can do the entire loan amount if it was in that year. So say you got a loan for a car in 2022, then the 1099-B for the 2022 year, you can do this full amount. Otherwise, say you got your car loan in 2017, then you can just total up the monthly payments and do it this way. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, I was a little confused on that because, like, say, for example, I did get a car loan like in 22. And so, I've made those payments. So I can also do the amount of the car loan and then the payments that I made.
That's 2 Bs. Yes, that is 2 Bs.
That'd be 2 different Bs for that. Okay.
Shoot, I just did my payments. I didn't think to do the whole car loan. Dang it.
If you got the car loan that year, then you could report it for that year.
I got it last year. God dang it.
You can still go back and you can do an amendment. That's fine.
I did my mortgage too. I have a mortgage, a HELOC, and a car loan.
Hell yeah, girl. So 1 is for the initial, if it was done that year, for the value of the mortgage times 10. If you got the mortgage 15 years ago, you're not going to go back and do the entire mortgage. You're going to just take the monthly amount that you're paying, multiply by 12 for the year. And then you do the times 10 of that in the barter. Make sense?
Yes. But what about for houses that you sold?
Did you sell it last year or the year before or within 3 years?
I sold a house, yes, in 2023, but we also sold a house.
Deposited into a bank?
Yeah.
Then you can do that bank deposit.
All right.
Yeah. That's my understanding. Does anybody disagree? Britannia, you in here, girl? Britannia's not here.
I am. I'm sorry. I was helping my daughter out the tube. I'm sorry.
Britannia's a little more seasoned with this. She's already done this and waiting for a check. So, Britannia, Alyssa sold a house last year. Let's say, was it last year, Alyssa?
Yep, it was in 2023.
Oh, there you go. So she would just do the 1099-B on the deposit from the proceeds of selling the home, correct? With the bank?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's going to be a fat 1099B, Alyssa. It's going to be a fat.
Listen, now listen. Okay, but listen, let me ask you this though. The proceeds that you mean the profit that we made off of the house or what we sold the house for? Because we sold the house for $350.
How much was deposited into your bank?
Okay, gotcha. 120.
Because remember, she said that we want receipts. So whatever was deposited into your bank, you're going to do the bank as the business, right, on the 1099B with yourself as the payer, I believe, which we'll go into more. And then that transaction will be reported, the deposit and the proceeds. I mean, you can add up all of your bank deposits for the year, put them on 1B.
Also,
and then
also you can try to get a QSIP for the entire mortgage that, that could be in the millions.
It would be in the millions, yeah.
I was going to ask you for the QSIP for the car.
What was that?
I do have a QSIP for my car note, and when I pulled that up on Fidelity, when I researched the QSIP, it says the original issue was $19 million, almost $20 million. The car loan itself was for $45,000. So I was thinking of doing. This is before we found out about the process we're speaking about now. Doing the 1099-C as well as a 3949-A for that $19 million.
But if you do the C, you're canceling the debt. So you would need to do the B before you cancel the debt. Otherwise, you can't go back and claim those credits because you canceled it. There won't be anything to cancel. I mean, to claim credits on. Whenever you file a 1099-C, that's canceling the debt. We went through this exact same thing. Like I said, we're in federal court right now. We won the initial foreclosure case. We found out that they securitized and went behind our backs and tapped the estate and had been using our credits, loaning it back to us and charging us interest payments on that. They created a pool and they sold certificates to investors. Well, when we went and got a firm to get in the Bloomberg's report, because that's where you need to go. That's where you're going to find out the real deal on everything. Your cars, your houses.
Bloomberg report.
So on my Bloomberg, they made, on just one of our case, they made $47 billion since the case opened off of that. So that's $47 billion that they used of our stuff without our permission. And then the debt was already paid for. So that audit reveals all that. So then we did a 1099-B for 10 times that amount on that. And we won that case. However, now we turn back around and we're suing them in federal court for all those damages, for the trespass, for the stress and everything, for even putting the house in foreclosure. But if we would have did the C before we did that B, we did that before and we got a letter back saying that there's nothing to claim because you did a C and you canceled that debt. So I would be careful before doing the C before I did the B and the A and anything else. That C, from what I've experienced, need to be the last thing you do after you probably got your credits and all that other stuff. Because they literally, we lost one account because we had did the C before we did anything else. And that was the response we got back was, there's nothing here because you know,
sense, though.
And that makes sense. Thank you so much.
That is
yes,
correct.
and you don't want to abandon what you canceled either, because that was the conveyance of interest. So think about the C, claiming that on the 1040 as actual interest income. And how you can do it is you can move it to an NEC, an INT, a DIV, or an OID. Okay. So you don't want to abandon those credits just because you canceled the debt. You want to make sure you keep that 1099-C as a receipt and figure out where you want to convert that. Where do you want to convey it? Where do you want to gift it? Where do you want to transfer it? Where, we can transfer between the A, the B, and the C. right? You can take that C and because it would be considered income, let's say interest income, you can 1099A that and move it over to an NEC or a miscellaneous, a collectible event. So so in other words, I don't want us to leave any credits on the table. And I really like that you helped share your experience, because then that helps people kind of navigate and determine how they want to go about it. I'm just here making sure everybody gets maximum settlement for their time, attention, energy, and loss. Okay.
Can I speak on that, Mardu?
Yeah. What's up, Nina?
Okay. My experience with the CUSIPs and the debt. Now, if you've ever seen a treasury bill on a let me see, like a trying to think like a company, you've got like your trying to think of the name. Sorry, like your city, like your state.
Like a municipal bond?
Yeah, they list the CUSIPs. So I found under my DMV, for example, my California renewal license, I found my CUSIP. Now I traced the CUSIP, and it's been pooled with a whole bunch of different CUSIPs. So I found where it's a treasury bill debt note. So that right there lets me know that there's a debt on my social security number. So why would I leave that hanging when I can go cancel? That's a treasury debt. So that's why our SSNs, in my opinion, I think that's why our social security numbers, the credit scores are so low. That's because they've got that debt out on us.
100%.
So that's
Social security and a bond.
Shiny boy. What's up, my G?
And also on those 1099A, B's, and C's, they have polar opposites. So you have A, for example, for acquisition of debt or abandonment of debt. B, for brokering or bartering. C, for cancellation of debt or collection of debt.
Correct. I mean, if filed properly, if you read the instructions on the C, it can fulfill both your A and C requirements. So I encourage everybody to dissect those instructions too. I learned that just a couple months ago. And it tells you which boxes you need to fill in order to fulfill the requirements for both. But besides the fact, you don't have to worry about any of that for all intents and purposes of this quote unquote process. This is strictly dealing with the 1099Bs. I know there's a lot of newer people in this group, so I don't want to confuse y'all, but I do encourage these sorts of conversations. Like Kimberly says, it may help somebody else's light bulb, go off, and we can figure out new stuff together. So yeah, I appreciate it. But I want everybody to really grasp what we're doing here. I hope this makes sense. We're going to open for questions in a little bit after I get through just the basic overview of the process. So if you do have a question, feel free to type it in the chat or just type question and, write it down, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's read the next step. All right. Step 3. Yes. It's going to be, what page is this? Bottom of page 3 for all of you following along. Step 3. Create an account with tax1099.com. Fill out all portions with your information. Click on the classic view. Maybe I should do it so we see what it looks like. What do we think, Kimberly?
Do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Marduk, can I say something?
No.
It would help you out.
I'm just kidding.
I have been able to access the videos from following Holly's link, and
yes.
there are all these videos in her Google Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have access to those videos? You could probably just share that video, couldn't you?
So,
or not?
Somebody told me not to that she doesn't want people sharing the videos, that she wants people signing up for the email list. I was just told that yesterday, which I find kind of odd, but I mean, I'm not going to question someone else's work or what they're, but yes, I do encourage that. I think somebody posted the website where you can sign up for the email list. If one of you guys have that, I'd appreciate if you can type that in the welcome
I
chat
got
again.
it.
Yeah.
I got it. Holly doesn't. Yeah, Holly doesn't want anyone sharing it, so
Yeah.
I will. I will share it. The link. I'll share it.
Yeah, the link is good. That's the best thing to do, because then people are actually, they will get sent that document that the lady was talking about, and you'll have access into a sort of a, private kind of encrypted portal where you have access to all the Google Drive, and all the videos, so you can just watch them at your leisure or what have you. I think that it is, what we're all trying to do here is, we're all trying to help each other up right now to get some competency around establishing our liveness and our willingness to be humanitarians and assist others and pass this information along. The gift that we're going to be able to give is going to keep on giving and keep on giving. And I think giving people the ability to go and get on the mailing list so that their family, their neighbors, they can go and work at their own pace together in a study group, right? Just like we're doing here, working together in a study group. So I definitely encourage people signing up for the mailing list. But get it done as soon as you can. I mean, at the end of the day, let's get cooking. Let's roll.
Okay, give me a second here, friends. And Dana, thank you so much for bringing that up. Yes, I'm the type where I share. I think we all have the freedom of information, or should have the freedom to all this information. But I am just trying to respect. I mean, it seems like Kia, I'm not sure how you pronounce her name, and Holly have worked really hard on all this, and I don't want to overstep. If there's specifically something that they're asking of us. So I do, encourage you all. Step-by-step guides are ever so helpful with all this crazy information that we're all learning. So that's exactly what you get, I guess, when you sign up. It doesn't charge you for the email list either. It's just the portal and the videos will be sent to your email directly for you to watch all of those. So, okay, let's see here.
Hey, Marduk, can I make one comment about that QSIP?
Sure, brother. Yeah.
Now, people need to be mindful that when you do that Fidelity QSIP lookup, most of the time, that number that shows there is not specifically the amount for your account. Most people's accounts are in that huge account. So if you got something that says $470 billion, well, that's not saying that your account is worth $470 billion. That's just saying that a portion of that $470 billion, your account is a portion of that. It's not the total amount. And sometimes people over the years I'll come across, they think that when they get that number, oh, this is the number I got to go with. Like, no, that's not the number to go with.
Yeah, it's true. And if you learn about securities, just like the brother's saying, they're pooled. They're in pools of they call them asset-backed security or mortgage-backed security pools, where they won't just take your security, but like 99 others, put them all in one batch, and then they'll assign a QSIP number to that batch. And that giant pool of assets will have a value of 478 billion or whatever the hell the number is. So it is important that if you want to get your specific QSIP, you have to work with like a Series 7 or some sort of broker that has access to Bloomberg Terminal to get your specific QSIP for your security. I know a lot of people, they go on SEC.gov and look up their 10K, and you can see the QSIP on there. QSIPs are batched in pools and assigned quarterly, so just because you found a QSIP for American Express that you have a credit card with does not mean that's where yours is within that pool. And there's no way of you knowing unless you get like a forensic audit or have access to these tools that these other people, use to do forensic audits,
And if anybody needs that, the company that we've been using, the law firm that we've been using, they do a comprehensive audit on pretty much anything that's ever used your Social Security. It is a fee to it, but
it's never cheap. Yeah,
it's about 12 to $1,500, and then they have one that's $600 where like look up your car or your mortgage or a court case. But it provides in that fee, it provides an expert witness to testify if you ever use the information to go to court. So you need to understand it, but you don't have to like understand, like go in depth like they're going to go in depth. And we're using them currently in all our federal cases because we got 7 federal cases and we got 2 that we're getting ready to take before the Supreme Court. And we got all that way by trial and error and groups like this talking with people and working out the kinks along the way. So it's been interesting, but this thing with what y'all are doing now was it was the other half that we were really, really, really missing. And that was that 1040 ES and 1041, all that type of stuff. So this has been awesome, like a breath of fresh air. Because it gives us another way to stick them and continue to prove their frauds and stuff. So if you ever want that link, Marduk, to give to everybody, I'll send it to you. That's just the one that we found. I'm sure there's others, but that we've been successful using them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think it doesn't seem necessary when doing these sorts of processes like the B, since the IRS audits for you, So if that's something you guys do want to do, by all means, feel free to share amongst yourselves. That's not really something I'm looking to do at this moment. But there was somebody in the group who their friend, they got their QSIP for their birth certificate and they did 2 1099Bs on it. And within 3 months, they had over $202 million of credit show up on their transcript. So there are some crazy things you can do, with that tool. But I'm just gonna let the IRS do their thing right now, and go from there. But it's up to y'all. Yeah, feel free to share amongst each other whatever you want, as long as it's not some sketchy process that we're not sure of. When it comes to these things, that's totally fine. But up to you guys.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, you said it showed up on the transcript. Are you saying were they able to recuperate those credits, or it's just
they had 76? So I'm not sure how they filed, but they had $76 million withheld, and they were able to. It shows negative 122 million credit owed to them. So if it's showing as credit owed to them on the transcript, then all they need to do is claim it on a 1040 or 1041, whatever, and they get that refund. I didn't get to have that deep of a conversation with them. He just was wondering how to go about getting back the 76 million that they withheld on top of the 122 million. So we only talked about that, but I'm going to see if I can get more info, and, if they're comfortable sharing, we can go from there, but I'm not too sure, brother.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Don't worry, guys. We'll have questions in a bit, too. I know everybody's got a lot they're going through. We can get to it. Okay, so let's see. Create an account with 1099 online. That's what I did. Tax1099.com. Click on the classic view at the top portion of the page. We don't need to do that. On the left-hand side, click on Forms. So I'll show you guys, when you're on your dashboard, you see this right here, it says Forms. You can click that and click New Form. These are the different tax years. I hope you all can see my screen. There's 24, 23, 22, 21. This is important. If you're claiming credits for 2023, you're going to want to click on 2023, right? And then these are all the different 1099s you can file on here. We're going with the B right now, which is right here. So we'll click that. Okay. Payer, add your information. So right here, payer is you. You're going to hit add payer, and it'll let you type in your social, your name, address.
Marduk, are you on a screen?
What do you mean?
I don't see anything here. Where are you at?
Can't see anything on the screen. It's just blurred.
Is it?
I
Yeah,
can see it. I
I'm
can see
looking
it.
for Winnie
I can see it. Your phone, if you're on your phone.
Wi-Fi.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. So I'm sharing right now. Turn your phone sideways, y'all. Okay. It sounds like some people can see it, some cannot. That might be a Telegram thing, but this is being recorded, so you'll be able to see all this. Besides the fact, Holly already has these videos available for you guys, like the walkthroughs. So that'll be something if you have trouble. It is very self-explanatory.
Yeah, I'm on my computer, so it may look different over here. I don't know.
Did you click on?
Yeah, I'm on my
you
laptop. I don't
you
see anything.
my name where it says come out of her. If you click on it, nothing pops up.
Just a blurred picture of your icon.
Just your pen, that pen image that you have is what shows up, and it's blurry.
Well, I guess we could just
Well,
read
I'm
through
on
it.
my laptop and it's clear. So
Well, like you said, you have it recorded. We'll go back and look at it that way.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm trying. Okay.
It's all good. I
So,
was just bringing it up, to make sure if there wasn't
sure.
something wrong on this side or everyone's. I
No,
don't know.
it's just you, Sean.
Yeah, it probably
It's just
is.
you. You're screwing up, bro.
Right?
I'm kidding. Okay. So when we do this, we hit add, right? Same EIN exists. Oops. Okay. Add. Oh, individual. Add. Oh my God. Whatever. When you add it, it shows up right here in this drop down list. So you're going to select that and it pulls up all your information. You only have to type that in once, and then every B that you do, your information is going to be ready to go there when you log in. So you'll just click it to get all your information preloaded into the payer section. Beautiful. On the right side of the box where it says applicable checkbox on form 8949, click the down button and click B. They're talking about right here. It'll give you different options. Short-term transaction for which costs or other basis is being reported to the IRS. They're telling us to choose B. Short-term transaction for which a cost or other basis is not being reported to the IRS. On line 1B, enter the beginning of the year. Line 1B right here. Come on. Beginning of the year would be January 1st, 2023. Because we're doing this for 2023, remember? Okay. And then on line 1C, enter the date of the end of the year.
And let's not forget line 1A, brother.
What did I do? Oh, we haven't got there yet. I don't think that. Oh yeah, I passed it. Thank you, sir.
Alrighty.
31. So description of property. This was weird to me at first because it says signature exchange for funds excess. But Kim Marie and I kind of talked through it and looked up the banking definitions, and it makes sense. I forgot the exact definition. Do you remember, Kim Marie?
Well, yeah, it's fractional reserve banking, but in a very polite, nice way of saying it.
Right. There you go. So it's not funds accessed, it's funds excess for a reason, which is what we got down to. Okay. On line 1D, enter the total calculated amount you added up from each month's payment / what you paid. So that's 1D in the proceeds box, just like we were talking about earlier, where it's talking about, oh, your Spectrum account was $30 a month. Okay. I'm doing the whole year. So 30 times 12 is 360. So for, the sake of this, we're going to go with 360. Okay.
I just got a quick question on your description because I have 14 pages of 1099Bs by an employer and nobody's been able to answer it.
I can't really make out what you're saying, brother. What was that last part?
I have 14 pages of 1099Bs by an employer made in my name, and I don't know how to identify it.
Was it for cryptocurrency?
No, it was not for cryptocurrency. It says 1099B. I actually sent you a message about it, but you had some past things that had to be dealt with, so I didn't no answer. I posted 2 pictures in 1099 on our thread, but on the description, one says iCares, one says, what it, and then one has numbers in particular, 3 at the like 1.3 with a capital E beside it, and the description on the 1099B. I don't even know what that pertains to.
Well, you get to take control and you get to make your own bees now. Get on it.
How do I take it from the company that made it in my name and it says I'm the recipient?
You don't need to worry about it. Did you get a bill? Did you get charged?
Did you sell any stocks that year, bro?
No, everything was done by the company I worked for and my name as the recipient.
But did you get company stocks while you worked there?
Nothing.
Just saying, they can do it. We can do it better.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, my man. I'm learning all this with you, so, I mean, sort of. I understand this all, but I'm not a professional, that's for sure.
All right. Sounds like more CUSIP numbers to play with.
Yeah. But we can get to all that. I know it's getting late for a lot of people. I just kind of want to run through this and then we can go through personal questions later.
I really want to know what the instructions say about the account number and the CUSIP number boxes. I hope you didn't skip that one.
I did not. We're not there yet. Yep. Cool. Okay, so 1D was proceeds. That's where we added up each month's payment. So if my payment was $30 times 12, it's going to be what? It's going to be $360. Okay. And
I don't know. He said night.
Sean, please let me get through this, bro.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
All right, y'all, everybody mute, please. Everybody mute, please. For God's sake. All right. Cool. And then, I'm sorry. All right. Click on the box on the left in the blue that says add recipient. Right here. Here's our recipients. Okay. I had Capital One in here, but we're going to add a new recipient. It was, what was the company? Spectrum. Let's stick with that for, consistency's sake. We're going to get Spectrum's EIN. Okay. There's a few ways to go about that. If they did not provide the TIN or you can't find it, look at this little button right here. It says TIN not provided. You can check that. But let's say I want to find Spectrum's EIN. Spectrum, internet, mobile, cable TV. Okay. So Spectrum, SEC filing. Right there, SEC filings. Awesome. I want to look for their annual reports. Why do I want to look for that? Because it's got the information that I want. So when I click on their 2023 annual report, hold on. This isn't the 10K. Spectrum 10K SEC filing. How about that?
Chat GPT always worked for me, Marduk.
That's a good option too. Definitely a good option. 10K right here. PDF. So is this Spectrum? CCO Holdings? All right, fine. Let's do Chat GPT. Charter Communications, huh? Wait, now I have a question. So if I want to do Spectrum on here, would we be doing their parent companies? I don't want to overcomplicate this. Would we be doing their parent company? What does this say, actually? Let's read the freaking instructions. Add the recipient. It would be the...
Marduk. I was in her class. So basically, this is why we're using the option to let them find the, like the TIN number or whatever, because sometimes, I like that you can leave it blank in here. You can say that it's not provided so that they have to match it, because there are so many different companies. Like when I looked at my electric company, there was 8 companies listed underneath it, all different holding companies and everything else. So I like that there's an option for that.
I like
and
that too.
the IRS will figure it out, right? But I mean, that's why she put that there. So
Okay, let's keep it simple for everybody's sake. I thank you so much, Estrella. Estrella is another one that we've been in our private banking group for a very long time. She's very well versed in a lot of this stuff that we've been studying. So I would definitely trust what she's saying and what the instructions are saying. See, look at me going off and not just reading the instructions. So, right here, add recipient. Okay. So I would just put Spectrum then. Fill in all portions except TIN SSN and click the box that says TIN not provided. TIN not provided. Spectrum. Whatever their headquarters address is. 123 Spectrum Head HQ Road. Spectrum City. Or let's say it's Kansas City, Missouri. This is not Spectrum's address for those of you who are going to watch this later. It's not going to let me put this fake zip code, is it? Okay, cool. That's it. So it's saying as long as you check TIN not provided, we don't have their EIN. TIN is tax identification number. Okay, so that's an EIN is a TIN, just like your SSN is a TIN. We're going to click that. Keep it simple. Damn it. Okay. All right. this will generate the business that you paid. On the next box down that says account number, enter it in. If you do not have an account number, leave the numbers that already generate on the screen. So that's talking about right here. So let's say your Spectrum account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's tweaking out. It's tweaking out. All right. That's where you would put account number. I'm not going to mess with it right now. So the account number for the business that you're reporting, whatever your account number is for that business, you're going to put it there. If you don't have it, it auto generates an account number for this 1099B. You can leave that if you don't have it. In the box that says CUSIP number, put in your social security number. Why is that? Oh, I almost put in mine. Because technically this is a CUSIP. Technically. So we're going to put that there. Your account that you open with Spectrum, you probably gave them your social security number. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing business with them. That goes along for every single business you do business with. They usually ask that to open up an account. So we're doing that. On the line 2, check the box that says ordinary. Line 2 here. And I want you guys to take a look at this again. Each one of these boxes are numbered. 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F, 1G. We're in box 2. We're picking ordinary. On line 13, enter the calculated amount that you are going to barter. That is the barter box, bartering. So, if the proceeds are $360, going off of what we read, what would my barter be? And I don't want somebody who's done this already to answer. I want somebody who is learning this to answer. Anybody? What would my barter be if the proceeds were $360?
It would be times 10.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All of you. Correct. It would be times 10. So 360 times 10, just add a 0. 3,600. Click Save and Add New 1099B. I think each B on here is relatively cheap too. It costs $2.35 or something like that. Why is my internet tweaking?
Now, I have a question on that.
Yep.
So for someone who does have an actual CUSIP, because I know you said our social security number is a CUSIP, but I have the CUSIP for the Bloomberg report that I have. And that said 19 million. Do I just go or base it on the car payments that I have, or do I go on that CUSIP report? Because there's a whole lot more money.
Well, it sounds like you can do 2 Bs to me. Sounds like you can do 1 B for the contract, and it sounds like you can do another B for your payments. Because the contract is what would be assigned to CUSIP. That's the security. But they also assign what are called asset-backed securities from your payments or your obligation to pay, if that makes sense.
Those CUSIPs, by the way, can be used every year, 4 times a year, 1 time a year, whichever you're filing.
Like in terms of doing a B, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
Sean, you guys, is a freaking wartime veteran when it comes to this stuff. So I would take a lot he said with heavy consider a lot of the things he says. He's been doing this for a very long time. Very, very well-rounded, smart guy. So that's cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they do resell and reissue securities. It's not just a one-time thing. So that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing the $250,000 each time.
FDIC insurance.
Yeah, FDIC
Mm-hmm.
and OCC. Yep. So you can do those, like I said, 4 times a year, or if you're only filing once a year on that, you can do it once a year.
Like it.
What if your home went in foreclosure? Can you still do this process on the B?
Did you pay payments that year?
No. It's been in foreclosure since I think 23.
So you paid payments in 2022?
No, I stopped paying payments in, I believe, 2020. And then you know how they give you 3 years to be in the house? Then the so-called holder in due course came in and uh, did the sheriff's sale and did all that. I wonder if I can still claim that because I have the mortgages.
Well, if I may, there's several things you're looking at there, right? You're looking at the actual loan that you got, number one. So you have an account number for that. And they probably switched you over to a services agreement, which is an account there also. And they probably did that quite a few times. So you can get those account numbers and break all those down to CUSIP numbers also or so forth, or write the account numbers down in the place or where you're speaking of and do it that way. Because what they did, they actually monetized on your signature. They're monetizing on every one of our signatures. So we have to look at it that way.
Yeah. So just to be a little bit clear about what he's saying is each one of those is an account. Each one gets a B. Even the foreclosure case number is an account.
Thank you. So that's about 4 of them.
Get on it. Get on it.
Beautiful.
So would you just differentiate in the description box between the two?
Nope.
No. Okay.
All of it was funds in excess. All of it was.
You traded your signature for all those.
They stole from us. We're just calling back our bonds. Yep.
Cool.
And so the foreclosure case number at the court is what goes in the account box that Marduk was just showing everybody. If you got a case filing on a foreclosure, that's the account. The application for the loan. The servicing contractor, like the gentleman Sean was saying. Each one of those is a B. They all get audited now.
And that's literally it for the B, guys, for filing it, at least, for getting that company audited. You would do this for all of your accounts in 2023 and 2022 and then 2021. You can go back 3 years, right? Well, statute of limitation on fraud there is none. So, but for simplicity's sake, we're sticking with 3 years. You tally all those up. Every time you hit add and create a new B, it'll pop up a brand new B window and you just follow this part again for each company that you remember doing business with. Go get your LexisNexis report. Go get your early warning services report and look at all the different accounts you have everywhere. If you don't remember off the top of your head, there's ways to go about it in an organized manner. I do want to reiterate, though, all of this preparing must be done before you file that B. Okay? So we're going to create our trust, which that template's down here. It starts right here. Very, very, very well written. Pretty, not simple, but not crazy complicated trust. She even has a certificate of trust, which me personally, I'm not recording my entire trust. I'm not doing that. I'm recording the certificate of trust with the powers of the trustee and the grantor's name and basically everything that California Probate Code requires that I record. And each state is different. That's why she said in the beginning, um, where was it? Where was it? Right here. Go to your county clerk office and record the original notarized trust and ask for a certified copy. There may be a fee. Not all states require the trust to be recorded. Do an online search for your state requirements. So I searched California. They can't ask me for anything besides my certificate, a declaration or certificate of trust. And it has to have, I don't have to list the beneficiaries. All I have to have is the grantor, the trustee, the powers of the trustee, and the property held in the trust. So each of you should look for your
The
probate.
signature page of the res does need to be included.
Well, my
So
certificate
that's
is signed by all the same people. So wouldn't that?
Well,
Would
the notarized page of the res is evidence of the deed. The certificate of trust is used for banking purposes so that the authorized parties
Clarence,
are
please mute.
evidence.
I'm trying to. I don't know why.
I got you.
If you go back and read the top again, she mentioned that a couple times. It's the notarial page of the trust. So they have to look at the date that trust was notarized, right? And then your successor trustee or whoever is the only one that really needs a copy, or a co-trustee is the only one that needs a copy of the full amount, because that's the bylaws. That's the instructions on how to run your trust based on the grantor's wishes. So certificate of trust is one notarized page. And then the last page of your full trust should be a notarized page also.
Which
And
is this right here. Hold on.
And
this right here, right?
Yes. It should have a jurat or 3 witnesses, however they have it going on here. 3 witnesses. Let's see.
There's 3 witnesses right here.
Yep.
And then it goes for the acknowledgement and certification of the appointment. And then it has a statement of the witnesses.
That's a power of appointment. That is more superior than a power of attorney being appointed by a minor. So power of appointments really, it's well, if we were to look up the definitions, you'd see the difference. It's really a lot more powerful. It's based on the trustee, a recognition of trusts and estates. It's internationally recognized, the power of appointment. It's kind of like being the king of a country, being the top general executor of the estate. It's beautiful. I'm really glad that this is just some beautiful work here.
No, she did do a very, very good job. So what you're saying is then all we need to record is this page doesn't have the jurat though. She has the jurat under the acknowledgement and then the certification of notary public at the end here. And then she has the schedule of property, acceptance by trustees, and then the memorandum of trust declaration, which has 3 witnesses as well. And then the very last part is the certification of trust, which I was going to record that part because it has a perjury jurat with the notary.
And that is what qualifies and works to open up the bank account with the EIN for the living trust that you're creating.
I opened my trust bank already. Did I tell you? I just went on fidelity.com and did it like she said.
It's so easy.
Yeah, I didn't even have the trust set up yet. I just had the EIN, and they let me do it with the EIN.
Yes. Beautiful.
When the IRS accepts your forms that you filed through the 1099, do you have to mail to them any source documents pertaining to your 1099-Bs?
No, not unless you're ever audited in the future. Then you want to have receipts to lean on. That's why she's saying don't just make up any numbers. You want to have receipts in hand. We're, like Kim Marie always says, we're perfect little bookkeepers, right? We're accountants, we're bookkeepers, we're keeping record of things, and we're going back to claim those credits that we forgot or weren't told about. So when you file these Bs online, that when on tax 1099 or whatever.com, this website that we're using, when you submit it, it submits the B. One copy goes to the IRS and then the other goes to the business. So they're put on notice that, hey, we're coming for this, you know? And if there's ever an issue, which I've never heard of people, you know, getting audited themselves, this is more auditing the business that we're claiming it on. You know,
The payer reports. We
right.
paid them and we're reporting it. We're in compliance and you get a free audit.
I was about to
So
say, I would love it if they audited me.
So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much, but you do want to have your receipts. We don't want to make baseless claims, you know? Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so first things first, guys, we want to do the trust. This trust, you can just copy. I know this is a PDF, but you should be able to copy it still. We're going to go up here. If you guys have trouble, let me know. I can try to get it in a Word document, but you can just copy all this, highlight it, right click. Oops. You would just right click, you know, come on, and copy. Or you can hit Control C when it's all highlighted. Open up your Word document, like Microsoft Word or Pages if you're on a MacBook, and paste it in there, and then fill in all the spaces that you need to fill in. Get it notarized with your 2 witnesses or 3. I know she had 3 on there. I did 2 witnesses in a notary. The Bible tells us we need either 2 or 3. So I'm taking that as okay in my instance. So there's that. Okay. Then you want to do the 2848 and Form 56, which this is a 2848 power of attorney. And she puts everything in that you need to write. So first, middle, last right here is your all caps person. Okay. Your social security disabled minor person. Care of address, in care of is pretty important when it comes to this too. In care of means my mail comes there, but I'm not claiming residency, basically.
Can I add to that?
Please.
That I just recently found out, which is very important.
Please, yeah.
The care of is where the records are kept in safekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
So care of, the records are in the care of the trustee business address, or the fiduciary business address, or the private mail address, or the estate mailing address, right? So care of is so important, way more than I ever thought. And that's why when you look at the new addresses that I share with everybody about the foreclosures are now illegal, it literally says Treasury, Comptroller, and the name of the comptroller together combined with the headquarters, care of General E. Eric E. Smith? Who's caring for the records or the claims or the judgments or the dishonors or the receipts? The only ones who can go and actually arrest an officer, bank officer, corporate officer, escrow officer, tax officer,
Police officer.
court, exactly. The police officer is considered in the chain of command. He's the ticket writer, right? He's the fisherman. And then there's court officers. So all of these bankers that have these officers, what's a president? What's a vice president? What's a compliance officer? What's a CPA? What's an attorney? All of them are officers. They've all been fake overlords over our private Mortmain accounts. So it's very important. The care of is so awesome because we now have a new record keeper in town. We have someone who can actually enforce the dishonor or the no oath or the treasonous actors or the fake actors or the policy enforcers, anyone continuing usury, harm, tort, RICO, racketeering, Title 18 USC, injury of any kind to our papers, persons, or effects. Who gets to make the claim in a trust? The Benny. Who are we representing as the trustee of the living trust? The intended Benny. Exactly. We're the heir, successor, and a sign that this reversionary interest was intended for.
So, yes, care of is there for a reason. I would include it. I did. So this is the 2848. After you establish your trust, after you get it recorded, after you get an EIN, which the EIN is extremely easy. You guys can all do it. I'm sure everybody's tried to do that before. You can do it in 2 minutes online. You just Google IRS EIN and follow it step by step. If you need help with that, just post that you need help in the group. I'm sure somebody here would be willing to help. I will try to if I have time, but it's very, very self-explanatory. And it prints you out your CP575 right there. You can print as many copies as you want. I would print a lot if I were you. And your EIN's good to go. You can go to open up a Fidelity account with it right that second after you make that EIN for your trust. I did. And I put $50 in there just to, my trust is now funded, quote unquote. In California, the trust has to own assets in order to even be able to exist. They don't take lightly to, well, I gave it all rights, titles, and interest of everything for my all caps person. They want to see something of value. So I just did that, 2848, power of attorney. Okay. First, middle, last, all caps name, care of address, social security number as the TIN, daytime telephone number. And then the representative is going to be your power of attorney. In fact, the trustee or the living person. So last, first, middle, care of address, city, state, CAF number, none. Actually, Kimmery, if you have a CAF number, can you use your CAF person here? Yeah, right?
Yeah, I would put it there. They want it on every correspondence.
Right.
Yep.
So if you don't have a CAF number, when you submit this form, one will be generated for you. and they will send it to you. You can even submit the 2848 into tax professional on irs.gov/tax professional. You can submit this online, and you can even get your CAF number online. You generate it right then and there. So pretty simple. Phone number, the zip in parentheses is excluding yourself from the federal overlay, the zone improvement plan overlay. Basically, the way we got entrapped into the United States, quote unquote, the District of Columbia, was through one of the ways was a zone improvement plan, which is what ZIP stands for. And when you use that number, you are claiming to be part of that federal jurisdiction. So this is essentially saying without the United States incorporated. When you have those parentheses exclude in law, they exclude something. So we're saying we're near here, we're by here, but we aren't in here, essentially.
You're exercising your right to privacy as an officer of an estate or a trust, right? So that's an office. Upper lowercase is an office, and we get to be without the United States because we're simply exercising our right to being safe without disturbance or interference in our private papers, persons, and effects in doing our everyday business.
It's like the Constitution says, we have the right to be secure in our persons. That means our masks, our entities that we control, our monopoly chess pieces, our monopoly pieces, our persons. Okay. Form 56 is very important. You're supposed to put the IRS on notice within 10 days of a new fiduciary appointment, according to their rules, if you read that in the instructions. So all this is a notice. See here it says notice. A gentleman or a gentlewoman always gives notice. So we are putting them on notice of a new fiduciary relationship, our trustee. Another, a trustee is what's called referred to as a fiduciary, someone who is in charge of something for the better of beneficiaries. So that's what this is. First, middle, last, trust name, or whatever the name of your trust is. You're going to put that name of the person for whom you're acting. The identifying number is the EIN you got for your trust. The decedent's social security number. Who is the decedent? That's our armless, legless, little blue card social security person. It's a minor. SSN with no dashes. So the no dashes represents a closed account in accounting. Okay. So that's why they're saying this, because we are only going to be utilizing that account for set-offs and settlements from moving forward. That's what that conveys to the IRS. Whenever you see SSN no dash in these sorts of processes, that's why they say that. And again, care of address for the person for whom you are acting. So whatever your trust address is, that's what's going to go here. Okay. And then your fiduciary is your trustee. So they're doing the first hyphen middle colon last trustee, care of address, phone number. And under authority, we're selecting a valid trust instrument or an amendment. What is our valid trust instrument? It's your trust indenture. It's also your social security card. That's a valid trust instrument. It's also your birth certificate. That's a valid trust instrument. So there's that. And they checkbox G over here, trustee for whatever your trust is called, trust, per the SS5 and IRS form SS4. So mine would be Marduk MCZ Trust per the SS5, which is that social security card application, and the SS4, which is the EIN application where you appointed your trustee. That's what that's talking about. Date of appointment or taking office. She's saying the 18th birthday, and that makes sense because that's when you're supposed to become at the age of majority where you can, handle all your assets and handle all you weren't a minor anymore, essentially. That's what she's doing there. She put the 18th birthday. Nature and liability of tax notices. She selected everything and also described for the type of taxes, any and all forms that may be necessary. 1099s, 1041s, 1041V, 1096, asset exchange. What this is telling them is these are the types of forms that I will be doing as a trustee, or our trustee will be doing. They may include 1099s, 1041s. That's all that's doing there. Federal tax form number. She selected all of them. Any and all forms that may be necessary. If your authority as fiduciary does not cover all years or tax periods, check here. She checked that. And list the specific years or periods within your authority. Nunc pro tunc, put in your 18th birthday, and continue until further notice. Doesn't nunc pro tunc mean then for now? Isn't that what it translates to?
From then
No,
till
for
now.
then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
So
more
that's basically.
specifically, now for then always has been.
Oh, for all of you, Sean is also a walking frickin' legal dictionary / etymology book. So if you ever have questions about words, he's a good guy to have.
He a beast.
He is. It's the homie.
Thank you so much, Sean.
It's slightly impressive. All right. Part 2. Total revocation or termination. Check this box if you're revoking or terminating all prior notices concerning fiduciary relationships on file with the IRS for the same tax matters and years or periods covered by this notice concerning fiduciary relationship. We didn't check that. She checked other, this is what I typically do for most of my entities too, where I put my trustee's name, first hyphen middle, colon last, is the sole senior fiduciary, correcting all records on file. What that's telling them is nobody can come up in here and act like fiduciary trustee like they have been before. I'm the only frickin' one. Period. So that's what we're saying there. I want to talk about this part because I'm trying to wrap my head around this still. Court and administrative proceedings. They're putting the registry of vital records for, say, California. For the date proceeding initiated, they're putting the date the birth certificate was filed because you have your birthday on there, and then you also have the date the birth certificate was filed. There'll be a separate date towards the bottom of that list. Address of court, vital records address, docket number, the birth certificate number, which typically would be the birth number or the state file number, their city, state, and zip, your date of birth, the time you were born at, and the place of birth is the place of other proceedings. Kimmery, can you help me understand why we are doing this? Do you have anybody? Could anybody help me make sense of this?
I'd like to share just how come it makes sense to me regarding my story about sharing with you all that I moved, and I'm still wrapping up some things from California, but I moved from California. So I'm now a resident and a fiduciary. I'm what they call it, a non-resident fiduciary for trusts that I have in Cali. So what I like about this is it's allowing me to convey and transfer my titles and interest into a new state, but I'm giving the Secretary of State here the vital information she needs to hold in safekeeping my interests now in my new residing state where my allegiance is, as if I sailed my ship from Cali and it's now harbored in Texas. And it's like my allegiance now where I have a duty and a responsibility to protect my records, my person, papers, and effects, and my creations. And I have the right to be protected here while we're under martial law. I have my communications and my commerce has a right to be protected. And it's a way of shipping basically all of my rights, titles, and interest over here into a new safekeeping.
Under the care of your fiduciary.
Yes. But it's where I reside. Even though I have a private mailbox still, I'm still tying up things in Cali. I have a private mailbox where all of my trust vessels receive mail, but I have a private mailbox here as well. But I'm making a special appearance in a new state with my allegiance coming back on the land. In other words, it's like for us getting the opportunity to take hold of we're taking the pen and we're remembering our part, whose we are and who we are, wherever we may be in the world. It's like heaven on earth, but I'm bringing notice that I plan to come here as a child of God. I'm moving from one country to another with my deeds and titles of interest. And I love the way that communicates. So
Because court is court. When you sign that paper, that is a court. What took place right there.
Yeah. So someone who's a nationalized person, a green card person who came here lawfully, right? They were born in a different country, but they got nationalized here. Hello.
I don't know why Christian showed muted, but it was still going. Sorry.
Yeah. Someone was saying hello on the phone. That was cute.
Those is kids.
Okay. Yeah. So I like that. So it's almost like this is a formula that works for anybody, whether they've got a green card, whether they've got, what if it's a living trust you're putting together for, your nephew who's only 15 and you're setting aside some funds for him. Maybe his parents are elderly and you're wanting to teach the 15-year-old how to create a living trust for himself. And by looking at this template, it's providing us the ability to, teach one after we've done it for ourselves. Because someone with a green card or a nationalization papers, that date's going to be a little different than what would be on their birth certificate from their homeland. Does that make sense?
Sure. So for those of people who do not have, we already talked about this. So people who do not have either a birth certificate or naturalization certificate, this will not be, you can still have a trust, but this will not be part of your trust when you're doing this. Now, I don't know. I'll have to talk later because there's a gentleman who is kind of, I was trying to talk through with this, and I just want to make sure, if there isn't, I got to get more details on his situation. And we can
not everybody's ready to be the trust level. So everybody can just get excited about learning how to pay themselves for the first time.
Sure. Okay. So guys, that's the 56 to 2848. It tells you step by step what you do here. Okay. You're going to get your 2848 form 56 together, fill out the non-decedent letter, which I'll show you guys right now. Once you have the 2848 and 56, fax them to the IRS with one copy of your birth certificate, your social security card, your driver's license, the 2848, 56, non-decedent notarized letter, notarized trust page only, notarized certificate of trust page only, which is a total of 10 pages that you're going to send with a cover sheet via fax to the IRS. You're also going to be sending them to the Attorney General of your state, certified return receipt, copy of birth certificate, social, notarized trust page, notarized trust certificate page, copy of your ID, and one copy of your non-decedent notarized letter. Certified return receipt mail, your Secretary of State with all the same, and you're set up there. Then you got to open up your trust bank account, which I told you guys how to do is fairly easy. It took me not even 4 minutes online with Fidelity. And you wait until you get I would imagine your return receipts for that. Usually for the non-decedent letter, they give you a notice that your information had been updated in their system to non-decedent. And yeah, I'll show you guys what the non-decedent letter looks like as well. What is this? 2848. Yeah, goes over everything you want to do. I know this is black and white, but these are the things that you need to write in there. And if you look at a blank 2848, you'll be able to see. Also, I did want to correct one thing. They only let you go 3 years in advance. The 2848s will get kicked back if you do till 2030. So birth year to 2027 right now is what we would need to be writing there. Somebody brought that up to me, and I remember my private banking group going through that specific point, which I forgot. Who messaged me that? I think it was it you, Blue Horse?
Yes.
Yeah, so this date right here is what you're talking about, right?
Correct.
Cannot go to 2030, or they're going to give you a denial. We need to be putting it only 3 years in the future.
That didn't happen with me. I put mine to like 2050.
It'll go on.
My
Might go under
calculator,
the
no problem.
radar. Yeah, it might go under the radar in some places where you may fax it to other people. Going to get that back with their original and letter, asking them to correct it and to send it back with the letter. So you might avoid all that wasted time.
I mean, there's a reason she didn't put until, 2050. She probably realized that, but I don't know. I do remember that specific point you brought up, Blue Horse, coming up in our other group. So just something to think about. If you do have any previous power of attorneys as well that you don't want to terminate, say you have, one of your kids is POA over you or something, you need to attach that to this 2848 when you submit it, and you need to check the box. Then you sign that.
Just really quick, Marduk, when you go up, what acts are not permitted? Just a little FYI for folks. I put on mine, never authorized to trade with an enemy, foreign or domestic.
I like that. Yeah. And never authorized to act in dishonor. Okay, cool. This is something you guys do need to fill out too. We did have some issues with my older group with kickbacks because of this part in particular. So what we did, we also chose D, officer, just like she does here. Licensing jurisdiction or the licensing authority, you just write trustee. Bar license, you can write NA, and signature and date.
If you're enrolled in EFTPS, you can put your enrollment number there. See that enrollment?
I just did that 2 nights ago. Yeah, cool.
And you can also, the registration there, creating this package even as a unique registered firm book or manifold entry, you can designate a specific registration number that for this security that you're creating. It's your red folder. It's your, you know, it's the documentation that you would give to a copy to the successor trustee or your emergency contact if anything were to happen to you and you're in a coma or something and you can't, you know, administer your trust or your accounts or what have you. There's someone there to hop in the captain's seat and assist you in a time where you're not competent or able or physically able to manage your affairs.
Beautiful. So yeah, definitely go through that line by line. It's not highlighted, but she writes in each one of those lines. When you look at the 2848, it will be blank in these areas where she has written. So pretty self-explanatory. This right here is the non-decedent letter, the all ever so important non-decedent letter. Okay. All we have to do is date it, put from, last name, first, middle, in care of, your address, and we can read through it if you guys would like. Dear sir or madam, here are the documents that may require proof that I'm a non-decedent. This is where the IRS defines non-decedent, and it's very interesting how they define it. They define an infant as a decedent who has not yet been assigned a social security number. So they're saying an infant, which we all think is a baby, is a dead person that's never been assigned an SSN. So that's what we're rebutting according to their words. That's why it's right here. An infant is a decedent of an estate or grantor, owner or truster of a trust, guardianship, receivership, or custodianship that has yet to receive a social security number. That is morbid and disgusting that they would even put these two words together. Yet, let alone define an infant like that. That's really terrible. Please update my file to indicate non-decedent that I'm the living and age of majority.
Hold on, Marduk. I get that you're turned off by that, but I really would like to highlight the actual what we are getting by making this correction. Okay, we are becoming, and our hands and our basket are out because we are actually the grantor, the owner, the trustor, the guardian, the receiver, the custodian of records. We are all those other things. And what I say to that is, when were you going to tell us?
Right.
All that other power. Can you see why they wanted us to be afraid of the boogeyman, the IRS, and why they convinced everybody that your all caps is dead? No. It's a Mort Maine private foreign grantor trust, offshore, earning pounds and pounds and pounds and pounds of interest every year that you just happen to be abandoning because we didn't want to let you know you had it. So I just want to read that one more time for the record. Yeah. Okay, one more time for the record. An estate, an abandoned property of an estate or a grantor when it's competent to contract, when it becomes the age of majority, when it's no longer considered an infant. Owner, principal, trustor, grantor, trustor, giftor, payor of a trust or a guardianship. Receivership is when our whole franchise is in bankruptcy and the whole Turtle Island is in receivership right now. What does that mean? That means we all have a claim. We're all the creditors in the bankruptcy. Or custodianship, custodian of records. Every receipt, every signature, every piece of paper, every piece of litter. If you want to pick it up and put your signature on it, you just created a receipt. Assess it. Record it. You're the custodian of your value. Does that make sense, Marduk? Hopefully that turns that little negative into a positive for us.
No, it's completely fine. Yeah, I just don't like the little game they play, you know?
Well, just one last little context. When property after 3 days as a foundling, right? Fire department.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the etymology of for example, that is something that must be given up because it's done something wrong. But then you have the IN connected to it, which means not. So it's totally, they have a lot of different things in our languages that are really screwed up.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's see. Please update my file. What's up?
Marduk, that court administrative proceedings on that Form 56 that you were just talking about, that Kim,
yes, sir.
Miss Kim, just what they ended up doing was they created our vessels. When you look at your birth certificate and you see that registration number, most of everybody's registration number is 3 months after your date of birth. When they put us in commerce, and you go to any court proceeding, both sides have to be noticed. So if I have a motion, I got to serve that motion on the defense or the other party. When a baby is born, what do? They give notice to the world by running your picture and name into in the newspaper, saying, like what Kim was touching on, that, hey, we found this baby. This baby was born. Somebody's got 90 days to claim it. If nobody don't claim it, we're going to register it. We're going to say it's abandoned, and we're going to send it out to sea in commerce, and it's going to belong to the state. That's why you see the on that section, they put the date of birth. Then they asked for the date that it was recorded, which was the 3 months later, the place. And then that's when they go ahead and they assign the vessel number, which is the registration number. And that's how I came to understand that section right there is because when you go to court, that's exactly the same stuff you're going to use. Well, I used for my defense and how I explained to the court that I am not the same thing as that all caps entity. And I used my birth certificate and said, here's your defendant. And they had to back up off of me because anything beyond that is just going to be hearsay because you can't tell me who I am. No, even if they have a notarized birth certificate, that's just somebody else saying who they were told that I am. But only I can determine who I am. But that section right there,
that I understand the history behind the birth certificate. It was more so just why are we including it on this Form 56? But I kind of got that answered already, though. I appreciate it, though, brother.
Okay.
We're reversing the curse, and we're also eliminating the assumption and the presumption.
Right, exactly.
Beautiful. Thank you, man. Okay. Please update my file to indicate non-decedent and that I am living in the age of majority. Please notice we don't say alive. Because what does alive mean? Or asexual or whatever.
Not what comes after.
Correct. Not alive. Not live. Not living. So I am living is very important. Please record in your database and acknowledge my request by returning to me a letter of acknowledgement from your office that this task has been completed. The address above may be used to reach me. I'm no longer liable and cannot be held liable for any maritime liens being forced against me and securities being taken out of the estate. Further, all maritime liens being enforced against me, the living soul I hereby claim invalid, null, void, ab initio, nunc pro tunc. Note that I am the infant without a social security number, which makes me the agent and beneficiary of the trust. Being that the IRS works in admiralty, the IRS, according to its own code, can no longer enforce maritime liens against me, the living man, woman, soul, as I have now claimed. I am not lost at sea, nor am I a decedent or vessel in commerce. And it quotes the Cestui Que Vie Act because that's sort of what, if any of you don't know, you should definitely read about. But that's basically where if you're considered lost at sea or dead after 7 years of not claiming your estate, which none of us have really done. So this is sort of doing all that all in one go, stating, no, I'm not dead, lost at sea, I'm living, I'm here I am. Thank you for giving me my stuff back. Pursuant to IRS majority status is determined by the state of residence. You'll need to verify with the state where the child resides for that determination. CPLR 105J, age of majority changed to 18. So this, you're going to find your state code where it talks about the age of majority, and you're going to replace it with that. That's why it says you have to add your state code. This is an example for New York. The legislature has been added a new subdivision J to CPLR 105. The subdivision defines the words infant and infancy when used within the context of the CPLR. Under the new definitions, an infant is one who has not yet attained the age of 18. So again, this part is going to be replaced by what your state code says, and this is going to be the code number and section of your state code that you found for your state. I'm sure this is going to come up like, well, what if I moved, or what if I'm in a different state, or, do I do the state where I was born or the state I am now? From my understanding, it would be the state you're establishing your trust and where you're born. Do you disagree? Or the state where you establish your trust and are currently living? Does that sound correct, Kim Marie, or would you do the state from where the birth certificate was issued?
100%. Yep.
So where you're currently living, guys.
Yep. Where you're currently where the IRS knows your last known address where you got a shipment of eggs delivered to your front door is called your residence, right?
I hope that
you can't have eggs delivered to a private mailbox. That's all your trust business can go to a private mailbox. They can go to a PO box. But where eggs get delivered or medicine, if you were in an emergency situation, someone needed to do a wellness check on you, the trustees at the Treasury have more interest in us being alive and well than what we grew up to believe, because to the other side that's been running the show, we're worth more to them dead than we are alive. Just saying. So all that's switching now to where it's going to be pro-life. It's going to be merit-based. It's going to be a whole new world for everybody. And
I have a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if you don't technically have an address? Because I'm just sending my stuff to the street address of the post office because I technically don't have an address.
General delivery is fine.
Or, what does your license say?
Same with me.
What does your
We're
license
across the
say?
street.
What is the last known address for? So if the IRS has your last known address, is it that general delivery?
As of just a couple of weeks ago, it's not general delivery. It's the actual street address of the post office.
What do you have? If I were in that situation, I feel like I would put where I get my mail. Yeah, but if not, what do you have on your ID? You don't have to tell me, but do you have a house address on there?
A passport does not have, you don't really update it, write it in your passbook.
Okay.
So it works a little bit differently than current address. And it all, a lot of people have gone through a lot of things through these years. So when I opened up my Treasury account, they had an issue with it. So I gave them my sister's mailing address, or I use that as a mailing address. Well, anyway, I'm not going to keep talking, but
I mean, it for all intents and purposes, that they just need to know where they would need to do a wellness check on you. If someone called and asked, well, I'll go into that later, but if your next of kin's home address, if that qualifies for you, if that's if that's what you have and that's what you've let the IRS know, my important tax returns can be delivered to this address. I have a family member that I trust that can pick up my mail for me when I'm out and about traveling, right? Because I don't have a home right now. That kind of thing that's fine. As long as the IRS knows where is your trusted mail keeper.
Even
What's
when you
the
do the
address?
EIN application, it will not let you put a PO box. So
Right.
you're going to want to use an address that of someone that you trust and know well. Like you said, your sister's, if she's okay with that, you can just set that up as a principal place of business for your trust. And you can have the principal place of business as your trust, and then you can have the mailing address as your general delivery. But as for the business address or the trust address, you're going to want to use an address, not just general delivery. Does that make sense, Pam?
I
yes,
too am
I
in
have
those circumstances.
initially for the street address here at the post office. Once everything comes through, then I'll contact or I'll do the form to update the IRS with the address. Right now, it's not feasible for me to mail from there the need quickly, and so I'll get that corrected. But
Well, like I said, the mailing address, you can put whatever you want. So when you do the SS4 for your EIN, you can put in 2 addresses. You put in the mailing address, you can have a whatever general delivery if you want to do that. But the principal place of business address, not where you get your mail, but if you created a trust where that person is located, is going to be like a home address or a business address or what have you. So
Hey, Marduk, I didn't do that. I only put the mailing address in for the trust EIN, the PO box.
it
Am I
says
gonna
on
have
there
a problem?
not to use a PO box when you're doing it. I know some people are
The mailing address, I put PO box.
Correct. But for the business address, it tells you not to use a PO box. I'm just going off their instructions, but if you're able to get through with it and there's no issues, yeah, I don't know.
Do they all get mailed to the same place, Kansas City, Missouri?
You're faxing these in.
Oh, okay.
And no, when you send your packets, when you're sending it to the Secretary of State, that's going to be for your Secretary of State address.
Okay.
And then when you do the Attorney General, that would be respective to where you live. Now, if you aren't faxing in the forms, if like say you mail the Form 56 in, you would have to look at the publication and the instructions of the Form 56 and their specific advisory offices that you're supposed to send it to for the person whom you're acting for. So not for where the trustee is, but who the trustee is acting for. There's a specific address that you're going to send the 56 to. This process calls for faxing it in. You're faxing in the entire 10 pages of your non-decedent letter, the ID, birth certificate, you're faxing all that in with this process. So,
Okay, gotcha.
yeah, I know a lot of us don't have fax machines, but there's apps. There's like an app called Tiny Fax where it's like really cheap. You get the first five pages for free, and then it's like 10 cents, 25 cents a fax, a page for fax. So you guys can go that route and just scan it with your phone, and it does it all on one app. It's pretty easy. Faxing is the quickest, and you know, it's what this calls for. So now we can go back to the instructions. So it says right here. So to fill out 2848, Form 56, fill out non-decedent letter, get it notarized, make 3 copies. Once you filled out both tax forms, the 56 and the 2848, fax it to the IRS with the following. And then your birth certificate, copy of social, copy of ID, driver's license, Form 2848, Form 56, non-decedent letter, notarized trust page, notarized certificate of trust, and then a cover page. So you will be mailing certified return receipt to your attorney general of your state and then to the secretary of state of your state. And that's it.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay. And the faxing instructions, guys, are in the 2848 and Form 56 instructions. Or you could look at the publication that it refers to. I'm blanking. It's like 3820. I'll just look it up right now. I forgot.
Marduk,
Yeah.
there's been a little bit of discussion there because it says find your state on the instruction form of the 2848 and fax it to the 2848. So, I know in the past we've always sent the 56 to a different address or fax number, but I think this whole packet, the way she was stating it, was to all go to the 2848 fax number. Do you agree with that, or do you think we should send it to 2 different ones?
I would go with what she says here. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. I must have missed that. Hold on.
If you've been given a CAF letter, which I thought we should read the CAF letter. The CAF letter comes with a fax number. For any changes to that designee should be faxed to the fax number on the CAF letter. So those of you that have it, very important to know that they want that information on every correspondence. Okay, so very important.
Kimmery even made like a
the fax number.
Kimmery even made like a stamp with her CAF number and information, which is what the address of your CAF person, Kimmery. What was on there?
So I went to Amazon after reading the instruction, the advice letter from the IRS. I went to Amazon and I ordered the 4-line stamp, and I put the exact name that they issued me, which is my birth certificate name without my middle name, my address, and the extra zip code that they added on there, which is an account number now. And I put on the 4th line is my CAF number and my fax number. So that goes on every single correspondence that I do in banking, IRS correspondences, state tax correspondences. And guess what? We get to use that for any taxpayer that we're administrating for.
I've always wanted a fax.
So there you have it. And that advice letter is very important. There's a reason why they want that information on every correspondence, for especially times like this where we're making an upgrade. We're becoming a living trust, or you're taking on a different trust and you're a trustee, what have you. That CAF number is a lot of, you're the insured essentially, and they just need to know that they're dealing with and working with the insured. If you don't have a CAF, that's fine, because your birth certificate and your ID and all of that shows that you're the designee, you're the actual document of title holder. Okay. But when people get advice from the IRS and we don't follow it, then, you know, we're causing the delays. Okay. So that letter of correspondence, when you get issued that CAF, we need to really understand and listen to that. That's going to help them help us. And that's, they added the extra 3 digits to my zip code, which is an account number now. Think about it like safekeeping deposit box. So where this whole time we were leasing our mailboxes and not getting paid, the 1099Bs is our evidence that we now get to get paid. And our safety deposit box is, in fact, our mailing address. The one thing that's protected during a time of war is our communications and our commerce. And the Treasury is us. So pay to the United States Treasury for credit to this account is us in the future, uncollected credits due back to the original issuer of the credit.
And these are the fax numbers, guys. So whatever state you're in, fax numbers right here. I put the screenshot in the chat as well for you guys to refer to, but this is just in the 2848 instructions. So if you go Google 2848 instructions, it's the first little box here. And there's the fax number. Boom and boom. Cool.
Kim Marie, can I just ask where those 3 digits, like where did you find out they added those 3 digits to the zip?
Well, when I turned in my Form 56, my 2848 for Kimberly A. Teeter, my taxpayer, I attached the 8821 to it as the designee. And when those were faxed in, I was sent a letter having been issued a CAF number, right? And they added the extra 3 digits.
Okay, so it was on the letter. Okay, because I got mine online, so I didn't get a letter yet.
Did you do the TIA, the tax information authorization?
What is that on the Tax Pro? What's that?
So there's a 2848 and then there's a 8821.
Oh,
8821 is the tax information authorization.
Okay, no, I didn't do that.
So she's saying when she did that, she got those additional 3 letters. And what the tax information authorization is, the power of attorney gives you the power to make decisions for the entity, but the tax information authorization allows you to receive information on behalf of the taxpayer. So they're 2 separate powers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
IRS also said that either one would give you the CAF, either the 2848 or the 8821. Either one can give you the CAF.
Correct, but they both have different purposes.
Correct.
Per se. Yeah. Cool. And so we got that. We're signing by last name, first, middle, authorized representative, signature, by the living person, because this is your agent, right? This is your living, not person, I should say, living man or woman with your bloody thumbprint. Get this notarized, California notary acknowledgement. All this highlighted stuff we're going to fill. We're going to have the notary put their seal there, which they already know to do. And this is your letter to your Secretary of State. In care of Secretary of State name, Secretary of State address. You're going to have to look up the specific one for your state. And you're going to fill this with your first name, last name, and care of your address. Sign. And with each one of these, they're different packets. She very beautifully has her enclosed section down here, which tells you everything that needs to be in each packet. Driver's license, these are copies of your copy of your birth certificate, copy of your social, copy of your revocable living trust certificate. And yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory as well. And Attorney General letter. Pretty straightforward as well. First name, last name. I'm sorry, whoever is unmuted, can you mute, please? There's some echo there. I'll go ahead and do it. Sweet. So everything that is highlighted in red and with brackets, you have to change and format it to black ink only. Sign the dates in your signature in purple ink. Purple represents royalty. Only 2 documents require that you sign in front of a notary, and you need to make 3 colored copies of the notarized documents. Anything that is in all capital letters must be in all capital letters. Anything that's in uppercase and lowercase must be in that format as well. When correcting the portions with your information, the document should automatically reformat. If it does not, tweak it so that all the pages are where they need to be. This trust is a total of 21 pages, not including this page. If you put yourself as beneficiary of the trust, there has to be 2 trustees. So if you want to be the trustee and the beneficiary, she's saying that there needs to be you as a trustee and then you have a co-trustee and yourself as a beneficiary. Otherwise, when you're grantor, trustee, and beneficiary, that sort of defeats the purpose of the trust. So that's why she's saying that. As trustee, the trustee will be compensated anyway. The reason why she's saying that, when you are the beneficiary, of course we want to be the beneficiary to get, pay the disbursements of the trust, the money, whatever we transfer into there. But as trustee, you can pay yourself a fair compensation yearly, whether that be $150,000, $250,000, whatever the grantor decides on. So if you want to put, like me personally, I put my niece and my family as my beneficiaries, and I'm just the trustee. I will be living off of from the credits I recoup. I'll have a compensation paid out to me as trustee, and I'm the only trustee. I hope that makes sense to everybody. You can remove the parts that you do not want with sections and tables. If you do not have children, add a close friend and family member or loved one as a beneficiary. All caps name needs to sign how you would normally sign any documents, and the trustee needs to sign as first name, last name. If you have a middle name, do a hyphen. If you have no middle name, it's just first, last. And that's basically it, guys. The rest is the trust, which it's a lot to read through. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. You guys are all capable, but they have a bunch of blank places where you will fill out, your day of the month, and then the month right here and the year. Anywhere that's all capitals needs to stay in all capitals. So you're going to be doing first, middle, last, first, last. If you do not have a middle name, you could just do first, last. These 3 hyphens these 3 letters is Jane Mary Doe. That's the name of her trust. See how it's Jane Mary Doe Revocable Living Trust? You're going to replace this with your 3 initials or 2 initials or 3 letters, whatever you want it to be. And yeah, she did a very good job with this. Definitely read through the entire thing because the name pops up quite a bit. What I did was hit Control F and then typed Jane, and it showed me everywhere Jane showed up that I had to replace my name after I read through it and replaced it, just in case I missed something. And it'll show you everywhere you need to do that. Statement of witnesses. Like I said, I don't think it's a problem that I did 2 witnesses, right, Kim Marie? What do you think? I know 3 replaces a notary.
Guess what I just found while I'm looking for my CAF letter?
Your Social Security.
Yeah, I found the 3 copies of my Social Security card and my actual cards. It was tucked away in a perfect little binder, ready for transport.
Beautiful.
But wow! So
just
thank
in
you
time
for that.
Monday, huh?
Yes. Wow.
Background story: Kim Marie's been freaking out trying to find her Social Security cards for a process she's doing tomorrow for the past week. So that's a relief for you there.
Oh, so
Beautiful.
great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I didn't know the question you asked because I just literally just found it.
I just did 2 witnesses. Do you think that it needs to be 3 since there's no notary page on this, or is 2 witnesses okay?
If you can find 3 witnesses, if you can find 3, do 3.
Okay.
If you can only find 2,
Then I should get it notarized too.
I would. Yeah.
Yeah. Because 3 witnesses, guys, is equal to a notary. 3 witnesses is equal to a notary. So like for the notary pages where she had 3 and the notary, I just did 2 in the notary. But the rest is fairly self-explanatory. You have your beneficiaries at the last page, which you'll fill up. You have to fix all these to have your name. Like I said, I changed the sovereign state citizen to just sovereign American. You do what you'd like. This is your identification, where you will put a picture of your face, a passport size photo, whatever. Yeah, pretty awesome stuff. This is in the vault for you guys to download and check out. And I guess we can open it up for any questions or concerns. There was a lot of chatting going on in the welcome page. So if you guys want to just type question again, if you have a question, so I don't have to sift through like 100 messages, that would be awesome. And the moment I see that, I will call on y'all and we can get through these questions. Yes, Sean.
Yeah, I had a quick question. I was listening to the B section, and my brain started thinking of interesting things. So I have a couple of federal cases that I'm the plaintiff on that were settled. Can I put those on the B?
Yeah, that court case is an account number, but you don't have a value.
Right.
So
we just do what we talked about earlier, leave it blank and let them assess it.
that's what I would try, but I don't know unless anybody else has any if you can get a QSIP number for your court case from that account number, you'd be golden. But that costs money, obviously,
Right.
But that I do know of people who have done that though.
And I was also thinking, wouldn't it be the claim amount, since I'm the plaintiff that filed the case? Wouldn't the value be for the claim amount?
Yeah, or the charges.
Well, they were federal cases under FDCPA, Telephone Consumer Protections Act violations, Fair Labor Standards Act violations, stuff like that.
I couldn't tell you, brother, honestly. I don't want to give you bad advice. And I'm going to just be fair and say I really don't know unless somebody else has any comment.
May I
Did you
ask,
give them
was
a
it
fee schedule?
judgment account?
Yeah, there's a fee schedule in the claim in the case that was filed in the exhibits as well.
Then go buy your fee schedule. What'd you tell them they was gonna? You said you defaulted them, right?
Nah, they settled out on all the cases.
They settled. They gave you settled on a dollar amount, then, right?
Right.
So then go by the dollar amount that you settled on, 10 times the value, or get the case audited.
What they're doing is they're still using those QSIP numbers, though.
Yeah,
so you can use them every year, 4 times a year if you're putting it on the trust, for example.
Yep. That and get an audit on the case and find out exactly how much they're making on the case. And there you go.
Okay.
I mean, that does cost money, but hell, it's worth it in the end.
Yeah, I was just brainstorming the idea because I thought about it. I'm like, you shouldn't just have to be a defendant in a case to be able to do this. A case is a case. Doesn't matter who the parties are.
The moment they open up that case, they start with their bonds and all that crap. And they start monetizing it. Whether you're a plaintiff or a defendant, it don't matter.
So would I give the court a W-9 to get their information?
If they'll give it to you. Every W-9 I've ever given to them, they've ignored.
It could be 10 not,
Not provided.
not
Oh
provided.
yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Right? But you better definitely put that court
I
address
got the
where that
docket
case
number and
or that
yeah,
bank account
right.
number is located. That's right.
Appreciate it. That's it.
Yes, sir. Estrella?
Hey, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I'm hoping I can remember what I wanted to ask. Um, oh my gosh, I'm so sleepy. I wanted to ask what her thoughts were on, so I have two issues right now. One's kind of simple. I got summoned for jury duty. Summon makes me think of summoning the dead. That's what it made me think of, but
Correct. Summoning
uh,
demons. Yep.
yeah, so that made me think about. So that's my first one, and then second one is I I think I briefly talked to her before about this, but I filed a Chapter 7 for my ex, and so I'm trying to help him through that. And time's kind of running out, and I'm not finding information on anywhere and how to deal with it with the things we know now. So I'm just like kind of stuck, and I don't know what to do to help him. And yeah, or if I should just let it go and just let him do, how it regularly goes. I did file his taxes, the ESs, so that hopefully that'll offset his tax debt, and get him some credits coming back. They do have that now at the IRS, so I'm hoping that will come through before we have to go back to court, which is on the 4th. So
Was it
it's
for
just.
tax debt? Is that why he's in court?
It's part of it. Yeah, he had a really big electric bill that was from both of us. It was, just accumulated over the years that we were
Sure.
married, which is 3 decades. So a long time. So, and I mean, I felt bad because they went after him so bad after he left. And I told him, I was like, don't do that. Wait, let's fix this. But he just walked out on us. So, and I have been trying to be kind and helpful because he's kind of got some memory issues and it seems like it's getting worse. So I'm trying to help him out. I don't know what to do. I don't know what paperwork to file. I don't know how to, they won't let me stand, talk for him, in court. Like, you're not an attorney, they keep telling me. So I'm like, I know that, but I don't know what to do. So
There is counsel. He can have counsel.
So
that's what I thought.
is it bankruptcy? Is the case actually a bankruptcy case?
Yes. Yep.
Have you been able to go to Pacer and grab
Yep.
Okay.
I have his Pacer. Yep.
Okay. So the case number is the account number that you get to assess, right?
Okay.
And then the address that's located on the Pacer is the address that gets the recipient, okay, of the of the usufruct that's happening with the CRIS accounts, the court accounts, right? So you can assess that yourself with this doctrine of necessity grants you the benefit of discovery.
Okay.
And you realize that you never paid you and he never paid he.
Right.
Okay. So you get to create a B and hopefully you'll get that court audited. And when they get audited, it's not just going to be for 2024. It's going to be from the inception of the charter that established that fake bank. Fake bank. Charging and putting you in debt and you're alive. Fake bank.
Right. So at the meeting of the creditors, and I learned this by watching videos, he was the only one besides the trustee at the meeting of the creditors. And I told him that. I'm like, I try to tell him this. I'm like, you're the creditor. And he just doesn't get it. So, but yeah, I was like, it's only just him and the trustee or whatever. It was like, he thought that all these people were going to be there. And I'm like, yeah, no one's there. So I just don't know what to do. So I'm filing a B for this then?
You betcha.
Okay. All right.
Do you have a living trust?
I
Did you
do.
let? Yeah,
And I made one. I made one for him too. I made one for him when I made mine.
It's you have the right to pursue happiness by any means necessary.
Yep. 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 I got him an EIN the same day I got mine. Most of the stuff I did for him, he doesn't even know. I even got his estate back when I got mine. So, so he's got a couple EINs out there.
Well, everything you're doing it in good faith with clean hands and pure intent. So
No, he's
that's
lucky.
the
He's
law.
lucky I'm doing this. He's
Yeah.
been so mean to me, but I just am trying to help because he works really hard, and I get, I get it, so
Well,
he feels so screwed, by the
some
world.
men learn through pain. Some men learn through pain.
Yes,
I know
indeed.
I did. Yeah.
So you do you, okay, and you turn everything into gold because you know how, and you lead by example, and that's the best we can do. People are gonna start to wake up when those handcuffs get too tight.
Yep. So what would you do for the jury duty?
Well, they pay you to for your time, and it's an account. So
They're
it's
gonna
something you can
go
be.
into this thing?
If you wanted to be it. If you want to be it, you can be it now.
I don't
Times
want to
10
go.
times
I
the
don't want to
amount.
go. I don't want to go
And
to it.
you have to be listed as a voter, jury duty. So
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I didn't even remember to rescind that. I feel so dumb for forgetting to do that. It's like the one thing I forgot to do.
Well, I mean, I've heard of people saying, listen, I'm a way too prejudiced of a person to be put on a panel. I will not be able to be biased. I have too much PTSD from this
Writing
war
it
that
in
we've
the
been in.
description.
And
Yeah.
I'm way too biased. You won't want me on the jury, I promise you. Just don't go. Just don't go.
Right.
Just don't go. I've done it. Never go. They don't bother me.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I
You
hope
know
that
the
you're doing
person.
okay, Kim.
And I'm not a donor.
Conflict of interest. You know the person. No, don't do that. All right. Are we good there, Straya? Did we get?
Yeah, I mean, my boys walked in from work, so I was a little bit frazzled, but I'm still kind of lost. But I know how to do a B. I've done B's, so if that's what I'm doing, then I just don't know if it'll get done by the time that he has his court date. So
I know it's hard to do, but we need to worry about
no, I
you
know,
right now.
I'm aware.
I admire your heart. I do. I really do. Okay.
Got to get my needs met because I'm not working and things are hard for me and the kids. So yeah,
I'm right there with you. I really am. I've been trying to get a job and can't. So, I mean, I think God's trying to.
You and me both, man.
I think God's trying to force me into this, which is fine. I'll take it. Appreciate it. Yvonne, it said, the certificate of live birth is original, sir, and given, but SSA has first, middle, last married name. Should trust name be in the COLB? So I had the same issue, Yvonne. Both my birth certificate and my social are spelled incorrectly as opposed to what I was named. So what I ended up doing was I walked into the Social Security branch and I said, hey, you guys messed up on my Social Security. Here's my ID. Here's my birth certificate. This is how it's supposed to be spelled. And they updated it. Whether or not that's spelled the right way or not, at least all my stuff matches. And then I just did my trust in my birth certificate name, if that helps. Does that help? Yvonne?
yeah, that
I can barely hear you, friend. What'd you say?
it helps.
Are you underwater? I can't hear you, but if you walk in to any branch, a Social Security branch nearest to you, pull the ticket and just wait like an hour. Once you go to the window, they can do it there. You don't even have to do paperwork. And they will update your file, and then they can issue you a new Social Security card. It took all in all like 2 to 3 weeks to get the new card too. It wasn't too bad. That's what I would do if I were you. That's what I did do. So yeah. Okay. M. White, the blonde. M. White, the blonde. Did you have a question? It looks like you're talking, but I can't hear you. If you want to type your question in the chat, if you're having technical difficulties, I can ask it for you and try to answer. Because can anyone else hear her? Him? Her? No?
No.
Yeah, M. White? Hello? Hello? Yeah, go ahead and type your question in the chat. I'm going to go to Princess Anne, and once I see yours, we'll answer it. Princess Anne?
Yes. So I had a couple questions. I've been choking down a lot of information, so I hadn't really gotten into the whole A live or the letter A before a word. So in the non-decedent letter, it does say that I am a non-decedent. Is that okay? When you talk about the A canceling out whatever, is it supposed to be connected within the word like alive?
Correct. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
prefix. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the other question I had is, I think Kim Marie had in one of the threads put form SSA 521 up. And in just figuring all of this and wanting to do the right thing and you know, in good faith with honor, I was in a car accident 3 years ago that left me not being able to, at what the time I had believed to be was my passion, helping other people. And so I did file for that, but in wanting to do the right
request to
thing, I
withdraw.
should. Right. So I want, because I want to do the right thing, would the right thing be request for withdrawal? And if so, is my reason what?
I don't know with the 521. I'm not going to withdraw mine. I don't think. Kim Marie, is that something you talked about? I don't remember that.
Yeah, so my packet that went to the Pentagon had 4 of my claims in it, all lumped in underneath the 521 because of all of the Social Security cards being hijacked. Remember that? And I attached mine and my reasoning to my writ of restitution because of what had just happened to my 3rd tax return in 15 months being taken by the banks because of a misuse and stolen identity using misuse of my Social Security person in commerce. So I'm taking that as my basis. And I'm also claiming in that writ of restitution, I'm claiming my UCC, lien, security agreement, contract of bailment, all of that when I first procured my set-off bond in 2008. And I've never drawn down anything from that. So I had a whole sledgehammer in that envelope that was about 2 inches thick. So for me, it was time, because my identity had been misused now. Fake fiduciaries, fake trustees, fake executors, and my 3949A and the 8300, where I put in the information referral of the stolen identity by the IRS agent conspiring with the bank without ever noticing me. My affidavit went unrebutted after 30 days, and I was in the process of procuring my lien on my vessels, my trust vessels, my nonprofit organizations, etc., establishing myself here in Texas. So I had lots of reasons for that withdrawal. But I didn't send mine or walk mine into an SSA. I'm going to what I call the indentured trustee, or the top man of the chain of command, which happens to be the comptroller, the treasury, and the Marines, care of the Marines, for all investigations and public relations. So that's a long answer, but it felt like that's what was needed because it had been so targeted in the last 15 months. And had done so much work getting these actors reported, to include the magistrate Superior Court in the heart of Chicago, where a marshal made a false claim against me. And so I appealed, and they sent me that packet. It was 3 inches thick of all the documents. They sent it all back to me. Guess what week they sent it back to me? No accidents here. No coincidences. The same week that the DNC was in Chicago is the week that I received that beautiful, large, white ship or package in my business mailbox. And there is a 3949A and an 8300 with over 900,000 that I assessed the whole matter. I was there on private trust business. And so 900,000 times 10. Merry Christmas. That's what I felt as soon as I got that in the mail. They returned all my documents back to me so that I could file my claim and get my restitution and be made whole. So I'm very excited about filing these, in these next couple days. I'm going to be filing a couple trust returns, and one of them is going to be my TWIC card and the Homeland Security case that I just told you about, where a magistrate and a marshal, federal marshal, had used my name without my consent in commerce to profit.
So in Princess Anne's situation, it wouldn't be really necessary to withdraw her application. You're just doing it for a specific purpose, correct? Like the 521.
That, I think that's going to be an individual, you know, you and God have to kind of figure out how you want to navigate going forward. When I heard that 3 billion Social Security cards, their relatives' information and I can't remember, I think it was 4 things that got compromised with those Social Security cards being hijacked. I saw that as an opportunity to basically file involuntary bankruptcy in the public. And that's what that document means to me.
I also wanted to show you something, Kimmery. I was talking to Magic and a couple others the other night, and there's a IRS external leads program. Have you heard of that?
External leads? No.
Guess what it is?
What is it? It's horrible.
It's a program that the financial institutions report suspicious IRS check deposits to the IRS. And it's publication 5033. talking about they can pause the deposits and contact the IRS and return the check to them. Where have you heard that before? It's collusion, I think, pretty much. But it spells it all out right here. Even direct deposit. It says if there's suspicious direct deposit, return refunds to the IRS. Isn't that crazy?
Wow. So Office of Foreign Asset Control is one that I've looked up because there's so much corruption going on right now, and there's so many undocumented people coming in and using other people's ID to actually launder money through the IRS.
Sure.
That we're kind of in a state of transition right now where we have to verify, we have to get ourselves into our living trust, we have to show ourselves competent to self-govern, because the corporation is so toxic that we have no other way to save our country but to cut the whole cancer out and de-bloat the government down to about 3/4 of what it is, and bring all the power back to the states and the counties where the estate regents, royals, the elect are living, and we have the right to be protected, right? So there's just, wow. I mean, we're basically just having to prove that we're not the enemy and we're not at war. We're not an enemy combatant, and we are, we're not a foreign agent. Some people have even sent their birth certificates in and declared themselves, a non-Hague country so that they could get their birth certificates authenticated. And I'm told that if you've done that and you ever have some kind of an infraction on the federal highways, that you are taking a chance that you may get yourself deported to that non-Hague country that you gave your allegiance to when you did that process with the Secretary of State. So I really like this instruction step by step. It's really a beautiful opportunity for everybody to come back on the land, be competent in their affairs, be cognizant of what we're doing, and we get a second chance at actually building the new non-usury, non-corrupt new republic. So
Kim Marie,
so many levels. Yeah, so many levels. I love this. Thank you, Marduk, for holding this call tonight.
My pleasure.
Kim Marie, so in that, with me figuring all of this out, I am more than stoked and more than willing to become a fisherman. And this is still pending. It hasn't even started. I've been told that, requesting the Social Security part for disability is like a prayer of relief. But if there's any kind of they're digging in the back pocket too, then I would rather, now that I know what I know, do the right thing. And I would rather save people.
Hell yeah. Well, Princess Anne, it sounds like, that is something in regard to your question that you would need to, think about for yourself. That was a personal decision on Kim Marie's part, not so much something that she thinks everybody should do or have to do, I should say. But all of our Social Security numbers and a lot of people's Social Security numbers, and even people who passed away, Social Security numbers have been hacked and stolen. So that's why she did that there.
Thank you.
Sure. Doreen? Oh, no. You said have a good night. Okay. NH321. What's up, girl?
Hey there.
How
I
you
I
doing?
have just a, I'm good. Thank you.
Good.
Just some quick questions I got. Between step 2 and step 3, step 2 is, faxing in your paperwork, and then step 3 is starting the 1099B online process. I know everyone's saying like the IRS is really backed up. Like, what do you think could be a good time frame that we should wait before we do the 1099B online?
So we're asking in our letters. So I would wait until I have the return receipts from when everyone was put on notice, and then the IRS is being asked in our letters to send us a confirmation that they've received everything. So, I mean, you can either wait till then, or once you put everyone on notice and everything's set up, I don't know. What do you think, Kim Marie?
Well, I'm a big fan of overnighting express mail.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you think you wait till you hear back? Like, because you know how the IRS has been sending people letters stating we've updated our records to now you're a non-decedent, whatever. Do you think you should be waiting?
I don't wait on anyone else.
Hell yeah.
Personally, I row my boat when I row my boat, and I go as fast as I need to go the days that I feel like I can go. And I try not to delay,
It's going to take a while for the bees to even process too, but I feel like once you have your EIN and, you've set everything up, it's not really on them. It's not really, you're the boss, they're just the accountants. So.
All right. Another question on a trust, like the revocable trust. This may be a weird question, but can you have more than one bank account on that? I mean, I assume you can. That's probably a stupid question, but just
I recommend sub accounts, putting up sub accounts underneath that EIN. Think about it like if you had some offspring or you were creating accounts to invest in for maybe grandchildren that have not been born yet, or, if you've got some sheep or something that you want to start setting aside money for. I like to create sub accounts under that trust. I think it's a good idea. It helps the person that comes along has to administer for you. It also helps to have them consolidated.
Okay. Well, that's what I was thinking, like just one regular general bank account, kind of local, then maybe a Fidelity, because I know you can fill out that form to kind of split the money to be put into different accounts. So I was just trying to think ahead on that.
Yeah, it even asks you like for your beneficiaries when you set it up. And I'm pretty sure you can allocate specific amounts to each within that account, I think. But yeah.
Okay. All right. And then
was that a simple trust that you filed as a 1041 or a complex trust or a grantor type trust?
It was a simple.
Okay. And so it came with the trustee's name on it, right?
Yes. Yeah. I already have like the local bank account, went and opened that up. I've got, that's completely set up.
It's a trust account though, right?
Yes. Yes.
So, connected to that EIN that filed.
Right.
Well, so what I know is that so far, having 3 swiped and different things happened to all 3 of them, which I have, been able to kind of figure out what went wrong and why. But this last one came with both of my legal names on it, with both of my names being called trustees. And what I know about a simple trust tax return is that those funds are to be distributed without delay. So if you have a checkbook connected to it, if you've ordered them, or if you're going to be able to ask them to wire or give you a cashier's check for those funds, and they need to be moved out of that account, because a trustee is just supposed to be distributing what belongs to another, whoever that another is. Even if it's you, it needs to be another bank account.
Okay.
I would just warn you that when Fidelity said there's a hold on this, because it's a new account that we had created, a trust account, and even though she had 5 other accounts there open, it was still a new account. So they said there's going to be a 15-day hold. Well, that left us with 15 days, business days, to actually get the checks in hand and write those checks out or request those funds to be wired, because we're not supposed to hold on to funds that belong to another. That's why the Fidelity account got leaned, because it was for my benefit, which was the listed Benny. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
just move the funds, cashier's check, wire, whatever, as soon as you are able to, just distribute the funds.
Yeah. I already have checks and everything in for that. So like if I were to
Okay.
open another account, should it be in the trust? It shouldn't be in the trust name. What kind of, just in my name or the beneficiary's names?
Yeah. So the Benny is who, so the trust got filed for the benefit of another.
Mm-hmm.
And you did an A and a C. So you came in as the trustee, you conveyed or transferred the interest from one ledger to another ledger, from one location to another location, and you're the custodian responsible to get those funds returned to the originator of the credit, to the one who paid the rent, so the fact that you've got a trust account connected to it, and if the rent payments came out of that account, then you're fine. But if you're just the trustee that's holding the funds, you've got to get them back to the person who actually wrote the check in Commerce to pay the rent, which is the Benny.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome.
Then one final question on Mardik, when you were talking about that 2848, and I knew this and I did it wrong on the 2027, I did the 2030. And I did remember Ross going over and saying do 2027, but I don't know why I just still followed that. So should I redo that? And if so, should I send in an 8821 with it?
If they don't reject it, no, but they were rejecting it for people in the group for that reason. So that's why we decided that.
Yeah. It's reread the instructions and it clearly says it. So
yeah, but if they take it, no, I wouldn't redo it. I mean, if they take it, let them keep it, you know. And the 8821, I personally, you can do that online through your Tax Pro.
Oh, really?
You can submit that on, through irs.gov/tax professional. But I mean, her process for some reason isn't calling for it. So, you know, I don't want to confuse anybody and make them do something that maybe may not be necessary. But from my understanding of reading the purposes of each form, it seems like they both have a specific purpose. One is for decision making and the other is for receiving information. Since the addresses are all the same anyways, you're going to be getting the info as the beneficiary of the trust regardless, but that just makes it to where the trustee can receive that information. But since you're one and the same, you know,
right.
I mean, I don't know if it matters too much. It's probably why she left it off, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Nina?
Hey, Kim Marie, you mentioned that you received a form back, returned.
Say it one more time, a little bit louder.
Sorry, my voice. You mentioned a form being returned back to you in the package. You sent off to the Pentagon.
No, that went out about 10 days ago. I'm talking about my TWIC card, Homeland Security appeal for getting my TWIC card back and I had to report the marshal and the magistrate for using my identity, summonsing me to court for claiming that I entered a federal building, posing as a federal, what do they say? You're posing as a, what they call it? Posing as a federal
Official.
Into something governmental.
federal official. Yeah, some kind of federal official like that.
Okay, and then you said to pay yourself something about 900,000 times 10. What was that form?
Okay, so when I originally put in the identity theft, which is, let's see, I also, there's a document that you can make a complaint against an exempt organization. Okay, that's another really good one. We got to find that one and put that in our files, Marduk, because
Which one?
had to do that. It's called,
I think I have that form because I filed as well.
Good for you. Yeah, it's an information referral claim against a exempt organization, which we all know is the courts and the banks and the nonprofit organizations that are scamming people out of millions of dollars.
It's the 13909.
Yes, thank you.
It's in my IRS portal.
Awesome. Yes. Okay. So what I had done initially, because I was reporting the marshal and the magistrate as having stolen and misused my identity for profit, and because he wrote me a ticket for false impersonating a public official or something like that when I'm a TWIC card holder, which is under the Coast Guard. It's actually, I'm able to go on to military bases unescorted. I was able to lift drive people on military bases unescorted because the TWIC card is, it's a federal transportation worker. As if you're a truck driver, let's say, you're able to go cross border, you're able to do deliveries, you're able to, drop off very important people on a military base without having to be escorted. So anyhow, they made up this whole story and what have you. So I had to report them, and I did it on the 3949A and the 8300, and I reported the Hobbs Act violations because I was there on trust business, trying to save the farm that I was telling you all about that I ended up doing a K1 on. And essentially what happened was that they temporarily took my card from me. So I had to appeal it with Homeland Security, and I did. And then I asked them for all the documentation on the case. And it took a year, and they sent it all back to me, very thick envelope where they had even done a background check on me. And all they had was like a misdemeanor for me when I was like 19 years old or 18. I don't remember. It was so long ago, but they showed me my FBI file basically, and I'm clean as a whistle. Anyway, so I also got the opportunity. This is their second time saying you can reapply for your TWIC card, but inside it was the 3949A and all those information referrals. And I realized, oh my gosh, this is a receipt. This is a receipt. It's a claim. I can 1099B this and effectively get an audit on one of the most corrupt courts in the land, Chicago, Northern District Court, Dearborn, where the large tax office is located, in this tall federal building in the center of Chicago. So, and only a Benny of a trust can make a complaint. We're the civil authority. They cannot act without our referral because it's prima facie evidence. Prima facie evidence admissible in a court of competent jurisdiction. And arbitration, by the way, is the highest court jurisdiction because it's between kings and queens. Arbitration happens between sovereigns. So, I had assessed the losses along with the potential loss of the farm and the commercial loans and all the accounting because see, she had inherited that farm and her mother had had that property for over 25 years. So I already know who's paid the taxes on it for 25 years. We already were able to put a viable assessment against all of that property that was in jeopardy and being targeted by the corruption in that state. Okay. In that county, especially. So anyway, this 1099B process is such a threefold faceted, beautiful opportunity for us. And if we're not prepared or ready or have the time in our lives at this moment to start administering our living trusts, we're able to at least pre-fill our cookie jars for when it is time for us to file an amended tax return or January's tax return, because we will be able to start filing in January, folks, and that's not too far away.
I put that information referral in the archive
Thank you.
Chat too.
Could you put the 3949A and the 8300 in there for everybody?
Yep.
And then what I will do is I'll come back around and I'll put my scanned copies of my packet so people can see the document, an example of one that's been filled out. Okay.
I'm looking at the form right now. It's the 14039.
The exempt entity that you're
identity theft.
Okay.
Business identity theft affidavit for my business. Is the conversion?
Oh, good. Okay.
I complained.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Yep.
My question was, I received back my 4361 exemption for self-employment for use by ministers. It's a form that returned with a ministerial waiver payment voucher. They sent me a voucher with it.
They sent you a voucher with it.
Yeah, I mean, I have ministerial vouchers for when I first, filled out the form. They sent me some, and then they sent me my form back denying me the exemption. But they sent me another ministerial payment voucher with the
because
they returned my letter back. They returned my form back with the denial letter.
Okay. All right. So
I was like, wait, you got yours back. So that's why I'm asking you your form back.
Well,
with the amounts, right?
Oh, okay. So no. So the exemption as a minister, when I sent that in, I faxed that in. Actually, that went with one of my Form 56s and 2848s and all that for the vessel that I'm a minister for. But hold on a second, because something just came up. So if you've got credits that are unclaimed, connected to any one of your EINs, their records and their ledgers are lopsided. You are owed a settlement. And in order for you to claim the settlement, you've got to report it. Exempt entities don't have to report anything. But if you have collections, see, banks don't report because they don't hold property. They're not the entitlement holder. We're exempt as a minister. And what that means for us is I never took a vow of poverty, and I never said I didn't deserve a godly wage every day for the work that I'm doing here on my God mission. I'm not a bank. I'm a ministry and I'm an officer of my ministry, ordained. So think of me as a ship chaplain, right?
I'm ordained too. I have my
Right.
ministerial.
So we are able to divorce. We are able to
Baptized.
a contract. You know, we're able to marry. We're able to baptize. We're able to protect, right? People can come up under our ministry and we can be the protectorate, the shield, right? So we can enter into contracts. We're private side of the private, right? So we can contract all day long.
Doctor
We
of
can even
Divinity.
hire people. We can put people on payroll. We can, so
I'm opening up schools. I'm opening up schools in American sports. America's Sports High.
Nice.
Throughout the whole America.
Nice.
If anybody
Okay.
wants to come in as a trustee, every state, every country in America will be having.
Okay. All right.
So,
well, you need to for sure get that 1-page description in the archive box for all of us to look at and just relish, because I've got a couple share and tells too that I want to share with everybody. So keep that in mind. Exempt means you can't be sued, but you can collect all day long. So if they denied you an exemption, was it an EIN that got denied or your social person?
You know what? No, it was the form. So the form 4361. So it wasn't an EIN. Oh, yeah, no, it was just a form from the ministerial trust.
I don't know if they even ask for a TIN on there, do they? I can't remember. It's been so
No,
long.
they ask for a social security number. It asks for a social.
I think my payment vouchers, the
And
original
it does have a spot for the EIN as well.
I don't recall filling out an EIN for that.
I'm looking at it. I don't know if you did or not, but
see if you can locate it. Yeah, because the Mort Main with no dashes is the private foreign grantor escrow holding title company, right? It's the title holder. It's a safekeeping deposit of a ton of credits that not only came from you in your lifetime, but you're connected to a train of ancestors' reversionary interest.
I believe that. I'm looking at the vouchers. It says Philadelphia ministerial waiver. And these are payment and inquiry vouchers. And it's just got from Kansas, from Philly. So there's an IRS ministerial waiver in Philly. And it's under my name. So it's under my legal name, all caps.
So if you got a payment voucher with it, inquiry is the bond. Inquiry, think about the inquiry, the top coupon as
my socials on
an unlimited ledger of credits. When you see that inquiry at the top, and then the bottom one is the payment voucher, right? So my understanding is those go in together. You fax those into the CAF fax number and you attach it to anything that you are assessing and giving value to. And then at 843, request for a return or abatement. Now, because you've got your ministerial exemption vouchers, you've given them permission, you're holding them harmless to give you the return on the assessed value, and the payment coupon is their permission to debit, to recall the credits or draw the credits. And now you're exempt from levy, you're exempt from debt, you're exempt from usury, because you are non-profit. You're just not profiting here. And you're not, you can be in commerce without being in usury. And that's what we're all kind of trying to express here by way of our trust is that we want to learn how to be competent. And
you calling me competent?
what's that? Competent. Yeah.
I am.
Yes, you are. I can't wait for you to show us your little flyer or your write up about your project. I'm so excited to see
I
it.
already have it. I already have it. I have it all in it.
Well, I'm definitely if the project that I'm getting ready to share with all of you guys, if it doesn't kick off here in the next 30 days, I might be chatting it up with you and being, willing to and interested in being one of your trustees in the Republic of Texas here.
Oh, for sure. I'm saying every America, every I don't want to say state, but in America, yes, it's going to be a sports high in everyone. It's America's sports high, and it'll be top notch. You know what I mean? Because
What
if
is
you
it?
think about sports, it'll be a sports high. It'll be if you think about sports and you think about the men and women throughout the Americas that have retired, or that have not gone further as far as like college, but are still young and still want to educate and stick with sports. No, the more the merrier. The more teachers that are in, former athletes throughout the Americas. Come on. There's a lot of retired basketball, football, baseball. I mean, golf, swimming, everything. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, and I did get the trust that you got too. The other day. What's it called? The split interest.
Split interest. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think it's a crack. I need to get both.
Yeah. Charitable remainder.
Yes, I got that.
Yay!
I just didn't know what to do with that voucher. I was like, wait, I got a voucher, and they denied. And they sent my form back. What is going on here? So that's why when you mentioned that, when they sent your files back to you.
Yep, they sent it back to the sovereign. We are the civil authority.
Right.
We're the ones with the pen.
But you had the amount. You said there was like a $900,000 amount that you times by 10.
Well, I get to take that claim that was returned to me the week that they were in Chicago, all these people. And I realized that I get to put the whole thing on a B and take the court in Chicago and get it audited.
Right.
It's a bank. It's a bank, guys, in the most corrupt city in the land.
Yes.
I cannot wait to get them audited.
What do you recommend I do with the voucher? Since you got your
we can talk about that. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can talk about that. You can.
Offline.
Yeah, I mean, grab your CP 575. And yeah,
which ones?
I know it's like, I mean, grab a receipt, return it. I don't know. I mean, there's just so many ways to recoup. I mean, you can attach a 1099 miscellaneous to it, pay the tax on it, 38%,
I'm the one that told you that has the
22%.
1099B. I was the one that spoke earlier about the 1099B, the billion that I haven't done anything with yet.
Right. I think for us to draw down,
because I know other people have questions.
Yeah. For us to draw down, though, we have to keep it. We have to. Well, when we file electronically, we have to keep it under 10 million if we're going to file electronically. If we're going to do a paper copy, it would be, I think, behoove us to follow the AI, and their threshold is 10 million per filing. So maybe file a couple electronic returns, under 10 million, and just get yourself going, and then
there's a lot of schools to be built, y'all. There's a lot of schools to be built.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
and the
I
trust
feel
will
you.
take care of a lot of everyone's everything. No problem.
Self-funding grant makers.
Yep.
Everybody's getting tired. I can hear it in our voices. Okay, next.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it seems like that was the last question we had. And we have been going on for almost 6 hours, so I'm probably going to wrap it up for today, guys. We'll have a meeting soon. I'll let you guys know ahead of time, and try to give everybody the opportunity to be here. I do appreciate you all, and really enjoy our time together. And I know today was pretty simple, and we're just kind of going over the Claim Your Credits guide. I just wanted everyone to have a basic understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I really hope that helped clear a couple things up. Maiden name or married name, in terms of, I'm sorry, I think that she might mean married name on the SS. I'm asking basically the same question: maiden name or married name on a trust. Also, Kim Marie's explanation on how she had used them both in a trust. She mentioned, so what's on your birth certificate? I would go with what's on your birth certificate.
Duke, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And Kim Marie, thank you.
Yeah.
Am I wrong to say go with what's on your birth certificate?
I actually asked a recorder about it. So when I went to and talked to some people I know at the recorder's office, she said that when you get married, it's a legal name change. So if your social security card says your married name, then you've had an official name change that to confirm that you've changed your name. So I used my married name because that's what's on my social security card. And that's what's been changed and recorded in the system. So it's up to you. So, but that's what I did. So, and you can also just do like your maiden name and hyphenate it as well. That's another way of doing it. So, but I just did my married name because I've done a legal name change that's been recorded. And that's what the county recorder said to me.
There you go.
That's
Does
great
that help,
advice.
M. White, the blonde? I hope that helps. I know it's kind of tricky. It was kind of weird for me too, since they did my different names on all my legal documents, like my social security and my birth certificate. Yeah, someone was live streaming this on TikTok, which is odd. I saw that. Very weird. I removed them because they didn't ask. Sometimes there's people.
What the heck?
Yeah,
Ah.
I sometimes we talk about personal things, and I choose whether or not I put the videos out there. And that's not cool to not ask, especially when you. Yeah, I had no idea. And I watched myself on her screen. She's streaming it on TikTok, and I watched when I kicked her out, and it cut the live. And I hope that's embarrassing for you. I apologize. I do want everybody to have this information, but there's a reason why we're being kind of closed about it. This isn't really stuff that you can just blast out there like crazy. And I don't appreciate that. Now, y'all can share this information with whoever you like, but when it comes to this group, we're working together to help free ourselves so we can help free others, but not to broadcast to the entire world, especially when there's basically two people leading this, that all the liability can come down on them. I don't know if that sounds paranoid of me or whatever, but I do want to be smart about this, and I want us all to be here, to help each other and not one person get pinned for anything.
You're listening to Kim Marie and Marduk live.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate. At least ask.
Well, it's about the consent. It's just about the consent. There was
She's
no
gone.
consent.
She's
Yeah.
gone. So, thank you for pointing that out, Yvonne. I appreciate you. That's extremely disrespectful.
Sean's radio voice is amazing.
Isn't
Put that to
it?
work.
So cool,
Yeah.
dude.
You're listening to Kiss 102.7.
That's
I was
the
not-
boy, dude.
Okay. Come out of her, my people. We need a radio station, okay?
Wow.
Right.
Okay, you know I make beats, so hey, I got you.
Oh, I love it. I would love it if we did it. If we actually did our own TikTok and we actually had a DJ, that'd be so great. And then you could take requests like we used to back in the
100%.
day when we call in the radio station and they play our song.
100%. And you guys feel more than free to share this information. We're actually asking that of you, like we are. But when it comes to live streaming, like, that's just that's not okay. I don't know if I'm being weird or not. I don't know how y'all would feel if you're in the situation, but that's just not okay in my eyes.
It's
So,
not okay.
coming soon.
Who was that person?
ECAT.
Do we know who that person was?
ECAT. Yeah. Apostrophe cat.
Okay.
I took a screenshot too. And then there's this tech talk girl, which I'm not gonna go into.
You know what? I was wanting to say to a lot of different people out there, for example, you know how I go through history and everything else, the lies that were told, the bankrupt constitution, everything else. But there's so many different things. For example, you go through the whole thing of that the Federal Reserve was passed on December 26th when I was in Congress, is one thing. And then they were given a 20-year charter, right? So then they were created in 1913. So 1913, then you have 1923, then 1933. Boom. So then the private foreign corporation known as the Federal Reserve was actually said to have been raided. Well, they raided the actual Treasury. So this is also later on why Jim Traficant put on the congressional record under a coroner's report, that whole thing of Chapter 11. All these dead corporations are not only bankrupt, but they're also dissolved and not even allowed to actually operate. The only reason they're only allowed to operate is under Chapter 11, which is in order to sell off everything that they have and to pay back the creditors. Well, we are coming back as the creditors.
Yes, sir.
Is what I wanted to get out.
And let's add one little piece to that. 1966 is when the Tax Lien Act went into effect.
That was around
IRS,
also the time that the UCCs were put in.
Yes. So IRS Tax Lien Act basically turned all of us, obviously we were all agriculture, and whatever we would produce would go under that ag lien, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now when you said we're back as the creditors, we are the priority lien holders in this true bill of this adjudicated matter of this default judgment, because fraud vitiates, and we've caught them all: racketeering, stealing, Hobbs Act violations,
Everything
robbery
you
defined.
could think of.
Every
Racketeering.
Title 18 USC, every violation you could violate, they've done it. And so we're just having to kind of lead by example, peacefully assemble, take back a little bit at a time while we get all these exempt foreign agents, domestic terrorists, all acquisitioned, and all those assets get clawed back and sent to us as if we had sent original exhibits of articles of proof and evidence under affidavit our referrals, we get an award, 211, if they catch anybody. Well, all of us on this call by now know that every single one of them have at least stolen once from one of the 9 billion people on the planet.
Right.
Right? At least once. And all it takes is one injured Benny of a really big trust. One. It only takes one. And that's essentially what you've just underlined for us, Sean. In the timeline of events, when we look back at this a year or two from now, when it dawns on people, it's just going to be amazing. I don't know what else to say. I'm just so grateful that we're all here and we're all awake and we're comprehending and we're actually in action to help rescue the next 7 generations, basically, from a shit show.
Right.
Whip it.
I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. So glad I found my tribe. Marduk, thank you so much for going on that live that day. I swear, I thank you so
Oh
much.
yeah. Sorry I'm a stickler, but hey, someone's got to be a little bit, you know?
Well, what live did you guys go on?
I met her on the 903's live, which I was telling her today.
Was
I kind of wrote that off a while ago. And I was scrolling on, just a Sunday and I saw him on. I was like, I'll check out what's going on here, and I heard Kim Marie talking, and she was talking about Patrick and like talking about the ESs and explain the process. And I was like, holy shit, it can't be this simple. And I requested to go up. There was like 300 people up there and he actually pulled me up. So I was like, would you like to get on like a private, call and we can talk about this some more? She was like, I would love to.
And Patrick was a trip.
Yep.
Had some
He
crazy
was, man.
conversations with him.
Sean was part of that whole deal too, and Kim Marie. He's been in the game
when
for
I
a
never
long time.
what he said to me one time when I always had really amazing questions. I was so in it. I was so in it to win it. And one day I asked a question, something about the statute of limitations, there being no statute of limitations on fraud, and so I should be able to do X, Y, or Z, right? And he said, don't you know who you are?
What the shit? What are you talking about, Kim Marie?
And when he said that, it really woke me up because I was like, you're right. I have to remember who I am at all times so that I don't give my power away. And it was at that time when I stopped actually asking permission. And he was he was such a good teacher in that way because he wanted other people to be empowered and become what they came here to be,
Stop asking and come in as king.
Come in
That's
as
right.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
What is it? Keytown Pro. Come in for the king.
All right. Well,
I removed ECAT and Angelic Soul. So thank you guys for being rude and not asking.
I just wondered. Someone had told me they were listening on TikTok. I was like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I want this information out to everybody, but just run that stuff by me. I don't want anyone. We've all been in this for a really long time and know how this goes. You know what I mean? So you got to be smart about it at first. Once we've built up like a cool team that's actually making a difference in their own lives, like, yeah, we can have more people to help more people, and just grow organically, as opposed to, everybody just looking to one person for the answer. It's all here, and all that
Yeah.
stuff's available for everybody. It's even in my link in my bio, along with the video. But it comes to a certain point where you got to respect people's people as people, and
And
we'll
You know,
get
at
there.
first, go ahead.
I was just going to put a fine point on it so we can, so we can just add something to the future to look forward to. There is going to come a time, ladies and gentlemen, where we are going to have successes brimming. You can't imagine what it feels like to get a $1.8 million check that you've worked for 3 years for. Okay. You can't, you want to share the good news. So we're going to get to go on live. Whoever can figure out how to use the TikTok and go live and all that. I would like to use it to share the good news and spread the hope and the love and the testimony of the successes that we're all going to be we're all going to be joy filled, hope bringers of hope. We're restoring ourselves, our dignity, our family, our lineage, our faith in God. We can do all of that publicly, as long as, in my opinion, we're giving glory to the Most High and to those who were there while we were building together, while we were running the race together. We were giving each other water. We were giving each other props. We were lifting each other up. We can share and bask in that success, because through him, I do nothing. I mean, through my own self, I can do nothing but through my own self. I'm here as a co-tenant in common with my brothers and my sisters, and we're doing it together, and we get to share in that success.
And yeah, Kim, if you ever want to go live, we can go live on my TikTok. I think that'd be cool. Especially when there's more of us, like you said, that do have stuff to share from our own perspectives, and just talk to people about what's worked for us, as opposed to telling people to do just to follow us.
It's gotta be testimony. It's gotta be, it's like our own reality TV, except for it's holy and justice and joy filled and pure in heart. And the intentions are, I don't get to go cussing at the bankers and the bad actors when we go live. I have to be demure. You know what I mean? Because we're leading by example. What if there's a 12-year-old who's listening in and wants to really learn and get educated? So then there's a way that I would need to kind of quell my excessive passion and kind of try and keep it like Marduk has a beautiful grace, and he has a great way of parlaying information and teaching. And I'm just a storyteller. I'm a great storyteller, and I'm a good dot connector. And when you all ask questions, it kind of pulls it out of me. Because I actually don't like to talk to hear myself talk. I like to learn while I'm talking. I'm hearing my own voice and learning as if I'm being spoken to. And so I get to be with all of us, if that makes sense. Okay, go ahead, Nathan. I'm kind of rambling and going in circles.
Who's Nathan?
It's Nathan was going to say something, and then I hopped on the mic.
What's up, Nathan? Did you have something to say, bro? Speak now, forever hold your peace. No? Did anybody else have any general questions too? I know I kind of cut the ES thing short. I'm more than happy to touch on that for a minute or two, and then we can wrap it up. Feel free to just speak if you have a question. Anybody?
I have a question.
What's up, Michael?
Well, blessings to everyone here. Well, it's about the year. I gotta finish this. My question is, I saw on your template that that page that is intentionally left in blank. Are we endorsing um, on the back of the invoices? I mean, on the vouchers or on that page, the endorsement?
That is the back of the page. So you're supposed to print those double-sided, and that would be the back page.
Hold on. So, okay. So I'm cutting the vouchers, the coupon. Okay. So I'm not writing nothing behind those coupons, correct?
Yes, you are. No, not correct. You're
What?
endorsing the back of the coupons.
Okay. So,
Yep.
and then I'm sorry about that. So my other question is quickly the sign with the endorsement in the back. Am I signing in cursive um all caps or just you know simple?
Honestly, it just, if your cursive is illegible, then no. All caps, not all caps. I don't think it matters.
He asked about signing. Was that you
He's
asked
talking about
about
writing
signing
out
your
the
name,
endorsement,
right?
though.
So signing in cursive, but my writing is legible or separate, but not all caps. Correct?
Are you talking just for the signature?
Oh, the signature in the back of an endorsement. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, just the signature, how you normally sign the back of any check.
My
And then the
last question.
words, the writing words too. I mean, it doesn't matter so much. I did the amount written in cursive, but I mean, if your
It's gonna be
cursive isn't that great, you can just write it out, brother. I don't think it'll matter too much. You can even, like banks do, they stamp that endorsement on the back of your mortgage, so, yeah, don't stress out about that too much.
because I got confused when I saw the template that you posted. When I saw that, I think it was that page 10, the left blank intentionally page. So I saw those endorsements there. I felt like, wait a minute, do I have to write it in the back of each coupon or on that intentionally page? So that's what
So
when I got.
that intentionally left blank page is the back of the coupon. You're supposed to, when you print out that PDF double-sided, that's what's behind the coupons. That's the back page. If you print out the coupons and flip it over, the back side should say this page is intentionally left blank. That's the back side.
Huh.
But yes, if that's confusing you, you need to sign on the back of the coupon. Yes, on the coupon.
And I let's clarify my question, and then my last one is on the front. It doesn't matter on my name. It could be it got to be all caps or just regular as I write, separate. And the front of
Yeah, don't overthink it too much, bro. Just write out your name. But
Okay.
I mean, if you want to do upper lower, yeah, that's
that's what
probably
I meant.
preferred. But I don't think they're going to reject it for
Right. I just want to
reasons like
do
that. Did you watch the video by chance? The original video?
the 9 hours. I'm gonna tell you the truth. No, but I do have the pretty much that was it that I have because I think
If you
Debbie.
watch the video and you go to the 4 hour and 40-minute mark, 40, all your questions will be answered.
Right. Okay. All right. And then the minus positive in the front and minus in the back of the amount.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I got it. It's just that I just got confused on that.
I encourage you to go to the 4 hour and 40-minute mark because you don't want to mess up. You don't want to mess up. And I know it's a long video, but if you go to that part of the video, it'll show you exactly what you're confused about.
440.
4 hours, 40 minutes. Yeah.
40. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I mean, it's just that I'm driving.
And just so this doesn't get confusing, you're talking about the 1040 ES and all that, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Because I drive all I can do is just listen because I'm driving. I
Well,
cannot
when
take
you're
notes.
not driving, when you're pulled over, just go to that portion of the video and it'll show. It's better because you'll have a visual of exactly what it's supposed to look like. It shows, the front and back. So that'll help you out quite a bit,
All right. Yeah. Look,
Don't write and drive.
thank you again for everyone. Just listen.
No worries. Did anybody else have any questions at all?
I was just going to say that I have turned people onto that 9-hour video and they go, "Oh, I can't listen to 9 hours." I say, "Well, then you're just not interested." Because if you can't spend the time, then, I'm not going to give you, I can give you a synopsis, but you've got to listen to it. I mean, that's just how it
Correct.
works.
It's
I mean,
your
look,
testimony.
you could be the 23 hours. I mean, I forgot to add the ones for there's another 6.
Yep. No, it's her testimony, y'all. It's not just the process, but exactly what happened, why she got there. It's very important to know what you're doing too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jane. All right, last call, y'all. Anybody
Okay,
have
I got
any
a question.
questions, comments? What's up, brother?
Yeah, I just got here, so can you start over?
Good night, man. Good night.
Hey, Marta.
Yes.
Marta.
Clarence.
For the 9-hour video, because YouTube is blocking me them algorithms. Is there any way you can download it and put it in the video, the thing? Because every time I go on and it's just not with that video, it's with any content that's dealing with this type of information. The algorithms are blocking me, and it's taking the videos away. But now I can go play
Let me
them.
pause you, brother. Let me pause you. So, are you part of the vault?
Yes, I believe I am.
If you go to step 1, the first video is Jeremy Ellis's the 903s video, but the second video is the same video that was recorded by us. So you can just go to that one. It was posted September 8th. It's the exact same video, actually much better quality. And you can watch that all there. It's in 2 parts. And yes, it's downloaded onto Telegram, so you can even download it to your computer from there. It's not YouTube either. It's Telegram native.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You got it. Let me know if you can't find it, but it's under step 1. The first one's Jeremy's YouTube. The one that I posted right below it for September 8th, it's the same exact video, just the one that I recorded or that Magic recorded. So it's in 2 parts though. Okay.
Is that the same place where you put the information for this evening, tonight?
Yeah, those go into the all meeting recordings folder. So that'll be in there. Mm-hmm. No, different, same vault, but the all meeting recordings is just like meeting recordings. Step 1 will have those 2.
I have a question.
Sure.
Someone on here is saying that you have to do the 1040 ES and the 1040 V, that you have to do 1099A, B, C, et cetera, et cetera. Is that true?
Have you ever heard us say that?
No.
Then I wouldn't trust them.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
No, you're fine. No, it's the simplest thing you can do in terms of, I like to call it private banking, but all it requires is those 2 forms, social security number, and your golden signature, as Kim Marie called it.
But eventually you do have 40 though, right? In order for it.
Yeah.
Recoup the credits. Yes.
Yes, we're literally giving them our consent and our directive and our prayer and our authorization, all without recourse and holding them harmless, to go in, do some accounting, liquidate some bonds, and put some cookies in our cookie jar for us. That's all we're asking them to do.
Okay. When do we get out the wood chipper? Feet first, please.
So to answer your question, 144,000, no, it's very simple. Just the ES and the V, and then once that is on your transcript, you can do, if you filed a tax return last year, you do the amended 1040, which is a 1040X. If you have not filed, you would just do the normal 1040 to get the credits back. I'm personally waiting until I see it on my transcript to file my tax return to return my taxes to me. But it's on you, whatever you'd like to do. But no A's, no B's, no C's.
Yeah, and something else that you can look forward to that may happen, may or may not happen before you see it on your transcript. If you've been missing in action for a while or went AWOL, or if you haven't filed, let's say, in a while, or you were an independent contractor like me for years and years and years, they may send you a nice assessment letter. And that assessment letter will be letting you know that you may have underpaid yourself. So you may get to turn around, do another ES and a V, double the amount of the assessment, give yourself a raise based on the accounting they just sent you.
But
It's
if we
called
do,
gold. We have the golden pen now.
and then when these sorts of things come up, guys, we're here to support each other and figure it out together. So don't feel like you're alone, obviously I can't tell you guys what to do. You can't tell me what to do, but we can butt our heads in a good way and, figure this all out,
I want to say I appreciate you all very much and thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you too. Thank you for being here. It's a lot of fun. It's very tiring, but it'll be worth it in the end. I really believe that.
Can I say one more thing before I go to sleep?
Sure,
Can
brother.
Hey, I have planned what recommendation to everyone. I have plans to go to the IRS and ask for all my paperwork, like my updates and all that. Should I do that or no? Because I have filed and I have not, so I am lost in track on that end. Recommendation. I mean, to go in and get all my paperwork that I have filed and all that, and they have records. I know that. Any suggestions?
Let me ask you, how have you been operating and making a living for yourself and your family? Have you had a business?
No, I'm just working as a truck driver. That's it.
W-2 or 1099?
None of that, ma'am. Well, because I like right now I am on exempt. I put myself on exempt.
Okay. Okay. So I understand you're exempt. I understand that. So have you been just working a cash business then and just haven't been making receipts?
Don't get that. What? Like that. Sorry, I'm confused.
See, in order to report so that we can pay ourselves using the benefit of discovery, because we didn't know we could pay ourselves, most of us have been operating like we have to duck and dive and hide and, sort of tuck our money in our twin mattress, in our spare room, and kind of basically we haven't been able to be transparent and report that we're actually in need of provisions out here in commerce. And a lot of us, I did the same thing. I didn't file for like 10 years back in the day. And in order for me to qualify for the EDIL loan, I had to be able to show that I had a business bank account and that I had suffered a loss during COVID. So in order to report, we have to be able to, what you want to do, you don't need to know what the IRS has records or what their past records are for you.
Okay.
You get to create the records that you want to surrender voluntarily and sign under penalty of perjury that this is who I am, this is what I'm up to, and this is what I'm worth. And it can be done on a napkin. But
Roger on that.
why not do it on an OMB form? Because that triggers a fiduciary billable event. They're on the payroll as our accountants. Why not do it on an OMB form, which is called an ES and a V? We're helping them find our social security number in their stacks of Excel spreadsheets or whatever, however they're keeping records. We're helping them find our account and give credit to it so that we can recoup it. And that is actually a filing. It's a prayer. It's a filing. It is actually a report. It's a filing. It causes an accounting, and you're simply asking them to access your account. You're giving them permission to debit it. You're giving them permission to sell the liquidity that's needed for the amount that you're asking for. And then you can draw down. You don't have to draw down the whole 250. You can do a 1099 miscellaneous. You can pay 22% on 250,000 and get a, $60,000 check to get you going. And then you can hire a bunch of, people who want to learn how to do this. And then we could turn around and help so many other people do exactly what we just did. Because a lot of people don't realize that we don't have to apply for a handout when we're the one paying for our own existence in this life.
Right. Should have never been this way.
It went off the rails for a little while, and enough of us are coming together now. Mama Bear's in tow, and we're lifting up that train and putting it back on the tracks, right? And everybody's going to get on because everybody wants to go for a ride. Everybody's tired. And we didn't realize we paid the payroll in all those muni bonds. We paid the payroll of all these public services. We paid the payroll for those Pell Grants and the GSA bonds for those kids to come out of high school and go learn how to be a line worker and climb up those poles and keep our telephones going when, after tornado comes through our town. Okay. We helped fund the payroll of the fire department. So we're just coming back, and we're just remembering is the best way I can put it. We're remembering, and we are the boss of our own couch. We're not a boss over anybody else, but we are the boss of our own couch, right? And our house and our castle. So we get to both and more now, not either or anymore. We're ending duality. You or me, rich or poor. How about both and more? Claim it all.
Right on that. Thank you.
Right? Make sense?
So that both and more is a concept.
I know. I like that. I like it.
We will defeat the Decepticons.
And here's my motto, okay? As long as I comprehend the document that I'm putting my signature on, even if it's a napkin, okay? If I'm commanding and controlling that document, I'm creating in this universe. And I'm, what was I going to say? I kind of got off track. Hold on. Oh, both and more. Okay. I operate like this. I'm going to produce. I'm going to submit my artifacts, my papers, my CAF number, my signature, whatever it is. I'm going to send. And I'm completely open to being directed, corrected, advised. Anything I cause, I have full power and authority to fix any mistake I make. I have full power and authority to clean up any messes that I make. And I get to. I'm not going to ask someone to come along and ask permission. I'm going to simply live free, exercise my rights, ledger my titles and interest, and exchange my correspondences with people who are competent to keep records. And they're trusting that I'm going to be the same. So I just operate until someone tells me, no, I can't do it. I do it. As long as I'm not hurting anybody, interfering in anybody else's path, no injured party. I'm just over here self-governing. There's no more boogeyman under the bed. Debit side, credit side, both, and more.
Issues and bonds. Let's go.
It's a hard one to get over, though, Kim Marie. It's, it's the years of working for the IRS. That's what you felt like you were doing. So I totally appreciate what you just said. And it's like, every once in a while you have to like grow up and you actually have to understand what, take control. And that's what you're saying.
That's right. And I love that you got that. And it's never too late, Jane.
Well, I'm working on it. Too late.
You're in it to win it. You're here all the time. We're here for this. We got called, y'all. We got called to hold the post. Okay.
I know. And it takes a lot of guts to, for all of us to do this. It takes a lot of work and a lot of guts.
Yeah. It takes a lot of guts, a lot of courage. Not many are called, but very few are chosen for the task, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now you're not going to just give the baton to just any marathon runner or relay racer, right? You will have trained and you will have known, okay, who can I hand this baton to? That's what they're looking to us to find out. Where is our next generation of competent bookkeepers, record keepers, ledger keepers, grantors, giftors, creators, generators, producers? Where are they? And we're showing up.
There's no doubt about the fact that you can't be incompetent and pull this off. I mean, that's just
100%. Find me one bank robber that would go through reading just the instructions on the 1040V.
Exactly.
Not going to happen. There's so much immediate gratification, right? Now, this new generation that's coming up, these millennials, they're using both sides of their brain with both their thumbs, right? They're actually initiating and training, and they're working their way through these games, and they're graduating, and they're getting, each level they go up, they get more challenged and more challenged. Well, that's our pattern finders. What do they call them? It's actually a skill. It's actually a skill. It's like a muscle. And they find patterns in things, right? So if you're a problem solver, you are like a pattern mapper or whatever. So I start to be able to see patterns in things. I start to see different words being used in different multiple ways. And I have always been a decoder just by nature. And so what we have is a group of us that have wisdom at our side. Okay. We got some experiences under our belt, and we got a new generation coming up that are going to assist us like you can't even imagine with this AI. Okay. And, they're not, they just wouldn't put up with the stuff that we put up with for as long as we all put up with it. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I used to teach drawing, and one of the things that I used to do is you try to draw something upside down. And what it does is causes you to use the other side of your brain. And it is
Beautiful.
very enlightening.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I read things out loud to myself or have someone read it to me or do things like we do tonight is because everyone learns, everyone learns in different ways. And a lot of people never really got keen to the best way they learn. So back in 2008 and 9, because I was being a trustee for people's retirement, I mean, I was responsible for people's shit. It was my job. I went to sleep and I woke up reading publications on the IRS. I made it like it was a risk, game of Risk. When we were little, we used to play that game of Risk, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was always the puzzle girl, the Merlin girl, everything that was a puzzle. I loved puzzles. And I loved reading the publications. And I had no one in my life back then who liked even reading, let alone studying, decoding, cracking the code. Someone sent me the Cracking the Code book, and I was like, I thought I was, I graduated. No. We were still pressing and testing a system that had gates, locks everywhere. We have been locked out of the system for so long.
Yep. Marie, publication 12/12/1999. Missing children.
Mm-hmm.
That's my publication, by the way.
Beautiful.
Some of my things are in those books and the original Redemption Manual and many others.
Can I ask a question?
We were all trying to operate in honor in a very poisoned, toxic system. So we've been just keeping ledgers and keeping books all these years. Yeah, go ahead.
When you have I know you guys were keep it under 250, but when you file with your spouse and you're both under, can you both do the 1040 ES? Do you do it together or do you do it separately?
Well, on the front of the 1040 ES, there's room for both you and your spouse. So,
okay.
You can split the 250 if you want. Or you can double the 250 if you want. What does your family need?
Understand.
What does your family need? You know what I mean? What is it that your family needs in order to come up out of poverty? Right?
Right.
And then get facile with the management of that. Okay? Prove to yourself and them that you're capable of being on time. Keeping all your records, keeping all your receipts, scanning in everything. so that so that all your files look like a treasure chest, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you're gaining competency as you build and grow. And then you turn around and you teach your children how to pay themselves, right? And
Right.
then you're building a legacy. You and your family are building a legacy together. So really just look at, what does it take to run your ranch, your farm, your garden, your home, whatever, and then gift yourself that payment. Fill that cookie jar up. And then your job is to not abandon those credits. That's our job. It's our
Okay.
duty, right?
Right.
Clearly, there's no one coming to save us. Now, listen, I know NESARA and JASARA and all that stuff is coming. I know people's SSI is going to go up. I know all these things. We're going to be blessed in so many ways. But wow, the knowledge that we're gaining, right?
Right.
We're going to be able to benefit from this. We're going to be able to turn around and teach it to someone else. Even if the IRS eventually goes away and all we get is an end of the year statement of all of our transactions in commerce, right?
Uh-huh.
And they say, this is what our records show that you spent and that you did and that you created. And if you agree with this tax return, sign right here and we'll send you a check.
Understand. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the knowledge and everything that you have said on this this live here that you've given everybody. And thank you for answering my question as well.
Yeah, you bet.
Kamari, I have a question. In reference to what you were just saying, can you now see? I wouldn't be doing a 1040X because I didn't file for the last couple years, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
I wanted to ask you, can not to be greedy or nothing like that, but I'm just asking for informational purposes. Say like the claim your credits, right? Can you do that in addition to like say like if I had filed last year, I would do a 1040X and I would claim the 250 or whatever I need to live on. Could you do like those simultaneously, or would you have to do them like either or?
Well, so I guess it depends on where you're at the game level that you're playing at. So are you responsible? Are you a guardian? Are you a protector of anyone else other than yourself? Okay. If you are, then you can start with pre-funding and filing for 2023, because that's the taxable year that we're in, and we're just reporting. Remember, when we report, we're ordering money, okay? We're ordering money. We're basically saying to headquarters, hey, my ship is coming back into the harbor. I need some provisions. And this is what I need you to I'm giving you my consent to access my escrow account, okay? I need these provisions. You're just reporting what you need. It's your job and your responsibility to file the claim to get that return, okay? So you can start with just getting 2023 in compliance. That's the year everybody's filing taxes for. If you've been gone for longer than 3 years, they may assess you because they're like, oh, we have someone who's, come back from being gone for a while, and he needs to know how many credits we're showing that he's left abandoned. So you might get an assessment letter like I did. I got a $47,000, what looked like a bill to me for not filing for 10 years. And I will spare you the story of how I responded to that because I didn't understand the definition of an assessment until I looked it up. It's an accounting. It's an offer. Here's what we're showing that's been abandoned. You up for this game? And they call it an assessment for a reason. They don't want to, they don't want to, we're getting the opportunity to show our competency. And part of it is, will you respond within 3 days, which is customary from one merchant to another, from one fiduciary to another, one ship to another ship that needs provisions when it's out and about doing God's mission. Right? We've been trained and conditioned that we have to somehow have a job, work for someone else in order to go buy water for our children. We didn't know that we could just simply report that we're out of provisions. A lot of people thought I have to go get on welfare when I run out of money. I have to go get a SNAP card when I run out of money. Or if I, have been working and I can't find work, I have to go get on unemployment. And that's changing. So we're saying, I need these provisions and you can count on me to follow through and not abandon these credits anymore. Because you just created a money order. You've asked them to credit your account. Now, something happens to you and you get in a car accident, okay, and you don't have a trustee and you don't have a successor trustee or you don't have a power of attorney, someone who can handle your affairs. If you were laid up in the hospital from a motorcycle accident and you didn't, you had your arms and legs were all in a cast, or you were in a coma for 3 or 4 months and you couldn't take care of yourself, well, the state would be the one who's taking care of you until and unless someone comes forward to be an advocate for you while you're out of commission, right? So all we're saying is, I'm alive, and these are the provisions that I can see that I might need to live on next year, and I'm sending in a money order. I'm giving you consent. I'm paying myself actually in the future. We are the U.S. Treasury. We are the creditors of the bankruptcy. So all of our claims are bona fide. So there's certain thresholds. You saw it in the ES instructions. They can't do more than $100 million. Okay. Now, I see nothing wrong with someone needing $100 million if they've got a big project in mind, if they've got a bunch of dinar, they've got a bunch of XRP, or they've got a bunch of whatever, receipts, whatever. You've never, ever really assessed your value before. Maybe your family had a farm, or two taken from you and your family, and you're here to bring the legacy back to your family's name. It's not their place to judge who you are or what you say you need. They're just going to test to make sure you can be responsible and that you're not going to be funding any illicit activities, and that you're willing to partner with yourself in the future, which is really the United States Treasury. I feel that every money order that we send in is actually funding the new republic that is merit-based. And if we have unlimited credit and we are learning how to access that, then we're all left with conversations like we are tonight around the fireplace, kind of just helping each other remember that you are actually the government that the public trust was created for, by, and with to protect. It doesn't exist without the constituents It doesn't exist. No one's going to pay their payroll without there being a trust or an account somewhere, right? We just didn't know we could pay ourselves. And all these years we've been in this game, and it's just been, for a lot of people, it's just easier to go work a job. It's just easier. So congratulations for everybody who's like taking this on, because nothing can stop someone when he's, woke up from a very long rest and takes back the helm of his ship. And the first thing you would do before you would charter a ship to go out to sea for a week or two is you would do an inventory. How many people am I taking? How many people am I feeding? What are the provisions I'm going to need? What's the insurance I'm going to need? Who do I got to find someone who's capable of captaining the ship until I learn how to captain my own ship, right? So we just are starting with that first step. In my opinion, us not paying ourselves first. Rather, we've been tithing churches, or we've been being charitable to others and kind of putting ourselves on the back burner. To me, that's breaking the law, especially now that we know that money has turned into the false idol, right? So we're now getting the opportunity to play in a realm where we don't play with money or other people's money. We actually play with credit. Not debt-based credit, but credit created, generated, and prayed for by us and our signature. You see the difference?
Yes, I do. And that would be the 1040 ES with the V.
Yep.
I got you. And the other process is the B process of getting all your securities together and then claiming those. So I got it now. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yep.
Kim Marie, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
I spoke with a seller that has a home that's for sale by owner, and he is selling his home for double what the going price is in that area, because he said it doesn't matter to him whether it sells or not, but he and his wife want to just start to do their bucket list type living. And so I'm just wondering, how would I go ahead and get the purchase agreement and then send that to the IRS? Any ideas?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If the home that's being sold by owner gives me the purchase agreement, how will I send that into the IRS to have that paid?
I'm not too sure. If we go back to like can't you just do that on a B? Technically?
I don't know. I've never done it before.
Me neither. To be quite honest.
Because I thought it was an acquisition.
And
then he has to file his taxes to get the credit.
I'm not too sure, honestly. I think my brain's starting to shut down. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. Kim Marie, if you had a purchase act, like a purchase, you're saying it's a purchase order for a home? What is it?
Well, on another call, I heard you've got to get the purchase agreement. And once you get the purchase agreement, then you can send that into the IRS.
Yeah, I don't think my brain's in a functional state right now. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
I haven't done that myself either, but there's a couple.
I mean, I would just start with making sure you pay yourself on the ESs. 25% more than the house that you're in your mind, you're purchasing, right? You're purchasing this house. You want this house. Make sure that you sent the ESs in. Why not file an amended tax return? You can put it on a miscellaneous for collection. You can put it on an NEC, non-employee compensation, two times the price of the house on the ESs. Do a money order. Just saying. And yes, I'm a little too tired for that right now.
Yeah,
because
let's wrap
I
it
don't.
up.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you both.
Yeah. Much love. I personally, once I've learned how to fund myself and how to file my taxes to get a tax return through the trust window that I've created, that knowledge is what's allowed me to be able to come on here and share with you all what I was able to do. And so for me, it keeps the power and the authority in my hands rather than having to wait on an outside source or some process that I personally haven't done yet myself. And those people out there that have done it, I really appreciate it if they would stop gatekeeping and just kind of tell people how to do it. Now, the other side of that coin is it's possible that the reason we're being tapped to do the 1099Bs is that person who's selling the home, unless he's got an escrow account connected to his estate, let's say at Regions Bank, right?
Yeah.
It would be escrow to escrow that would be operating. It would be private to private. It would be essentially arbitrating the terms and conditions of the sale. Is it going to be 2 payments? Is it going to be 3 payments? In the meantime, where are the credits to be held? And how will one know when one has actually filed their return to actually get the credits? So it's contracting and it's negotiating. And the people that are showing folks how to do that, because everything, purchase orders do work for cars and all that. My thing is I think because the banks are all being audited right now and the debt collection agencies are being audited right now and the bankers are being swept right now, the hunters become the hunted now. We're in such a transition that it may be that we were brought this 1099B reclaim your credits because it's twofold. We get our whistleblower. We voluntarily send in our receipts. We voluntarily report an account holder. And both parties are made whole without us ever having to go to court or even assemble an Article 3 court, because we're able to do it through the mail right now with the Special Emergency War Powers Act that's at play right now. Does that make sense? So it's possible.
Is there a third party in the escrow to escrow? Is there a third party involved?
That's going to be up to the seller and the buyer and the terms that you negotiate together. What if the seller might have a CPA that he wants to work with, right? And you maybe have a power of attorney. In fact, you finding out and investigating where they're at in their knowledge of private banking. Are they a family that's come from wealth? Do they understand the meaning of a security instrument and 45 days for a bond to cure? Do they have a title or escrow company that that they could recommend that you work with so that there's trust involved? I mean, it's, you can certainly get his W-9. Okay. And you can do a 1041 filing and name him as the Benny of those credits on a K1, and he can take that to his CPA and he can file the taxes and collect that K1. That K1 is probably more complete than even a transcript, because the transcript, you've got to attach your B and your C, or it 3 parts perfects the claim. Whereas with a K1, it's the transfer of credits evidenced on a legal title or legal, like a deed. It's a deed of transfer, right? Transfer of credit. So it's a negotiable instrument all unto itself, such that seller can go take it to his business CPA, and businesses can collect quarterly on their ES payments. And that K1 is no different than an ES payment transferred or conveyed from another merchant, business, trust, EIN, vessel, whatever you want to call it. Person to person, private to private. Make sense?
It makes sense. I just have never done it, and it sounds like there's 2 or 3 choices in your answer. So, I wonder if I would present
Patrick
two
did it with
choices.
the car and the house years ago.
Okay.
Did what, Sean?
What did he do? Because I just got 2 processes at least.
Yeah, he did that with the car and the house. Let me see. He used I have it listed somewhere. He used the letter of credit. He used his birth certificate. He used the 10. What was it? He called it the. I think it was the 1040V, but I think he used the 1047. Is the one he was showing me. So that's a different voucher. That's the old voucher.
Did you attend his calls while he was still alive?
Yeah, we spoke privately.
Okay. And so you have these notes. Would you mind DMing me?
If I can find those notes, they're all over the place. Yeah. I've got documents like crazy on here. It's insane.
Yeah. Yep. I have a coffee table filled with all kinds of papers, IRS stuff.
Yeah, these are hundreds and thousands of freaking documents.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm willing to wait. You can find what Patrick gave you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's 2:00 in the morning here. I'll see y'all around.
Let's go to bed.
Good night.
Thank you guys. We'll keep you updated on the calls. And again, I'm not trying to be a stickler. I'm not trying to be a prick and a gatekeeper. It's just in this space, I don't want anybody getting in trouble. I want as many people to learn as they can so we can teach people we care about and, branch out that way. But there's stuff that we speak about here that can't just be in the public all willy-nilly, So I apologize if I come off, like, a stickler, but someone's got to be a little bit. And I've been in this space for a really long time to see a lot of bad stuff happen. And I'm trying to avoid that.
You have every right to say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize, Marduk.
I was going to say, I get it. And I could tell the whole, cause I had the whole, kind of whole thing of what he did in a kind of a nutshell, but, the whole process of the things that he did is, specific, of course. So I don't want to say like he did this, that, or what have you.
Oh no,
Did
not with
something
that,
wrong and
brother.
have no.
Not
I
with
know.
that.
I'm using it as an example.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, if I take people through a little process like that, it'll be, I don't know. I don't want people going off on some tangent, just doing something,
I'm talking about the live streaming issue.
Yeah, I
If
get it.
someone was live streaming
I
our
get
stuff
it.
on
But
TikTok,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're
I'm not
listening
trying to
into
be a
something like that
gatekeeper
too.
of Kim Marie. Like, I'm not in control of Kim Marie, but I can help us safely get this information out to however many people, and let certain things out into the public that we don't talk about specific, like I'm trying to be smart about it, so I apologize. And yeah, I love
No, you
y'all,
don't have to.
and
Yeah.
hope everybody gets a good night's rest, and we'll catch up probably tomorrow. Thank you, Kim, for staying on this late.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank
you.
you.
I'll talk to y'all
They
soon.
have a nice rest. Good
You as
night.
well.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Gratitude, gratitude, Marju, gratitude, Kimberly, and gratitude to all of
As
us.
well.
We are one. Yeah.
Boy.
Marie.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, Mary Ellen.
Good night, Christian. Good night, Nathan. Good night, Jane.
Good night, John girl. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Peace and blessings, everybody.
Absolutely.
So we're not gonna start over.
Bro, go to bed, dude. Go
Back
to
of the
bed.
line. You got to go in the back of the line now.
Yeah.
Made quickly.